25 championship. It's championship weekend. Oh, massive fungal growth comes down and this Bioforce gets caught. That's not the trade Clem can really afford at the moment. Blaze just going to be seeing the fungal growth come through as well. Oh my god, those parasitic bombs have just killed absolutely everything. Oh my god. Here we go, Reynolds going to dive in. He does drop a mega fungal and everything. He's going to refungal as well, as this commitment will happen. It's going to be on the way already. We're going to get this Colossus quickly. We dive on it. The Stalk is pulling through for the siege time that leaves the Colossus unprotected. Units from the other side, SCVs. Clem is now picking up individual Marines to dodge Stalker shots because that's the level that we're playing at. On the high grounds, the tank will go down. These Banelings are going to get massacred though as Clem just says no. And you're ready to blow up on the Adept. Oh, the worst Adept shade of all time. Classic is your WardiTV 2025 champion. .4-0 dominance. Hello everyone and welcome to the WardiTV Mondays edition 74. And we've got some StarCraft 2 already lined up, ready for you all here as we get into our first Monday of the spring season. Our Winter Championship is coming up this week, more on that later today. But our Spring Championship looms, and from today, players will start earning WardiTV 2026 points into the spring season to qualify them to that spring championship. And we have a little bit of a lighter kind of list of players today. MaxPax is the one heavy favorite signed up. No Clem, no Hero. We're starting the day off with the TVZ, which is going to feature the Blue Zerg in the top left-hand corner, Rogue, and his opponent in the bottom right, the Red Protoss player, Cristiana. As we get into this game number 1 of the best of 3. To kick things off here on today's Monday Cup. Sorry it's a little bit late getting going, guys. I got off a train like an hour ago, drove home, and came online. Originally, the Monday Cup was going to start 40 minutes ago. I'm kind of glad so it got delayed further because League Cup told me they were going to be playing today. They apparently did not. But I'm kind of glad that we had the extra half hour because I've just needed some time to get home, get settled a little bit, because like I say, I've been away. As you might be able to tell from the lack of streams, I literally got back like an hour ago. So, yeah, hello. How are we all doing? How are you all feeling? It's been crazy in the last week since I've seen you guys. I've seen the freaking Stardew Valley Orchestra, and I've played a crap ton of Pokemon. I've seen a bunch of friends. It's been kind of a crazy week, honestly. So, yeah, it's been busy. Hope you're all feeling good. Welcome to the stream. It is Rogue Cristiana to start us off today in our first matchup, and we are going to be having the two of them kicking this off. So yeah, Rogue in the upper left, Cristiana in the bottom right hand side, and no Overlord chill for the moment. Is there a probe? There's a probe. Let's follow our probe for a few moments here because I'm just getting a couple things sorted and started still in the early stages today. But yeah, what's up SCT2? How you doing? 77-month resub. Appreciate you guys. Hello. I'm gonna have to get those subs rolling in, guys. No pressure, but if you follow social media, you might have seen that Twitch, has officially moved the 70-30 kind of grandfather contracts into the new system. And while they haven't taken away the 70-30 split yet, it feels like it's inevitable. So we're gonna have to keep the sub count up so we can keep 70-30. Otherwise I'm gonna lose some money. But we will work on that anyways. For now, we do have an Adept moving forwards. I'm looking to see what's going on. How did I place in the tournament? Yes, so I in case anyone doesn't know, I went to play the Pokemon European International Championship. I played the cards. I had an okay day. It was kind of nice because I lost to my own mistakes instead of just losing because my deck didn't work. So I went 3-3, and at 3-3 I dropped out because at 3 losses you're eliminated from day 2. You can play for some points and stuff if you go like 5-3 or so, but it was a long-ass day already. I'd been playing for like 9 hours. At 3-3, so I was done. I had nothing to play for. I don't care about points, so I went 3-3, dropped out. I was pretty happy. I got kind of shocked on a rule one time in one of my losses, and in my other loss, I did the equivalent of like I could have A-moved into him and won the match, and instead I tried to micro, and because I tried to micro, I lost. And then I bricked in game 3, so. I learned a lot from my couple losses. My last loss was just my auto loss matchup, which unfortunately was the one that eliminated me, but such is the way of the world. But yeah, it was fun. I went 3-3. I played a bunch of side events. I think in every side event I played, I went 2-1 or better. So I was pretty... I honestly had a pretty good weekend in terms of playing Pokemon. It went pretty well. So, yeah, pretty decent. Will I cover the League Cup playoffs? Yes. So, tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday at WardiTV Winter Championship. But then, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we're going to do the WardiTV coverage of the League Cup. Not just the playoffs, the entire thing. We're going to try and... I don't know if I can cram it all into 3 days, but I'm going to heckin' try. We're going to go Thursday, Friday, Saturday, just bam, bam, bam. Wait, what's on Sunday? No, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I'm just going to cover League Cup. Group stages all the way through. We probably skip some of the group stage matchups, but we'll do most of the playoffs, is the estimated plan. So yeah, that's roughly probably what we're going to do. Yeah, so they'll be coming just later this week because I can't catch up on those replays until I've done my own content that's already planned for the start of this week as well. If I'd known, like I say, if the League Cup schedule was released a bit sooner, we would have changed things up and done things differently. But alas, it was not. So yeah, those will be coming. I will cover everything pretty much. I'll cover all the games you want to see. It'll just be later in this week. So apologies, there'll be a couple extra days, but I already have stuff scheduled. I have players ready to play Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So yeah, man, just because I know great match at the start of the day, but hey, it's PVZ. But we'll talk about the exactness of what's going on when it happens. What was crazy is this Pokemon tournament I played in for the trading card game Masters. So like my age division, which is just basically adults, and for the trading card game only, considering there's also video game juniors, seniors as well, so like kids and stuff, and Pokemon Go and Pokemon Unite. There were, I mean, my competition was the biggest. There were 4,000 players. This was absolutely surreal to see like 4,000 people like sat there just freaking playing cards in a freaking tournament. It was actually crazy. 4,000. Like that's kind of nuts actually. And thought it was kind of nuts at least. Puts in perspective when we're getting the 30 signups for the WardiTV Monday. As we are going to see Roach Green get a fight here. These couple of results going down the Prism. Is going to continue moving forward. A couple of Archons still swinging away. A couple of Queens taking damage as well. Will begin to go down. A few Zerglings are going to run up this ramp. We are just going to see the Prism loading and leaving, getting out of there for the next few moments and escaping down that left-hand side. So the Prism gets out of there just for a moment or two. That was pretty well dealt with by Rogue. No, apparently efficiency-wise it was terrible. I felt like it was okay because he cleaned up the Zealots quickly. It felt effective, but maybe it was still a bit costly at the end of the day, unfortunately. So there's maybe not completely gained or benefited from this as he might have wished. I still feel like it's okay for Rogue. Like, yeah, it was inefficient, but you also, I mean, I want to say you're also on a good economy, but the reality is he's not. Like, he's actually down in drones in this game, and this opening of Cristiana, the Archon drop is once again showing its prowess, and it is working right now with these Zealots on the right side swinging away and doing damage. Rogue is on his way to Swarmhost. So, okay, maybe Pot, I did see the Infestation pick coming down when I said we'll talk about what it means when we get there. Swarmhosts do typically work off a lower economy. What I'm worried about is that this is significantly lower economy early enough that maybe it's a problem. We actually add on drones already here as Rogue, which I feel like is not the norm in this scenario. Like I say, I guess we'll see where this is going as the Prism, the units gather in the center. It's awkward for Rogue because this army's about to be aggressive into him. He's playing Infestors. Sorry, he's playing the Swarmhost. He doesn't really want to be playing the defensive position right now. And alas, he probably doesn't really have much choice but to play the defensive position. Defensive Swarmhosts are not fun. You don't want to be using these things offensively. He pops half them, then he can pop the other half as well. I kind of like it because the idea is going to be that these Locusts kind of sit in the front and they tank. And if the Locusts are sitting up front and tanking, if you fire them in 2 waves, you can kind of extend that time frame in which they're tanking. It kind of works a bit weirdly because, like, you can say, well, you know, if you fire them all at once, it's still going to take you twice as long. But when there's splash damage, going in 2 halves may be a bit of a better way to kind of prolong the lifespan of the Locust and to kind of keep some of them in the front. Do we get an Archon there? No, we very nearly got the Archon. The Archon nearly died to Storm. 1 HP Archon! Nearly going down to the Storm in the end, but does just about survive. There's the +2 attack coming up. A couple of Mortals coming in, and we're going to crank that number up still back at home. Cristiana has backed off. This is going to give Rogue aggressive positioning. Of course, Cristiana now knows what he's up against. preparation has been able to be made for a few moments at this point because he's known what's coming his way for a significant period of time. Going to be seeing these first wave of Locusts aggressively don't really do much of anything. Stays Sword helps against a single Locust that dropped down. Everything else died quickly. He's still going to pop them up in a couple of different waves, though. And as we look to dive forward here, Storm will, of course, be very valuable, as Rogue is going to eat the entirety of this Storm. Not just one, but the second as well. The Locusts will fade with that Storm still on them. We're just going to be seeing the rest of these units moving up. Roach Ravage still fighting a couple more corrosive vials coming on down, and we do see this army still trying to trade out right here. A couple of aggressive kind of structures getting taken down as well as Cristiana pushes this back rather comfortably, still just trailing a few zealots across the map as well every now and again, making sure to keep some of the pressure up there, keep some of the action in that kind of a position, and just keep that rolling out too, knowing the importance of perhaps just keeping your opponent kind of poised in this game and not letting him kind of run away and do his own thing. We're going to see that battery doing a good job of just healing up a little bit as well, so just putting some extra work in. Another Storm onto these Locusts. Let me just again play a bit more cleanup to close this one out at least for the moment. Army still chilling out. Roach is going to get rid of a couple of Zealots. Lurker Den, Hive both coming through. The additional Roaches coming up. Just going to see the couple of Zealots are coming over. The couple of Archons will chase with the two Roaches as well. Going to see the corrosive files are going to be there, the Roaches as well. We are going to continue to press forward and just put a bit more damage. Yeah, we are going to still see the Lurk Den coming through, the Hive, the Roaches. A lot of these little bits and pieces very much so on the way. I do not love... I just do not feel like Rogue has found a good trade at all yet. Now, of course, he's heading to that Lurk Den. I just don't feel like he's finding himself really anything at all to work with here so far, so that part of this feels a little bit rough. We're going to see a couple Storms coming through. These Locusts going to be getting hit. Ravages, again, just got to try and stay clear. The whole point is going to be the concept of like, hey, you know, if I'm taking damage on my Ravages or whatever, then that's bad because the Locusts are meant to be tanking for me. So anytime it is Ravages or Roaches taking damage and falling, that genuinely is going to be seen as a big positive. There's a little bit of the Immortal Temple of Force just going to gather there as well, put a little bit more pressure in. Just going to keep pushing through. These Immortals still stepping up. A couple of drones going down even. Army of Cristiana still just backing away for a couple seconds. A couple more corrosive vials still coming through. The Immortals are still dropping down. The Archons, I mean, kind of backed into a corner. It's just we don't have a lot of stuff left for Rogue. He's going to kill the Immortal, the other Archon there. The Zealots on the top side, and knowing we need more reinforcements to survive, because otherwise these Swarm Hosts are going to be getting hit themselves, and you cannot afford for the Swarm Host to go down. They're way too critical a part of the army still, but I just don't think he's going to have enough. Cristiana, a few tech units left, and also having himself everything else available, is going to get game one to start us off in this first series of the day. Oh, I forgot that's me. No, before the music starts. Whew. Yeah, I forgot I have to turn that off. I didn't forget. It's just because I went straight in game. I went straight in game because we were going in game. We were ready. I was just still sorting a couple things out despite the players being set and ready to roll. All good though. All good. Let's jump into game 2, man. Cristiana played a very solid game there. Pretty much from the start, just kind of very consistently able to say, okay, this is what's going on, this is my position. Put the pressure on at the right times, dealt with the Locusts in the proper kind of ways. And Cristiana's definitely had Rogue's number a little bit lately, no? I feel like there's been a couple of matches where Cristiana has gotten the better of Rogue lately. Player's going to ready up, and game 2 is going to be upon us, guys. Gonna check if anyone needs an admin. But yeah, I think we're moving along quite smoothly to start us off. A couple of results in ByuN. Ecoract picking up some early expected victories. They move on through into their round of 16 Showtime as well. Showtime against Nice, to be fair, is a bit of a tougher one. If we finish this one quickly enough, we could have a Showtime Shin round of 16. That's obviously brutal. I know everyone's always like, man, the first round's crazy. How is this a first round matchup? But we just have that many great players playing today. I mean, the reality is so it is randomized seeding, just to be clarified, but it's randomized and then we like drag players, like we drag pros up a little bit, right, in general. So like, you know, for example, like, you know, you generally like you're not going to see a pro versus a pro unless there's like that many pros signed up. And Showtime is seed 14, Nice is seed 19. Nice is not one of these guys that we drag downwards or anything, right? Like, this is straight up just a case of Nice is just straight up a case of we've just got 20 or so pro level players competing today, and that's kind of the competition that we're playing in. So yeah, pretty crazy. As we get rolling into game number 2 of this best of 3, it is 1-0 to Cristiana. Rogue is down, and he's the red Zerg in the top left corner of the map, taking on the blue Protoss Cristiana in the bottom right side. Get up and rolling. Lipper de Lagash, I feel like I forgot to mention your sub, but thank you so much. Coming in with the 30-month resub, appreciate you. Thank you so very much indeed. And yeah, I'm looking to see where we're at, what we're doing, what's coming next in these next couple of moments. Getting this ready here. See what will take place early as an Overlord comes across the map initially to see what's going on. Do 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 do. Ba da ba da ba. Couple queens, couple zerglings coming around, the Overlord coming up. We have the Adept on the way, the Nexus as well. Building at the moment, the Overlord is chilling at the front. This is the final Monday of 2025. I feel like that comment might be a couple years late. Unless there's... at least on my calendar. Although, is it, it's Lunar New Year. Today is Lunar New Year. Well, there you go. Today I learned. Bam. That's awkward, because we kind of already started the WardiTV 2026 series. Unbelievable. We're going to have to rebrand the whole thing now. What's up from Mexico? Hello, hello. Again, what's up, guys? If you're on the YouTube, give us a moment and scroll down, like the stream. Haven't streamed for a week. YouTube doesn't like that. YouTube's like, what are you going to do? What now? So hit those likes. Let YouTube know that you still approve of the streams just because we took a break. It doesn't mean that they should not share us to the world. So take a second with that. We appreciate it. You're not going to see those adepts getting dealt with. It felt like fairly well. What was lost here? 1 drone, 3 lanes. Yeah, it was pretty good. Didn't have to pull the drones too far off too long either. So pretty well handled by Rogue here initially. Down a game in this opening best of 3 of the day here. WardiTV Mondays 74. What's up, Black Bear? Thank you so much for the 4-month resub as well. I'm just going to see a few lanes. Nibble in the front. Gateway taking some damage. Robo coming up. Drones, Queen, Hatch, Spore coming through as well. How's making the groups for the Winter Championship? Mate, I've not done any work for the last week apart from this morning. I typed up the WardiTV Team League announcement. This is the only work I've looked at. I've not looked at my Discord. I've not looked at any StarCraft. I've not watched any games. I took the full last 6 days off, so... the groups are mostly made, apart from the fact we're missing some players that will qualify tomorrow and some tiebreakers that are still being played. But I honestly couldn't tell you who's playing on. I couldn't tell you who's playing on Wednesday's group. I think Clem's playing on Wednesday if I remember correctly, and there's a couple other people as well. But I can't announce anything officially as well because we still have to confirm other players, and I can't basically have them being like, "Oh, I prefer that group," so I'll say I'm not available for this one. So yeah. They're most of the way done. I have nothing to share until probably tomorrow. So, yeah, apologies, but such is the way of the world sometimes. All these adepts can move through the prism as well. Zergling's going to gather underneath the prism and try and deny any kind of potential warp in or so just for a few moments, just try and get ahead of that nice and early, put that into position, let's get that ready to go. Can it unofficially announce and just lie to you? Okay, how about this? I will give you guys some Winter Championship stuff later on. I've got something a little special. And you say a little special, don't get too excited, but I got something to show you guys. But that's all. I can't show you guys the groups, but I can show you guys something. Does that seem like a good compromise? Streamer shows you something. It sounds a bit wrong when I say it like that, but yeah. No, it's not Ellie. No, it's not Ellie. I just said Ellie and now she's barking out the window. I feel like I just summoned a nice run by. It's going to be a bunch of probes going down. It's just a perfect time where Cristiana's across the map with the Archons. The Zealots warp in, but because they warp in to the Lings got a lot of damage on them initially. Now you can target down a few probes. We shouldn't go after the Immortal. Just right-click down a couple of probes here, because the Immortal takes a while to clean up. Honestly, the probes probably should have turned to fight. Because at this point, you're just going to keep taking damage anyway. Or at that point, when I first mentioned, obviously, this point is pretty much cleaned up, but you probably could have pulled away. That was a lot of work, because down 9 probes dead in this game matches the 9 drones that have been lost. The Archons going to get a few more drones now as well, though, as the Prism does relocate. Spore just relocated itself as well, which means that it was kind of in an awkward spot to play defense there, and hence doesn't really get too much done, as that Prism does get pushed out for now. And actually taking some real damage on that Prism is going to stop it from coming back in, recreating that kind of damage and all the rest of it as well. So, lovely to see that taking place. What's up, Mad Alien? Thank you so much for the 71-month resub. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for resubscribing for the 71. Thank you so much. Lings gather to the right side. We will just be seeing our Immortals and the Sentries joining, and obviously we probably have a potential push kind of on the horizon here from Cristiana. So we'll see how that looks as the Sentry Immortal Force will make some moves already. So he's going to send it. Stepping on the creep once again, run by, and the front door was just open, so the main and natural gonna get kind of ravaged here. And this is a pretty low amount of Lings. Does Rogue have enough units to deal with this otherwise? He has the mutas, and he's gonna shut down the Prism with the mutas. No, he misses the Prism. That's kind of a big deal, because now reinforcements will come in. If the mutas go across the map, there's not a lot of anti-air defensively. And there's no way these mutas don't want to finish the Prism off, though, right? Like, stopping reinforcements here feels absolutely mandatory, and honestly, I actually think we just need the mutas to deal damage as well. That said, these few sentries don't have a lot left on them, then there's just 2 Archons. Yeah, I think this is looking just fine for Rogue. I would have liked it if he didn't have to recommit with the mutas, because if he has like 9 mutas now, like how many has he lost? He's lost 5, yeah. If he had 9 mutalisks in total now, he would just be going across the map with 9 mutas and this game ends, whereas he doesn't really have enough mutas to harass with at this stage. He's going to get the Archon, finish the Immortal. Everything dies at Cristiana, but so does 2/3 of the tech that Rogue built in this matchup as well. So you're missing that. And like, don't get me wrong, it definitely feels good for Rogue. It's just, I feel like that's one of those moments where it could have actually been even better. If he just got the Prism straight away, maybe the mutas do not actually need to be there defensively either. That part is hard to say. He might have still needed the mutas there defensively, but they had to turn around in this case because they had to come finish off the Prism. So it kind of wrote the scenario for you. The Zealot Immortal Archon pulling back over to the right side. And those mutalisks are still looking to be a little bit of a nuisance that they are, just trying to find an opening, trying to find a way in, trying to find where they might be able to dart forward from and try to somehow, some way get something done. At this point, Rogue is just spamming units, so this is going to be unit spam versus what was a reset tech count. Like, he killed every tech unit in the game, and because of that, there's no way Cristiana can afford kind of additional tech like Storm or so. But it's still dangerous because he can rebuild some tech units, and that's what we've seen. Percival is actually getting good connections of. Those force fields are brilliant, though. Those roaches truly got stuck. Again, a handful of mutas like this, it's not even really a handful. And imagine if we just kept a few more of those alive, the difference that could make right now as the Roach Ravager tries to break through, but the tech units still currently hold on, for now at least. It's going to be tough though, because obviously as they take more damage, Prism Micro in them becomes more and more dangerous, and it's less and less guaranteed that we're just going to naturally get a defense or so there, so there's a defense for now, but Cristiana is sub 100 supply, so it's not exactly like he's looking pretty in the grand scheme of things. Not at the moment. Ravagers is getting morphed in. Still a lot of units. We actually do lose one Immortal though. And now Rogue putting some pressure out. for this base. A bit more damage being done. Are we going to fall here, Cristiana? It feels like he probably will. Prism Micro will add a little extra. I like the mutas coming over here. There's nothing to really defend the mutas here, so basically just free pickings, whereas in the other mineral lines, we have Green Force and some Warpins, and so yeah, it looks as though Rogue is going to be good for this game 2 of the best 3. That means we're tied up 1-1 in our opening series of the day. We're going to have a bit of a back and forth affair to start us all off. How wonderful is that? Alright, well, because we go to a game 3, guys, it means we are going to miss the Showtime Shin series, which is already starting up. That is a shame. That's a really good matchup, but yeah, we're locked into this round of 32 match right now, so we'll continue in with that and get this rolling in just a moment, guys, as we return from Wardy's week off. The good news is now I'm back until there is a few days that I'm off, but the next few days I'm off coincides with like the Pig Fest playoffs. So yeah, it's a day there's going to be a weekend that was going to be difficult to stream anyway, and I'm gone for just like 2 days basically. So I'm gone for 2 days, and then we're just streaming, guys. Streaming. I've got some, not streaming like every day non-stop or anything, but like the streams are just back consistently. There's nothing really in the calendar that's going to take us away from streaming, so we're grinding for the rest of this 2026 series, pretty much. We are grinding, and we are going to get on moving. It's going to be fun. Alright, let's jump in. We are going to be having, in the top right side, the blue Zerg player. This is going to be Rogue, taking on, in Game 3, Cristiana, the red Protoss player, in the bottom left corner of the map, kicking off the final map of this round of 32 matchup. Winner of this plays against, I think it's Rough, right? Oh, the winner of this plays Cure most likely, but Cure will not be ready just yet, due to him still waiting for his round of 64 opponents to finish playing. Cure, the one guy with a round of 32, not a bye, but needs to wait because there are round of 64. In fact, he's like the only guy almost without... I don't know how this is working in my head. He's the only guy without an opponent when the day started, because there were 33 players, which means seed 33 and 32 play each other for the opportunity to play seed 1. Q is seed 1 because he got second place last week, and Hero is not here today to claim the 1 seed. Planning your days off around SE2 tournaments is such an e-gamer move. This was this is just blind luck, honestly. Me and Helen have been talking about going away for these couple of days for a while. It just so happens that Pigfest is, to be honest, like 90% of the time going away usually coincides with something. It's just, for example, this last week, it's like, well, the Elite Cup was on, right? It's just that wasn't a good thing because we could have streamed that. So yeah. Well, Wardy, how did you convince the guys from Grim Dawn for sponsorship? If you exclamation mark crate, the crate command is not fully up to date because it talks about the WardiTV monthly opens and stuff. But basically, I'll get that updated soon about the Team League. It's just I just got home. I just wanted to put it live. But they're just massive StarCraft fans. They reached out to me. They were like, "Hey man, legitimately, dude came to me and he was just like, "Hey man, I love StarCraft. Can I give you some money to run more events or to support or do whatever is needed?" And every now and then he reaches out, our boy, and he's just like, "Hey yo, you mentioned this idea. That sounds fun. Can we sponsor it?" So yeah, I didn't have to do much convincing at all. The beautiful game of StarCraft did the convincing for the most part. So yeah, no, it's very cool. We'll talk more about Crate when the Team League comes around, or when we actually just talk about Team League in general. I just put the command up so get some eyes on it and stuff already and stuff like that. So yeah. Am I going to play the new Diablo 2 expansion at all? Nope. I've never played Diablo 2 and don't really think I'm going to start now. Is SE2 my full-time profession? Yep. This is all I do. Full SE2 focus. Don't mess around. There's just so much StarCraft to do still, man. Everyone's like, Woody, why don't you think about going to another game? It's like, when the hell am I meant to have time to do another game? We got StarCraft every day, man. You know, like, there's just StarCraft to cover every single day. Did I win anything in the Pokemon tourney? No, I didn't win anything. Honestly, I played well, though. I was very happy. Usually when I go to the Pokemon tournaments, I get really tilted because I go and, like, I will, you know, I'll draw dead, or, like, my hand will suck, or I just, like, just something goes horribly wrong, and I'm just like, man, this was miserable. Like, you know, I enjoy playing, but this event was exactly why I enjoy playing it, because my hands were fine. Like, they weren't always amazing, and I drew dead a couple times, but, like, it feels okay to draw dead a couple times when you're not drawn dead every single game. You know, I felt like I had my fair share of opportunities to play. The couple games that I lost on my own merits were absolutely the difference maker of me not going further. So, yeah, I was pretty happy. 3-3 at an international is not bad. I mean, I could have still played, so basically it's Swiss. So I could play up to 8 rounds before they then eliminate everyone who doesn't have a certain score. But once I was at 3 losses, it wasn't... I have no reason to play round 7 and 8, apart from potentially being like, hey guys, I placed here. It doesn't matter to me. If we're not going to make second day, I'm not going to make second day. Like, saying I made top 1,000 instead of top 2,000 because I played 2 more games, it's really whatever, you know? So, yeah. But yeah, I had a good time. Right? Like I say, I lost to my own mistakes, and I was in some really good positions that I just really screwed up, and I can't really be even that mad about that, because it's just, yeah, a little bit silly. Learning lesson. It's the sort of thing where it's like, if I got a chance to play against that level of players a little bit more, I think I would have won all those games. But the lack of experience definitely got me. I also for the Peaches. Thank you for the 2-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Deb's gonna get one more shade off, man. We've lost 15 drones this game. I'm gonna tell you guys right now, losing 15 drones super early is not really a sign of love for Rogue. This is horrible for him. He's heading to a melee upgrade. He's also gonna start a Roach and a Lair. I feel like he doesn't really have much direction on where to take this, probably because there's not really a direction you go in when you take that much worker loss so early on. Wing's moving about, just gonna pull back again. A couple creep teamers coming over. Get back over there for a couple of moments. I could have won all my games if I hadn't lost them. Yeah, that's not a crazy statement. Like, if I had more experience, I was in winning positions and I didn't have the experience to play them out. I made some very... I mean, like I say, I was in a position where I literally could have A-moved the guy, but I overthought it and thought, if I micro, it's going to give me a better chance of winning. And that just wasn't true. Like, my better chance of winning was just if I A-moved him, he just dies. Instead, I microed and I gave him a chance, and he got a bit lucky. But I was the one to mess up to give him the chance, you know? I was just, I was a little bit of experience down. One of the games I lost was a little bit sad, and then I drew dead in game 3. I mean, we're off topic enough. So TLDR, I run the card in my deck, and basically its only job is if you get it out on your first turn, you can search for 3 more Pokemon of a certain type, right? This is its only job in reality. Like, this is really the only thing that it's there for. That's the main thing. It has a bonus where it's like, you can attack with it for like 70 damage, which can make it an okay attacker early. It's pretty restricted. You also need like certain other things in play. But it can work out to be like worthwhile. But that is absolutely not why you play it, right? And so, basically, I get this card down and I set it up to attack. And the guy goes, oh, please don't do this to me, because he thought I was going to like bring up his only Eevee and kill it and really kind of screw him over. But I didn't have the thing to bring up his Eevee. So I said, no, I'm just going to attack. And when I said I'm just going to attack, he put the damage on his Pokemon and started playing his turn. I was like, no, I'm not attacking yet, because I've not used the ability of the Pokemon, which is the only reason we have this Pokemon. Realistically, I should have done that first before setting up for the attack, but I didn't. I just, you know, I was still on my turn, because to me I wasn't declaring I was attacking. He was just joking on, and I was like, no, I'm not going to kill the Eevee. I'm just going to attack into what's active right now. And we called the judge, and the judge sided with him, and because I didn't get my 3 Pokemon off of that, my hand was then dead. So, yeah. That was a pretty miserable part, but I could only really laugh about it, and I drew dead in game 3. But it just wasn't meant to be. So, like, my hand wasn't amazing anyway, even if I didn't get screwed over on that. But, so yeah, my hand wasn't amazing anyway, but, like, I had a chance, and, you know, a chance gives you a chance at least. And I don't know how good his hand was, and I didn't really know, because after that it was just pointless even paying attention, so... Yeah. Can you do micro on a Pokemon tourney? It's not really micro, that's just my, it's just my way. Like, instead of just brain off attacking, I did other things, and attacked into a different Pokemon than the one that was in front of me. It's just the comparison, though. You cannot actually really micro. Seems similar to Info was an early GG. It was just stupid, like, I did kind of say I'm going to attack, but like I clearly didn't mean it like that, because he was also just joking along with me. And then like I say, like, to me, he put the damage on when it was very clearly, like, shouldn't have happened. And, like, he just took it. Yeah, it was whatever. I actually don't even know if he was being malicious about it, but I think he genuinely thought I said I'm going to attack, in which case, fair enough. I don't think he was being malicious about it either. It was just really unlucky the way that I phrased it while joking on. But, like, what's dumb is that everybody that plays the game knows the only reason this Pokemon's in my deck is to use its ability. So to not use its ability is... There's never a time where you don't use the ability. Like, there's never a time you don't use it. Because it will only ever help you to get set up. So that's why I really thought the judge would go the other way, but they just called it a gameplay error on my part, which is fair enough. He knew what he was doing. I don't know, man. Dude was pretty chill. Dude was pretty chill. Not everyone's in it to just make everyone sad, you know? It's not always like that. I think it was fair enough. Like, it could have just seemed like I forgot as well. So, it was whatever. Anyways, should we stop yapping and start talking about this game? This is a pretty miserable start, as we mentioned at the time, for Rogue, because obviously he took so much damage early. Does he have anywhere near enough to really deal with this army? You wouldn't think so. It's Ling Bane, Roach Ravager. Oh, the Bane's going to go through multiple storms. The Banes just die to the storms. Yeah. That is one way to lose your army as Rogue, and can't really blame him for trying it the way he did either. Like, I actually think this is probably one of the better ways in which he could have given this. Like his setup was just not good early. I mean, I think maybe he could have tried to control the Banelings a bit better, but it's kind of a hard one to call, honestly. Because I think he's just... I mean, he's maxed out, so you're never really dead if you're maxed out. You can always try and take a better fight. But yeah, I mean, this army was going to be... And there was so many storms as well. Even if you try and micro out, there's no guarantee most storms don't hit. Rogue just says GG's. Yeah, Cristiana really has Rogue's number. Rogue is so good in ZVZ. He's so good in ZVT. Man just cannot seem to, for the life of him, to be able to figure out ZVP. It's really crazy. Especially Cristiana's ZVP seems to be really, really tough for him. Like, he seems to have such a difficult time trying to work through this matchup. What else is going on? Triggerversary on Cristiana will play against either Cure, Winged, or Roxas Aussie, as I believe Winged and Roxas are still playing their first round matchup. So they're battling it out. Otherwise, ByuN is waiting for Percival or Wayne. Rex is waiting for Geralt or GG Machine. MaxPax is playing Yakov. Nikarak playing Shameless. Shin playing Showtime. Classic waiting for Milky Cow or Jumi. So yeah. Do I know who won Liu Cup? Mate, I have not watched any StarCraft or looked at any StarCraft in the last 6 days. I don't even know who made the playoffs of the Liu Cup. I know nothing. Is Shin Showtime already on? Yeah, they're actually already in game 2. They've been in game for 2 minutes, and they were in game... They went in game originally, like, say 10 minutes ago, so they're 100% already on game 2 even. So it's not even like we can maybe look to jump into a second game of their series, because that is very much so already underway. Yeah, I don't know anything about what's happened in the last week of StarCraft. I really took being off for 6 days as a chance to just like completely dissociate and just step away. Doesn't happen very often, you know. Cristiana beating Rogue is like a plat beating a GM. Not really, because Cristiana is like extremely high MMR. In fact, I think Cristiana might even be higher MMR than Rogue on the if you compare them. I don't know if Rogue does play on Europe, but like Cristiana is very good. It's not really the same as a plat beating a GM. It is more like a GM beating a GM. I don't even know, like, I don't even know if Cristiana beating Rogue is an upset, man. Like, Cristiana, Rogue, history. Rogue beat him 2-1 2 weeks ago, and then Cristiana beat him 2-1 in October. So they're now 2-1 all time. They were 1-1 all time going into today. That's kind of crazy. They hadn't played so much. I really felt like they played a lot lately. Crazy. Alrighty, guys. We'll take a few moments just chilling and waiting. I've got a little, like I said, I've got a little something to show you guys in the downtime, but I don't want to crank it out just yet. You know, I want to wait a little bit and guess a little bit deeper on the day at least before we start with it. So, yeah. Maybe not 100% PvZ, but Rogue is crazy good in general. Rogue is crazy good, but I mean, I really can't. So is Cristiana lately. Like, you can't look at Cristiana's results and also just not say that he's performing at, like, I would say a similar level to Rogue, honestly, give or take. I mean, maybe a little bit below. I think his style does work nicely against Rogue in the matchup, which definitely helps. I don't think I put Cristiana ahead of Rogue, but, like, I do think Cristiana's playing at a level where it's like him beating Rogue is not super shocking. The players he's been competing against and winning against lately have been very impressive, so yeah. Percival just won, and he will play ByuN. I don't really want to jump us into a TVT, though, if I'm going to be honest. If we don't jump into the TVT, though, what am I actually looking to get us into? Kyo is going to play Winjin. The winner of that plays Cristiana. That could be kind of interesting. I don't really know what I want to watch, guys. I don't really know what my plan is, to be honest. So, yeah. That sub was so much louder than the other ones for some reason. What's up, Soul Man? Thank you so much for the 50-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you for resubbing us up. You work through the early stages of this 74th WardiTV Monday. Usually ByuN Percival is really fun. Do you guys want to watch ByuN Percival TVT? Or would you guys rather wait for something else? Speak now! Or hold your peace. I'm going to start hopping to the Korean server. Because TVT, go, yeah. Oh, God, you guys are into it. Jeez. Holy. Alright, let's hope I got on the Korean server in time. Made it. Crazy. Barely get any TVTs at all. That's true. I guess my brain is stuck in the days of if you suggest any sort of a mirror matchup, the entire stream goes... They, like, have a seizure while trying to leave the stream as quickly as possible. Like the effect that mirror matchups have on the people. Yeah, I guess not PvP is just generally... That's just what PvP does nowadays. It's like, hey guys, do you guys want to watch a PvP? They have the same reaction still. PvT and ZVZ are now, like, allowable matchups to be streamed. Alright, we are counting down and getting into this, guys. Thank you for a little bit of patience. Well, we figured out what we're going to do. Why the mirror hate? That's just what people are like, man. People just don't like the mirror matchups. People just don't like the mirror matchups. I talk about this a lot, but like when I upload, I don't upload mirror matchups to YouTube anymore. Because every time I upload a mirror matchup to YouTube, it's basically a waste of an upload in terms of viewership. Like, even if it's like Cyril versus Raynor, or I guess you can't say Clem anymore. You know, or like, even if it's like Maru versus like Q, or even Maru versus Clem when it was TVT, right? Like, mirror matchups always perform terribly on YouTube. So even when it was great players, I basically never ever upload mirror matchups because it's just not worth it. Because you would be better off usually uploading pretty much any other matchup you have access to. So for somebody that just, you know, usually has a lot of matchups to, you know, to choose from, to choose between to upload, it's never really worth uploading the, it's never really worth uploading the mirrors. So that's always kind of interesting. Anyways, so we have got ByuN, we have got Percival, TVT is underway, we have our first SCV coming across the map initially to scout, and it's ByuN to do the scouting, so ByuN going to go for the little bit of a let's figure out what's going on approach, whereas it's going to be Percival. He kind of takes the approach of like, he's going to go single gas, but he's not going to scout, so this is kind of the greediest you can get to, because this auto loses if your opponent plays some kind of like proxy Rex, because you just have no idea. You don't get the information anywhere near on time to do anything about it. So yeah, see what happens and get this underway. Let's see, we gather this for a couple of seconds. Just gonna be seeing the Reaper is gonna be there to greet set SCV, and go back and forth for a couple moments. You're gonna have a bit of a Reaper fight even. The Reapers will start to engage with one another. It's always a bit of RNG. Those Reapers, there's a very small delay randomized between unit attacks. So typically a unit attacks every however so often, right? Same, every 0.5 seconds, let's say, but it's actually every 0.5001 or so. And there's like that slight randomization, which means that when the fiends start attacking at the same time, one will always win when it's like a Reaper versus a Reaper and their shots aren't projectiles, and there's very rarely anything you can do to kind of change your fate, because like I say, it's just random. So players don't usually like to play that coin flip. It's something you'll see like the worst player, sometimes if they know they're the underdog and they need kind of like a bit of momentum early game, it's the sort of risk they will take, because it's like, well, it's truly like a coin flip. You take the coin flip to maybe get a Reaper early, why not? When you're the player that could really, deal with every possible lead possible, and if you don't get the coin flip in your favor, well, hey, you were in trouble anyway, Raven on the way out from Percival. ByuN gonna go triple CC for the moment. I think more than anything else, it's just a very fast triple CC. Of course, the starport coming in afterwards, so I'm playing a little greedy in the early stages of this. Grave coming up, the Marines and the Cyclone coming through. Depot's on the way, starport still building with that command center coming online as well. A couple of Hellions coming up and a few units gathering on the high ground as we wait to see what is coming up next here. The Marines and the Hellion will join in together with the Reaper. Matrix coming up with the Raven as well. Going to be a big factor here, you'd imagine. And yeah, we really just take a few moments to see where exactly things are going to go as Reaper, Hellion, Cyclone gathering through. We're going to start moving out onto the map a little bit to... And you've got the Cyclones, and typically the player with the Cyclone takes map control. If you have a Cyclone in general or just at all, you generally take map control, because why not? But first of all, going to play a bit more safe and more defensively here. He's up against a lot of Hellions. 6 Hellions is pretty substantial numbers, so not going to go do too much with all that just yet. I'm going to give it a few moments and see when we get some commitment somewhere along the way for these guys. Raven and the Matrix both coming online. Yeah, it's not like ByuN is even going to skip his own Ravens. Like, he's going to go Ravens himself, just doing that a little later on. Scan into the main base. Percival will try and double check what exactly is happening. So he's just trying to make sure he's got the confirmation here to the best of his ability as well. And these two Cyclones, Reaper and the Hellion, will go running to the bottom left-hand side and just running out of trouble there for a couple of seconds as they join up and gather in the natural. Raven overhead, hanging about. The Ravens will just sit tight for the moment. Stem, Siege Tank. The Vikings on the way. A lot of good little bits and pieces just coming through at the moment then, so gonna we stick with that at the moment. Here's the tank and the stem coming up. Marines, tanks, Ravens heading across. So just be a bit of a shove from Percival, see what he can do. He is on a third CC of his own, just obviously got to that a little later. It's equal workers though. It's equal army supplies as well, and ByuN will see this approach, so he's going to be pretty well prepped to not let anything kind of go overboard or get too crazy here. Looks as though he's keeping this fairly well controlled for the first couple of moments. Snags himself a lock on, cleaning out one Hellion. The tanks are going to threaten pushing in already. ByuN just unsiege and saying, well, it's not worth you throwing any matrixes down. And yeah, he's aggressively just sort of positioning as though he's like, hey, yeah, we can fight at any moment right now. Like, I'm okay with that. And kind of inviting Percival to maybe attack into him. Then Percival's a bit unsure because ByuN obviously is looking pretty prepared to fight. We'll see the auto turrets coming down, so we are going to see an engagement here. One matrix on the tank from ByuN is kind of nice because even though it's not siege, it's still a fight where these guys are committing, right? So it is still damage that was coming out onto that. Nice cyclone lock on from ByuN, going to be able to get rid of the Viking a bit more easily. Going to just about finish off a Raven. Does the Viking numbers in his favor, if only by a little bit. One more auto turret came down. Every player lost every single Raven. One tank sieges from ByuN. That means Percival can no longer commit in. You lose DPS in the moment from sieging that tank, but the moment it gets sieged, it is massive, and in this case, it does completely force Percival back the other way. That is going to be ByuN overall, I think, coming out ahead just slightly on the resources loss. No, he's actually still behind a little bit by a couple hundred, but he's a few STVs ahead, so... And yeah, every single Raven gone makes the next stage of this game so much funkier, because now you've got no matrixes. Now no one really has that kind of ability to pressure in or to attack forward like they did before because of what the Ravens provide for you. Marine tank Viking pulling back up around the top. 1-1 on combat shield coming through. The Marines coming about. A lot more of this coming in. The other Marines are going to step forward as well. And we just have the tanks still moving down the right side also. Cyclones locking on. One Cyclone goes down. They do have a group of Marines that went the other way. ByuN saw it with a trailing unit that got caught, so he can respond to this move if he would like. He's going to be pulling back somewhat cautiously. Combat shield's going to finish a little sooner for Percival. We'll see if that maybe comes into play as well. Percival still trying to move up there a couple of moments. Just going to see the tanks sieging. Feels like we're going to have another holdout here in the middle of the map as neither player wants to really commit through for this moment of the TVT. Marine tank will step forward a little bit from Percival. Again, unsieging, repositioning, trying to figure out, do we want to commit to this or do we not? Trying to figure out these little bits and pieces. A bunch of tanks that got sieged up over there as well, up top. Adding another command center on also. Yeah, teacher upgrades across the board, starports coming online. A lot of that just coming up and online currently. 2 more starports then, so really committing through to the later stages in this air Terran kind of style, which is expected to come through. Getting there already right now. Yeah, Sky Terran is a very real thing, of course. Being able to take air control of the Vikings, get a couple libs in, and at some point you oftentimes go into a whole bunch of Ravens later game as well again. Because Ravens are good, and if you can build a bunch of them all at once, and it doesn't really kind of, eat into too much else of what you're doing, they're pretty much always just going to be a pretty big benefit for you. So those Marines coming about. Marines the medevacs coming back the other side. Just pulling over to the left, to the center. Couple tanks, few Vikings on the way. Missile turrets on the way through for the moment. Just a few units from Percival. Can't imagine that's going to go anywhere for him, as we actually do get rid of the first medevac quickly. Viking count 6 to 9, so it is going into Percival's favor. Expected, because he has the 3 starports to the 1, notably. Whereas ByuN is going into the extra few barracks already. So ByuN's going to be a lot more biocentric. His opponent going to be a lot more kind of positional and kind of, air control focused. That's going to be a big talking point for us here in terms of how this continues through, and whether ByuN can kind of use the mobility on the ground to out-position and out-maneuver the strength of the Vikings and the positional advantage that they generally give you. ByuN will go tank for tank here to get into position, and that's not a bad trade because, like I said, it puts him in position. Being in position, one of the most important things, because now we're hitting this refinery down. If ByuN's moved up top for Percival, so he's going to loop around the main army and basically go elsewhere to deal damage, and can't really disagree with that move, because right now it's allowing him to push straight on forwards and into this position. Tank going down, CC gets cancelled. It wasn't even cancelled, it was killed. So these units actually find a ton of value here, and like I say, just forcing the response from ByuN. ByuN's still holding this position with a few tanks, but he has to scan to get vision onto the high ground at this point. So it doesn't really leave you in a great spot. 3-3 plus 2 vehicle weapons, so upgrades still coming up from Percival. ByuN has not started his own 3-3, something you will have to remember at some point. See, the Raven actually does get a tank with the auto turret in the end. The chase is good to deliver on that one. Again, upgrades across the board at the moment, so bringing all these upgrades through, bringing all of those in. Seeing where we get to here. Marines are heading to the bottom. Just going to find a depot as they go. Get that depot off. Marines looking for the other Marines, and they might clash. It's a small Marine fight. It's not going to be that big of a deal. Looks like Percival maybe wins out a little bit. ByuN is leading overall in the supply, but do remember to mention what ByuN is doing, which is to be building the extra barracks up initially, right? So he can kind of rebuild a bit more quickly into kind of cheaper units, whereas Percival's going to be a bit tech heavier with the tech heavier units with the Vikings and so on. So it's kind of a big part of the difference right now in this game. ByuN pushes down this left-hand side again. For him, it's so much about mobility. For Percival, it's going to be a lot of kind of setting up defensively and holding these positions down, and really trying to make the most of that as this tank siege. And knock a couple of tanks in the distance off pretty quickly here. They go down without issue. Just going to be seeing the tanks besieging once again. Percival pulls back. ByuN's still in reach of command center. ByuN is expanding everywhere all at once, and I kind of love it because it just creates a lot of targets on the map of places you got to go to. As places you got to go to here as ByuN, as Percival. Like, you've got to get up here, you've got to get down here, and you will get to some of those almost no doubt. But can you get to all of them is a very different question, and I think that is a question which is the answer to is probably not, and hence that makes this a much tougher situation. Marine stepping through, the tank stepping back. Just going to have those Marines still trying to come forward. Just going to be spreading. Tanks going to get caught here. A bunch of them already going down. Marines going to be getting a grab of a bunch of those. You can see the tank firing from afar. Tank on tank action. Going to go in favor of ByuN by one tank. Matrix goes down. Hits the tank there. Marines still stepping through. The tank goes down as well. The other tank getting chased. Well, Vikings come through as well. We will see those Vikings now lifting back up into the skies. Two more Ravens coming up. Marines, tanks, Vikings coming about. Command centers on the way. The armory coming through as well. Second Raven going to come through. Matrix goes down. It's going to be seeing that tank getting caught. We are just going to see a couple of tanks still hitting the planetary fortress here. We'll fight. Just going to see the auto turrets looking to come down as well. We are going to be pushing straight through this. I'm just going to be seeing the tank still firing. A few Marines getting shot at. Trades on this bottom right-hand side. There is a bit of positioning being made in the center of the map as well. A little bit of a push onto that planetary fortress at the same time here. So, and a little bit of that pressure on as everything else continues around us. One more tank gets blasted for a moment or two. Missile turrets coming up as well. Still building a lot of that into play. The Ravens coming online. Everything else settling in for the moment. A lot of turrets. Still feel like these corner bases are going to become a big factor for ByuN as this game progresses. There's almost no way in which this does not just become a big deal, basically, at the end of the day. Like I say, you've got that kind of air control right now on the side of Percival, the 10 Ravens, and he still has the Vikings where ByuN only has Ravens. And so it's really going to be a question of efficiency, and Percival trained 5k better off so far. If ByuN can, mine out a lot of the minerals in the corner bases even, it could be absolutely a big factor. You see the Marines and the Ravens coming back around the bottom side. Position there for a couple seconds, and we actually stim in. ByuN chases through, but he's not really sure of wanting to commit to this. The interference matrix going down, the medevac's pulling back over to the left. Siege tank gets knocked down already as well. Now everything else going down on that bottom side. ByuN has a lot of workers, which means that his army supply right now is very weak. And that's my concern. Are the few units that ByuN has available to him enough to really kind of get through and change the game? No is the answer, and especially not in a fight like this. Like, this fight is not making it happen in the slightest. So I don't know what he was looking for there. Like, the anti-arm missile was never going to change things. Like, he just never had enough straight up. Now we get caught chasing maybe a bit too far forward as Percival. A bunch of Vikings get wiped out, so ByuN does find a return. ByuN is rebuilding with a lot of cheaper units, right? The Marines, are very cheap to replace, and that's a lot of what he is losing here. But it's about 1,000 resource loss worse than it was when we looked last, so that's not terrible just yet. One Matrix though, and that's a tank that will die. This push up the right side continues. These next couple moments, tank still just trying to keep stepping forward here as the Marine tank with Raven Force will continue to come online at the moment. +3, +2 coming in. The triple orbital building as well. In the center of the map, our Marines coming through. Missile turrets and the Sense Tower going down. Tanks going to get taken out as well. Pick those off. This is an interesting moment because it's the moment where, like, a mobile ByuN army should be loving being out on the map here, but he's lacking medevacs at the moment. He's low HP with a lot of these Marines. Auto turrets coming down, pressing forward. Do we have any tanks as Percival? He's got 13, just none of them are nearby. They're pretty spread out. There's 3. Well, okay, there's 8 of the 13 over here. And to be fair, they get rid of a base, which we can't complain about. We've been talking about the importance of these external bases from ByuN, these corner bases, and what they could mean for him for quite a while. As soon as Percival commits in any way over there, though, ByuN is just like, right, I'm going to turn up the pressure elsewhere and try and make you pay for your commitment into the corner. And that is the benefit that he has, is that if you do commit to the corners, it is going to leave the middle of the map or the other side of the map very open, and ByuN is absolutely taking advantage of that positioning. This forward base goes down. Very replaceable, much more replaceable than the corner base. But a base for a base in a game where we're talking about Percival probably needing to, mine whatever bases he can get a hold of, is not exactly ideal. Yeah, I mean, it's still nice for him to deny the corner, because I think eventually Percival always gets this back. It's not a guarantee ByuN gets the corner back. In fact, it's Percival that's making a bid for positioning on this bottom right side. There's only 4 tanks here. I think ByuN could just stim at this bottom right side. and knock all of these tanks down. His own tank's getting caught in a Matrix, getting caught over here now. And yeah, he's going to start moving through. He Matrixes the first tank. Even the rest of the tanks, man, it's like, they're not set up to deal with the attack from this direction either, is what it comes down to, right? They're positioned to kind of, deal with an attack coming from top right to bottom left, not top left to bottom right. ByuN is going to lose his own central base, though. Percival going blow for blow, losing his base, kills his opponent's bottom right corner. ByuN going to match his opponent as well, deny this attempt from his opponent, as Percival was denying ByuN's. Some tanks still going after the siege tank then for a couple of moments. Ravens and the Vikings up in the skies. Not really pushing down here, man. Percival has so many commands on these, even if they're not orbitals or whatever yet. There's just got so much potential to replace locations. Let me know the siege from ByuN at least, and so you will be able to slow push into this position with the power of the tanks being behind you. Anti-armor missiles. Whole position from ByuN. I kind of like it because the Vikings then flew forward, but then we get every single Matrix off. ByuN kind of has to turn and fight. He's doing a good job of trying to just play the edges to not run into tank fire of the sieging tanks of his opponents. ByuN got a lot of value there. He got a lot of the air units away. He actually keeps a few Marines alive too, but does he have enough to deal with the main force if it pushed forward right now? I actually think he would, to be honest. I actually think he would be able to if he wanted to try and make that happen. Tanks going to fire, Marines coming through. That's going to be seeing the CC going to float to the bottom right hand side. Single Marine on top of the tank over here, taking some damage as well. It's going to go down. Matrix goes off, hits the Ravens, but ByuN I don't think is going to take a fight with those anytime soon. Not one where Matrix is likely to become that influential at least. Vikings trying to get to those medevacs. Marines going to come forward. I love what ByuN's done with a lot of the whole positioning. Oh, he might commit through here because he had a bit of a jump before those tanks were sieged. So many tanks sieging at once, though, is scary, and that's why we kind of stopped to deal with this as ByuN. He doesn't really kind of commit all the way through. There's a lot of commitment on the low ground, though, and that gives ByuN the chance to play the high ground. He loses a lot of Marines that are trying to, I guess, hold position on the low ground there initially. I wish the rest of those Marines had just ran up to the high ground. They didn't really buy time or anything, and a few more Marines here could have made the difference. Matrix has all of the tanks. His own Raven count looking great right now. Auto turrets coming down. Percival's supply is losing out on a lot of its ability right now, so that's going the wrong direction. These Ravens have been nice, but they keep on auto turret. Now we're going to auto turret the low ground. We're going to stim in with the Marines on the high ground as the tanks are in Matrix. The Marines were also super low, though. ByuN is trying to escape away from Viking shots as we speak. This game has been a little silly at the tail end. And again, is that not just every TVT? A lot of the time it really is, to be honest. Still one tank down here. Will go down for one tank, but obviously clearing it out is the main message that we're sending here as ByuN that is not allowed to stay up and operational in that position at all. Pushing the left side once again through the center from ByuN. He's going to get rid of this forward base. An orbital that could lift maybe. Still Marines nearby, so lifting is not going to be the be-all and end-all of this of saving this. Percival's just out of money, man. At the end of the day, ByuN having this top left corner mine now is big. Percival not finishing mine in the middle is big. And trying to get the bottom right will be game-changing, because it may mean he just doesn't die yet, but yeah. Raven, tanks, etc. Coming through, just another little scan coming up as well. Marines gonna get through, the mules and the SCVs all going down. I mean, ByuN knows that bottom right base is one of the ones if he just denies that, then it's really gonna be almost impossible for Percival to truly get back completely into this. A couple of Vikings gonna shoot at each other. Vikings coming about, Vikings going the other way. Raven Viking being chased out of here once again. Marines Vikings going to hold tight. Just going to see the couple of Vikings coming through too, as we just have the Vikings still chasing. And Order Command really is just being pushed back at the moment. Taking a moment to rest the voice, because at this point I feel like it's a bit more decided than it has been in a while. Marines bottom right again, doing their thing and denying this location. Yeah, I really do feel like we're en route to a cleaner position for ByuN than we've been in for a long time. I mean, Percival's just broke as well, so rebuilding's not fun. Never mind it being fun, it's just not really possible. Ravens up in the sky, trying to do their things. You've got an anti-armor missile coming back in return. ByuN able to trade well enough, and just anything you pick off right now as ByuN is so deadly to the opponent because they're so reliant on everything else kind of that's on the map, because the economy just isn't there to rebuild it. So everything you pick off right now from ByuN is massive. The Matrix is going to get another tank. At this point, he's clearly feeling where he is at, and I think he feels where his opponent is at too. But again, if he knows denying that bottom right base is huge, and like I say, just playing slow and steady, no need for a major push in, no need to go too fast. You're building a bank behind this while you know your opponent isn't. And as such, just taking it slow and steady, which is very against how ByuN typically likes to play and what ByuN typically does, but it's very much so how he's approaching this one right now. +3 vehicle plating coming up, +2 ship weapons coming through too. Order Command will take a step over and then step back. Marines run up, 1 siege tank, some stack defense here. Maybe didn't need to run up here. These Marines were just camping the bottom right corner for a while. And I think that was fine, because again, as long as that base doesn't come up, I think ByuN feels okay about this whole situation. I see the rest of this Marine tank coming back over. Raven Viking coming over as well. I see a couple shots going through. Anti-armor missile going to land on either side. Viking's going to try and push up. We see a bit of back and forth coming through. Tanks will stay sieged. Vikings trying to step forward. Tank getting caught, the other Vikings are stepping through as well. Again, a couple of tanks, the Vikings, the +2 ship weapons continue to produce into play currently. Again, that's still set here. This Marine tank all gathers in. Pushing up a little bit, seeing what we can do. There's a few tanks coming over as well. You're going to get a couple of shots off. Vikings going to hit the other Vikings. Anti-armor missile across the board here. Percival just going to sit middle of the map then for a few more moments. The Vikings, the Ravens, firing a few shots off in return again, still getting some damage out there. Marines going to make a stim into the high ground, and Order Turret goes down. Yeah, anti-armor missile as well. Really does just feel like we're watching the bleed out of Percival in this game one. I don't think there's... I mean, we're really just waiting for Percival to be strangled out of this game to the point he feels like he can't stay in it any longer, and I do not think that is too far away from happening, honestly. Like, this feels like we're very close to that point. I mean, every unit that goes down here from Percival, again, I've said it before, but it's just so irreplaceable. And ByuN is clearly playing this as though he knows the position. Like, he knows he's in absolutely no rush. He knows he has no purpose to speed this up or to go too quickly or anything along those lines, right? The Vikings going to go back and forth. The Ravens going to shoot. All the turrets drop down. Going to push back the other way. And we're going to see the Vikings coming back in return. There's still enough Vikings in the sky that somehow we have air control still here from Percival. ByuN maybe a bit lax on the Viking production. Hard to imagine. I mean, he could have probably had more GG gets scored, like I say. It's hard to really criticize ByuN because he's in such a dominant position that it's not really going to matter at the end of the day. It's just going to be good enough. Alright guys, we're going to come back in a second into game number 2 of this. Get that hosted and ready to go as Percival is going to be down by a map and looking to bounce back with ByuN coming on through. So, set to go. Shin 2-1 against Showtime. Sadly we didn't see that one. Shin will play Classic or Milky Cow in round 3, aka the round of 8 today. Shameless beat Nicorrect. He will play MaxPax or Yakov. That's actually dangerous for MaxPax, maybe. ByuN 2-1 against Trigger. ByuN moves into the round of 8 to play Cure or Cristiana. ByuN against Percival is in the same section as Rex, Geralt, and GG Machine. Apparently, Geralt and GG Machine are playing one hell of a series right now. And then, yeah, that's kind of your update on the bracket, guys. I'd love to keep an eye on maybe the Shin matchup to maybe just grab us a round of 8 when it's ready. But obviously, it depends how long we end up in this TVT for. But the beauty of TVT is while the last game was very long, this next game does not necessarily have to be. Bottom right corner, our red Terran is ByuN. On the top left, the blue Terran is Percival. Just take a couple moments to settle into this one, guys. See what we do. Double gas from ByuN, a bit more ByuN-like compared to what we saw in that previous game, at the very least. But to be fair, the one gas and a scout is not super weird. What was maybe weirder was the fact that it was one gas, no scout from Percival. He's gonna scout this time. Funnily enough, ByuN's gonna double gas and scout. So yeah, a little bit of indecision from game to game in terms of what the scouting scenario is gonna be. Yeah, I say indecision. It's not necessarily indecision. It's more so kind of switching it up and always keeping the opponent a little bit on edge. Do I have a favorite map at the moment? Just look at the map pool, because I'm terrible at thinking of maps off the top of my head. I think 10,000 feet is sometimes pretty fun. I think Winter Madness, Tourmaline are pretty fun as well. I kind of like White Rabbit too. I don't know if I have a favorite. I think these are all fun maps. Ruby Rock as well. I'm not as big a fan of Celestial. I'm not as big a fan of Old Republic. I don't think any of them are bad. I just think that I'm kind of a sucker for kind of simple standard maps. And I think there's a lot you can do with kind of standard maps and still keep it interesting. Like, standard does not have to mean boring, you know. And I think, you know, the maps I just named, some of them are a little bit favored to certain races as well. But I like something like White Rabbit that has like that forward base that gets taken a lot of the time and stuff. Kind of makes the standard games maybe sometimes a bit more aggressive still, while still being kind of laid out to kind of play in a normal way too, right? Are there small tournaments and weekends for lower ranked players like silver or gold? That's a great question. Maybe someone in chat can help because I don't know anymore. There used to be a bunch of organizations that did bronze, silver, gold, and platinum, diamond tournaments and stuff. But I don't know what those currently are in this modern day, to be honest. Cranky Ducklings do one now. Yeah, that sounds familiar. Yeah, I used to be very involved with these back in the day. It's just something I moved away from. Yeah. You have to give it a maybe honestly maybe even just Googling. Like, for some reason, people used to split up. Bronze, silver, gold used to be a division, and then platinum, diamond used to be a division as well. Gold to diamond, yeah. Yeah, I think these things do exist. They're just not as common as they used to be, so you might have to do a bit of digging. But there's definitely... I'd be very surprised if there wasn't any out there. The problem with running lower league stuff that I stepped away from it for is, obviously you can talk about viewership and whatever, but like, it's just admin work. Like the lower the lower league players don't play tournaments as much, right? So they don't self-admin themselves as often, and then there's always the issues, and then there's always that one douchebag who tries to smurf, and yeah, it's one of those things where it's not just simple to be like, well, that sounds like fun one day. Let's just do a bit of that, Drop from ByuN does work because the Reaper Hellion gets into the natural with good target fire. He's going to get a few extra low HP SCVs. He's going to make this 8 kills in total. He's going to kill that tank as well if he's not, if Percival's not careful. The SCV repair was just enough. Jeez. There was a moment where I actually thought it wasn't going to quite be enough as the Reaper throw a grenade down for one last hurrah. And that is going to be the end of all that. 9 SCVs killed though from ByuN. Very effective. His Ravens already starting to move across the map as they realize their opportunity to just get to the other side. And they put some pressure in, so that's exactly what they're going to try and do. One Raven definitely heading right up to this top side here. Moving in, seeing what's going on. That Raven coming straight by. Again, the tank, a few SCVs gathering up as well. It's just going to get those joined in and figure out where we go at this next couple of moments. Stimback Marine coming up as well. Just going to see a couple of barracks coming through. The Orbital Command coming up. Marine tank Raven going to start stepping onto the map as well. And just starting to go toward the upper left-hand side as a couple of Ravens gather together. Two Ravens, two tank, three Marines. The army supply advantage is not really there yet from ByuN, and the triple Raven of Percival. It's interesting because I've seen this before where the triple Raven shows up and it's like, haha, I'm going to get a bunch of damage, but it also means, haha, I do not have the defenses at home that I'm typically meant to have at this point. And so when you see this triple Raven from ByuN, this is smart. He didn't throw the auto turrets down straight away, so he's going to try and deny as much mine as possible. There is just zero counterplay right now to the Ravens of the opponent. So ByuN stepping, yeah, I mean, there you go. Immediately the SCVs start to pull. You see one tank getting sieged up. You're already kind of covering the ramp here with these tanks sieged as well, so now nothing can come to the low ground. These Ravens have to come back home, and there's just no kind of two ways about it. But at least they will come back home, and they didn't use a lot of energy because he didn't actually commit the auto turret straight away. He was very smart and sensible about that. And, okay, ByuN does get the unsiege. He will have to probably auto turret in return. That was a great double auto turret on the right side because it actually caught the, tank in a surround. Those auto turrets from ByuN came back very far away, and immediately Percival's just like, I'm going across the map. He recognizes that ByuN's army is stuck out over here in a bit of a bad spot. And basically now he's going to flip this on its head. He's going to say, I'm going to come the other way. I'm going to get in position. I'm going to basically punish you for being over here. And I'm going to take advantage of that right about now. So where we go with this is the Cyclone and the few Marines are going to show up. ByuN, he is back in position to deal damage on the natural, but he's going to have to do a lot to make up for what is likely going to be a ton of damage here, because ByuN's army supply is evening now, but he just doesn't have much at all back at home. Now he's about to have Stim, but there's not that. There's an okay amount of Marines, I guess. He saves the third CC, so that's a big deal too. These Marines need to step forward and join in against this siege tank, because that could have been an opportunity to kill. Auto turret's still going in the main base. Percival losing a lot of economy. The Viking comes out to play defense against the attempted drop in. And so we stay alive for now. Another auto turret. I mean, again, so annoying when there's so many Ravens, so much spread available. Like I say, I would have loved if he'd been able to kill this tank here, but didn't quite happen. At the end of the day, Percival flipped the script when it came to the attack, but doesn't manage to do enough overall. Orbital liftoff going to pull over to the side. Marine Medevac Raven pulling back as well here currently. He's just going to try and get away from there. Just going to try and back this up. Where are we going to go? Marine Raven pulling away. A few Marines gathering. What is the plan going to be? Rejoin ourselves for a couple of moments then, so okay, a couple seconds here. A few more SCVs, the Raven's still doing work on the other side. That does mean that Ravens that don't have energy to join this fight though, so again, that's always going to be part of the concern right now. Oh, eats an anti-armor missile. Oh, that's so dangerous from ByuN. Oh, what a save from Percival on those siege tanks. Oh my god, that's such a big play. ByuN completely committed in there with the goal of knocking the tanks down, and Percival picked them up last second. I think ByuN might have been able to target the medevacs, honestly. He is going to get rid of these tanks now, so honestly not that bad in the end for ByuN anyway. SCVs pulled, and he only lost 3 of them. But it was a good initial save, because Percival would have lost the game 10 seconds sooner if it wasn't for the lifting that he made happen. It does seem as though ByuN is getting more and more comfortable here. 60 workers to the 52. Army supply comfortably ahead. Upgrades are in a pretty similar place, at least. There's the saving grace. And it's TVT, right? So, I mean, the match might go on for a bit, and maybe Percival can pull off some defense that maintains his position in this game, kind of keeps him in it for a little while longer, potentially. So that is a possibility, too. Something else for us to watch for here. As these Marines, tanks, Vikings gather for a few moments as well. He's going to try and go to the upper left-hand side. And Percival's dropping into the natural too, so he's going to try and run in over here at the same time, so he's trying to move in as well. A couple of units go back the other way, they don't have much choice. ByuN at the same time runs straight across the other side. Interference matrix going down. GG, says Percival. And ByuN is going to take. I'm going to jump us straight to a score screen because I'm trying to catch another match. I feel like it just started. Oh no, it did. Yeah, 4 minutes ago. I tell you what we can do, guys. I think what we're going to do. So ByuN and Percival move on. I'm going to presume Rex is. I mean, Rex is streaming. So let's see if Rex is playing against somebody. Still waiting? No way. Are they in game? Garrel and GG Machine actually just... I saw GG Machine on earlier, so... They should be in game though, surely. Custom, 29 minutes. Right, okay, so... Okay, so we've got a mild delay on the bracket. So top side is just moving along. I kind of think what I want to do then, guys, is probably just wait for Classic Shin Game 2. So I think I want to wait for Classic Shin Game number 2. Yeah, guys, ByuN 120. Yeah, I think we're going to wait for Classic Shin Game 2. What I can do, though, is bring up the French stream, and we can just watch from the French stream for a little bit. It's probably going to make the most sense. Because they are watching Shin Classic, so we can watch Game 1, and then go into Game 2 live when Game 1 finishes up. How about that? Let's do that. So, we'll, like I say, grab a little bit of excitement from this one. As, I believe, was that the prism that just went down? Might be the prism that just went down. I was just looking at the other screen for a second. It's kind of a low-key big deal. We're Hydra still gathering up for a second or two. As we just have Shin in full attack mode. This game 1 is actually looking to be very aggressive right now to Shin. Seeing Classic pull off a lot of great defenses previously, though, so let's see if this is going to be one of those times. Shin is setting off at least the first stasis ward. Second stasis gets set off as well. He's set off all the stasis so far. Good job. There's one stasis way off to the right side. It's not going to come into play for a while. Classic needs to pick his storms well right now. He cannot miss a storm, honestly. As there is the first one. It's okay. The thing about storms is even if they're not going to do tons of damage, the zoning of these storms is a big deal, but the concave that Shin has right now is absolutely ridiculous. Basically a full wraparound on this army. And this is looking very bad indeed for Classic, who is looking to be kind of dead, in all honesty, in this this game 1. So, yeah, it looks as though it was an Archon drop kind of thing that was going on. So, yeah, let me make sure that we get into game number 2 of this, guys, and we'll continue our way on round of 8 of this section of the bracket, and we go from there. Just close that stream. Let's wait for Classic to give us the invite into game number 2 as he plays against Shin here on this match. Ruby Rock going to be our map. Perfecto. Go gets called. I'm going to get this ready to go, guys. So it'll be game 2. And Shin leads 1-0. Beautiful. All right. So we'll jump into game 2 of Classic Shin, guys. This is from the round of 8. So Yakov took a map of MaxPax, and then Shameless is now going to play MaxPax. It could be, well, it could be the winner of this versus MaxPax in our first semi-final. Apparently GG Machine just came through 2-1, by the way, against Geralt after an hour and a half. So now GG Machine will play Rex. The winner of that plays ByuN. We got more of the bracket on. The bracket is there if you guys want to inspect it for yourselves. For now, though, we get back into it with some ZVP, and we actually get to go live in game, such as some game sounds and stuff. Hey, I mean, if we miss the first game, at least it doesn't go on forever, and we get to go in game and watch the series from there. In the top left side, our blue Zerg player is going to be Shin. On the bottom right side, our red Protoss player is Classic. Game 2 of our BO3. Kick this off and get this going. Again, welcome back to the stream, everyone. Thanks for joining us after we've been away for a whole week. Crazy business, like I say. We got a lot of streams coming up from here on out. We've got a lot of cool stuff coming in. Winter Championship, WardiTV Team League. The Hatch Gas Bull coming up for a couple of moments. The drone on the way. Cybercore on the Nexus. Still building about. You just got the probe into play as well. Probe will just step through. Drone is going to be there as well. And probe will be as annoying as it possibly can be for a couple of seconds here. Putting some damage out early on. And a couple of drones is going to pull through to do a little bit more there as well. Yeah, putting some damage out, putting some work in. I see the probe turns out to the other side. A couple of queens, a couple of lings continue through the Overlord, and the ling speed still building up as well. So we get more of that on the way. Just for now. Got a lot of this up and rolling as that probe pulls back through. The Adept and the Warp Gate coming up also. Stargate producing. It's going to be on the way. A couple of lings going to nibble at the rocks onto the low ground. And yeah, the couple of queens still building on by. Ling speed up and done in a moment. Let's see why Shin takes us here through these early stages. Alright, Adept and the Warp Gate continue coming through. The Oracle coming up, Warp Gate on the way. Again, probe coming around that right side. A little bit of a shade forward from an Adept. As you might have just heard, that's heading through the center of the map currently as well. Zergling's speed is still also producing on by. It's on its way up with the Queen producing also. Drones, Lings, and Overlord building. A lot of the rest of that coming through. A couple of probies are going to come down to the bottom. Moves back out. Again, Ling speed finishes. Queen drone, the spores coming up as well. The Oracle goes to the upper left-hand side. We will see it in position very shortly. Just trying to figure out a couple of these twists and turns and where things are moving to. Queen's going to gather. Oracle activates onto the creep tumor. And those Lings coming up. The Queen on the way. Just going to be seeing our Spore coming up as well. Oracle still peels off to the sides. Yeah, the couple Oracles together going to come through the center. Oracle will activate 3-4 drones going down initially. Gonna lose one Oracle, but man, we killed so many drones. 9 workers go down. Kill an Oracle. I don't think you can be upset, though. When you've killed an Oracle, right? Well, you killed 9 drones, losing an Oracle feels kind of alright, you know? There's always that question, how many drones is it okay to lose for an Oracle? I feel like Zerg and Protoss have very different answers to these things. It's still 2 Oracles alive, which is why I think it's especially good for Classic here. Like, he still has a lot of presence on this map. He still has a lot of capability to kind of move around and get things done right now. So that especially is kind of why I'm feeling pretty good about this on the side of our Protoss. As the land the Rotron comes up, Shin did get back to redroning, but obviously it takes a little while to truly set back up fully into that. So get that on the way. Let's see where this all goes. +1 on Blink the follow from Classic. No surprises there to be moving into the Blink Stalkers as the next step of this just for the moment. Moving straight on forward with that for the moment as a couple of Adepts continue to gather through. The Oracle's going to be nearby. Just going to see an Evo Chamber coming to the front. Just going to drop into the front there. The Adepts are going to try and shade. They got hit. It's kind of funny, I guess. The Adept shade pathing didn't see the Evo Chamber at first, and so it did. They did headbutt into the Evo Chamber for half a second. Getting some damage onto this hatchery, which is very nearly getting it cancelled. Now the Lings run in, the Oracles will be forced to turn onto the Lings instead, and that buys quiet time for the Queens to get here. A bit of Overlord creep spreading as well, just to help us get there a little bit sooner and help protect things from getting a little bit out of reach and honestly being in a little bit of a tricksy scenario. Hydrogen still coming up, about to be done. A few Stalkers still gathering up as well. Hydra's Lings building through, the +1 missiles, and the Groove Spine upgrade building as well. Lings looking for a run across here. I'm just going to see the couple Stalkers going to be there. Those Lings go the other way. Oracle's overhead as well. Going to keep an eye on things. A couple of those Lings still getting shot down. We have our battery. We have our gateway. All of this coming through still. The +1 attack upgrade now finishing as well. And these Lings are just going to run through. A bunch of these probes will continue to go in after, will continue to go down, but only a couple. Classic's defense good, and his aggression is about to pop off, and I don't think Shin survives this, guys. Hydras are arriving just a bit too late, and honestly without enough support. Like, we're basically just walking the Hydras straight into the Stalker shots. There's not a case where there's a ton of Lings in front of the Hydras. The Queens are not necessarily going to tank a whole bunch of damage either, so it does really feel as though the potential of Classic just overrunning here is going to be high. The Lings run in, there's already units there. That's not going to be a big deal. A bigger deal is over here, because the Blink Stalkers continue to trade. If Shin can pull off a defense, and you can't hate it for him, right? Ling Hydra is powerful, but I do think pulling off the defense against this aggressive a group of Stalkers, which are in this good a number, outnumbering you so heavily, so quickly, is a big, big problem. I 100% think that this is going kind of the wrong way right now, and that Shin is unfortunately going to be on the losing end of this game too, which means that Classic is going to take us to a game 3. Stalker's still shooting, the other drones pull forward. Again, the Oracles keep on fighting, the Hydras keep on going down. We blink forward to get rid of the Queen. The Hydras, GG's called, and Classic takes game number 2 of this best of 3 series. Classic ties us up 1-1 in the best of quarterfinals. Best of 3 quarterfinals, I should say. So, Classic moves into a game 3. ByuN is waiting for Rex or GG Machine, and ByuN is waiting for Cure or Cristiana. They are still playing. Then MaxPax and Shin are still playing, and then Shin and Classic are playing as well right now. So all of that currently underway. That's where everything is at here in WardiTV Mondays 74, guys. We'll do a little sellout when we get into the start of this game 3 once the ads are wrapped up in a couple of minutes. Unless Shin gets very funky, which he could do. Proxy hatching is absolutely on Shin's agenda generally, so it's possible. Alright, counting down. In the bottom left, our blue Zergy is going to be Shin. Of course, he won that first game that we saw the tail end of. He lost the second game, which we saw entirety of, which was just Classic dominating. what happens in Game 3 deciding map to move on into the semi-finals and into the prize money. Moving through, and take a little step over Gate and the probe coming up as well. Not much going on early. This will be prime sellout time, but the ads are still on. I really want to hit everyone with the double sellout, you know, the ads into the actual just Wardy sellout as well. You know, for full sellout efficiency, you know. That's the current pathway aiming for. Ay. Overload coming about. Just chilling. Take a couple moments. Zergling speed on the way. Stargate coming up as well. I'm just going to get that coming through right now. Second Overlord. And we'll follow the first Adept. The journey to the other side of the map. Alright guys, so welcome out of the ads and into Wardy sellout time. As this is the WardiTV Mondays and hence the WardiTV event, we are starting off the WardiTV 2026 series properly this week with our first major event of the year in the WardiTV Winter Championship. All of this is made possible with your guys' support. And obviously one of the main things we're pushing this year especially is the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of anything you pledge on the Patreon goes directly into WardiTV tournament prize pools for events such as the WardiTV Mondays, events such as the WardiTV Winter Championship, and everything else that we run. So if you're enjoying the WardiTV events, if you're enjoying the streams, and you want to support more, definitely check out the Patreon page. That's patreon.com/WardiTV. Like I say, 100% of anything you support with on the Patreon goes directly into WardiTV tournament prize pools and helps us to keep on running these tournaments into the future. So do check that out. I appreciate you if you do. Of course, there's other ways to support as well if you fancy it, such as subscribing to the Twitch channel using those Prime subs. Maybe your Prime sub's available right now because we've been offline a few days, so make sure you check that. Such as Suicide L Penguin for the 14-month resub on the Prime. Thank you so much. Appreciate the 14. And, yeah. Like I say, if you can support, please consider it. Even if that's just taking a moment to like and subscribe on the YouTube. Scrolling down, hitting those buttons takes a couple moments, but goes a long way as well. One of our early goals this year is the 50,000 YouTube subs, and we are only 1,500 or so away, so we are pushing that nice and powerfully as best we can. Keep it up on the YouTube, guys. We appreciate you all over there as well. That is a much less good way to lose an Oracle. Classic. I was gonna say, he stopped to fight, and I was like, okay, but you just lost one, and now you're gonna get very close to losing two. Second Oracle doesn't die, but it goes low, and that might just be the end of Oracle harass in this game. Not a great start from Classic in this one. Okay, he has one more Oracle. Still, though, that other Oracle is so low, it's going to be very dangerous committing through to try and deal damage at any point of this, so it's definitely something we have to kind of watch for and consider during these next couple moments. Jimmy gets picked off, cleaned out. The Oracles gather still. Have a few probes moving around for a couple of moments as well. It's just going to gather that up for a second or two. Wing's going to come running over. Just going to be seeing the attempt to run into this natural, but that is a very walled off Stalker, and the Adept step over to play defense. And they're shading across the map. They can cancel their shade though, so they will not move to the other side. That is nice, because anything you can do to kind of keep those Adepts at home is only going to benefit you as the Zerg here, because it means you don't have to deal with Protoss units for as long. That, obviously, is generally going to be a pretty major plus as well. Hydra Den on the way up. So this time Shin is likely going to have the chance to truly get into that. What are we doing? Classic. I want to say it was close, but I think it was always going to go down. I don't think there's ever a scenario where you get away with that, honestly. I don't think there's ever a scenario you get away with that Oracle going in there again. He's just getting a little too greedy, a little bit too power hungry on these moments, and this is a really bad moment for Classic because these Lings have great surface area surrounding here. The battery's going to drain of energy. Now do we have enough Lings to continue through? Even now the battery's drained. No, we're going to back it up, but the Hydras are going to start arriving soon if we keep this aggression going. Storm halfway done, though, and obviously Storm being halfway done, that is a pretty major factor. That's a pretty major dub. Having that available is almost always going to be good for you. One's outside to charge after the couple of depths come up. What's up, Fruit Seller? It's 24, my man, coming in for the 6 months in advance sub. It's always crazy. Thank you so much for the belief in the continued great content. We appreciate it, and I'll keep on making StarCraft for the next 6 months. I promise. Thank you so much for the 19-month resub in total. Thank you very much indeed. Appreciate you. Things gathering. Things prepping. Storm +2, both on the way. Robo Facility and the cannons coming up as well. Only pulls out to the front. You see the Hydra speed. Let me put Overlord speed as well. Give those little bits and pieces coming through at the moment. Cristiana 2-1 Q is an upset. Crazy. That's the second time. I mean, Cristiana, I believe in the... Someone told me in the RSL, this is the only StarCraft I know from recently, but I think in the RSL qualifiers recently, maybe even this last week or so, I think Cristiana went all 5 games against QS, so he's genuinely has been getting better and better. That's a great result today. Cristiana knocking QA down. Moving him through to play... That's already decided again, right? It is ByuN. And we're going to have ByuN and Cristiana in the semifinals today. Exciting stuff in this WardiTV Monday 74. And a fun bracket today. Obviously no Clem, no Hero, making a little bit more room for some of the other guys. But yeah, they're kind of delivering a little bit. Yo, Goif, thank you so much for the 7-month resub on the Prime. Ruga on the 21-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you. 20 seconds to start a hype train, guys. Sub now, or let the hype train pass you by. What is a Monday without a hype train? Question mark. No pressure, just 11, 10, 9 seconds to go. Probably going to fail. Oh, the Overlord goes down full of Lings. Oh, go Ovi. Going down right there. 20 new Lings building. I mean, this is all about aggression. There is going to be drop on the main base, push at the front. So the drop on the main has a lot of Hydras involved. Good Storms, man. The Storms just last for so long. I feel like Shin would have been better moving these Hydras off to the right-hand side to try and actually kind of hit in that direction initially, because I think they could have done well. The other drop load blocked off the Lings here. Now these Hydras hitting up the ramp into the third base. I like the dive through of a few Hydras here, but man, I'm just so scared for these Hydras because they're just such flimsy units. And that's a lot of what you're seeing right now. Is just going to see a couple of Storms coming through. The Hydra's taking some damage. 14 probes went down from Classic. I just don't think that's necessarily enough for Shin. He is on his way to Hive, so he is teching away from this as well. It is 75 workers, so it's not completely just all-out aggression. Thank you, SCT2, coming in with a 5 gifted service going out to Mitchie. Goat Milk, Manulify Flow, Snarf, and Mr. Alter Shabraka 0815, appreciate you. And then Bren, thank you so much for the 7-month resub on the Prime as well to get us to a level 2 hype train, guys. It's beautiful. I can feel a sound energy pumping through my veins as we speak. Love it. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for the support. And thank you for being so awesome and helping keep WardiTV up and afloat and doing our thing. We appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. So much hype, so much train. Exactly. So much hype and so much train. It's crazy. Keep it up. I mean, you know what they say. Mondays with a level 3 hype train are like 1 level better than a level 2. Okay. Lurkers on the way up is the reality of this situation from Shin. He's got 15 Lurkers morphing. Hey, this is going to be a little bit before Classic's really ready to go. The only thing is, you're morphing 15 Lurkers. There's no Lurker upgrade. So Shin is like in a desperation move right now to kind of just send it with Lurkers. Don't know if I really love that. These Lurkers are going to realize that issue. Okay. He realizes that it's a problem, and he actually does lift up and saves those Lurkers as Hydras. He still then has 11 lurkers elsewhere on the map, and like I said, they're going to push without an upgrade. No Tempest yet, but they're on the way. As thank you, by the way, Riper1 for the 2-3 sub on the Prime. Black Bear giving us about to Gregor34 as well. Thank you for the generosity, guys. You have this push coming through. Oh, that stasis catching a couple of these lurkers is kind of wild. I don't know where that stasis was placed to catch these lurkers, but not the Hydras that were up above. Link's trying to run by at the same time. That's not really getting through for the damage it wants to just yet, though. Another ship on the way, 2 more Tempests coming by, +3 attack coming over. Tempest still stepping up, cannons are going to fire, a couple of lurkers. Taking some additional shots, so lurkers taking quite a bit of damage here. The cannons are going to keep going down. And we'll see the cannons still taking extra shots. Fueling's coming in from the other side. So we've seen the lurkers going to burrow. Tempest pulling back a little bit. High Templar there does get killed. Now we see 6 more Zealots coming through, 3 more Tempests still producing. I mean, I like Classic's decision just to go across the map, because what do you realistically have here is Shin to play defense with? Lurkers. But all the lurkers are over here, so he's going to have to retreat a bunch back, but then these lurkers are just going to be abandoned to the Tempests. And Classic, he really got the Tempests up at such a brilliant timing, like it was just when he needed them. They are going to run forward here. I mean, forces the first couple storms on the Lings, but the Lings just get absolutely shredded. The lurkers with their range, hitting a few of the High Templars, so they do not get away from this freely. Definitely a scary moment, if nothing else. A bunch of these Overlords hanging around Hydras as well. You can see Shin's supply is not looking good enough, though. It looks as though Classic is on the right track here in this game 3. He just dealt well with the Dropper Lords, and then there was... It was such kind of a mixed bag of things from Shin. It's like, he drop-loaded, but he was also 75 drones. He was also ready to try and go into the Hive Tech. Then he went Lurkers, so like the first bit of aggression wasn't completely committed, and it did okay. Maybe he was right to not be completely committed, but then he still did do it, right? And so, you know, without doing enough there, it makes the follow-up attacks even easier to hold, and the Tempest were, again, just timed beautifully. I wonder if I don't know what other people feel about this, but I really feel like Pro's so often seen to just be able to get to the Tempest so easily lately. I don't know if this is something which is really an issue. I just feel as though more and more we're seeing the pros like successfully get into Tempest, even when it's like they weren't prepared. They just build so fast. Like I said, I don't know if that's necessarily a problem per se. It's just something that does feel as though it carries them a bit. When these lurkers show up, sometimes they're just like, bam, my Tempests are now here. Even though they felt so far away. Maybe that's just me thinking they're so far away and really they're not. GG's Classic brings it back for the 2-1 victory. To play MaxPax in the semi-final PvP, we'll head straight to that, guys. We will head straight to that. So, we will jump into that in a moment or two. I think I'm going to take a quick little BRB, guys. So I'm going to leave you with a quick video while Classic and MaxPax get vetoed up. So, give me a couple moments. Otherwise, Cristiana playing ByuN. ByuN is waiting for Rex or GG Machine. So that section is still playing out as well. Right, yes, let's set you guys up with this. I'm going to BRB a couple minutes while the videos get going for this PvP. And then we'll get ready to go. Perfecto. Alright, guys, I'll see you. Okay, let's hope the video... Is it just going to work? It should just work. Let's see if it works. Welcome to the WardiTV Winter Championship, our first WardiTV Major in the 2026 series. We're super excited to let the event begin, but first let's have a look at how some of the players got to qualify for this year's Winter Championship. Gonna step through. Classic aggressively going for it. Gets a Voidress so early. Well, maybe not because these Stalkers dive in again. It's enough Stalkers to two-shot the Void Ray down. Classic! And we see some fire. We're gonna greet these units straight away here. Uh-oh. Stalkers on the other side of the map already. The main story is that there's not gonna be units left here from Fewer here, so MaxPax has to kind of, you know, is forced into the fight. He can't cherry pick what is a better moment or anything for him. Good Micro on the Prism. Saves the Colossus. That's massive. ByuN's going to realize he needs to just pick up and get out of here. Storm available on the right-hand side of this. ByuN sees it, hits the High Templar with the EMP, and he gets the Prism as well. This is not it so far. EMP's coming down. High Templar yet to find a single Storm of value. Forge is going down. Upgrades being denied. Probes are pulling through. His hero looks to stop the 2-0. Probes are coming as Creator's going to walk up this ramp and try and take this fight. The Vikings doing what they can against the Colossus. They're going low, but they're not dying yet, but it will not matter. We can catch these Disruptors. That's massive. We're going to move forward. The Prism low doesn't go down. Will go down in a second, though, as Fewer Gets a lot of value here. Flanking is massive for him. No Guardian Shield, no Force Field. The probes will pull in from the other side to try and make the difference. Can Hero capitalize and kind of push into position during this? Down to the bottom, all the Hydras are up top. We're going to blink on the Hydras. And you can see Shin's supply just plummeted here. These Vikings get rid of the Colossus. The Bio Army might be okay against the Gateway forces. Oh, he's going to have Marines left. Like I said, we're going to have to land the Vikings. Not ideal against a lot of damage here. I mean, specifically just knocking through so many of these workers. Prism is going to get the warping off. What the Zealot's going to do? The Stalkers need to help because they are going to be a big part of the damage dealing in this. It's going to be enough. Trigger's going to get it done. We have an upset to start off 2026 on the WardiTV Mondays. Stalkers are a little bit behind everything else. The Siege Tank should absolutely target fire that Colossus as Bunny is making his way through this army. Oh, Bunny, he is getting it done. Stalkers are stuck in the back here, so we don't have a way out. And this is a great catch. Hero gets caught, but the Stalker's blinking on top of his Immortals. Those are good force fields. Can he actually finish these Stalkers off before the Prism Micro gets there? He's actually doing pretty well. He's killing off a lot of these Stalkers. He'll pull a few probes in again. Showtime is coming out with a hold right here as he continues to chase forward. Beautiful. Apparently a bit loud. I fixed that after a little bit. Did what we can. I don't know, like sometimes I hear it. I think when I turn my OBS off and on, I'll hear it on my thing. Or maybe I just need to go into... Okay, it doesn't matter right now. Doesn't matter right now. But yeah, obviously Winter Championship starts this week, guys. A few highlights to remind you guys of how everyone got there. As it has been quite the journey so far. Obviously, we've got this full kind of circuity thing going on. We're going to do our best to try and keep you all up to date and remembering what happened and how players got to qualify and stuff like that. Just really trying to make it a bit of a story this year rather than just kind of letting things randomly happen. So yes, we're putting a bit of money into some videos because I think it's worth it. People like videos, man. You put a video on and people lose their minds like, what? Got a highlight video, that's so sick. Crazy business. Crazy business. Alright, we're waiting for MaxPax and Classic to veto through into the semi-finals here, guys. Cool. Can I comment on Mara winning? I can't because I don't know. I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't know what he won. Did he win a? Did he win his group? Did he win a? Did he win a? I haven't watched any StarCraft for 6 days, so I have no idea. I have no comments on anything. I'm gonna cast League Cup later this week, so I'm gonna do my best to. I know I'm not gonna really avoid spoilers because everyone's gonna probably talk about it, but. I'm not going to go out my way to see what happened when I'm going to cast the games. My bad. You don't have to apologize. But I'm going to see spoilers, but I'm going to cast the games anyway, so I don't really have much of a... I don't really have much to talk about while that's a factor, you know, I guess is what I'm saying, you know. Like, there's no point me starting to talk about things when... Excuse me. There's no point me starting to talk about things when I'm probably just going to cast them and then talk about them a bunch when I've actually seen them. I'm not going to go watch the games. Yeah. Like, even if I look at the results, I'm not going to have much to say because I don't see how the games go. Right. It's kind of a big influence. So yeah, I look forward to watching them though. Like I say, so this week Tuesday is our last chance to qualify for the Winter Championship. Wednesday, Thursday will be Winter Championship groups A and B. And then Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, because Pigfest is on, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we're just going to go all out, non-stop, basically, League Cup replays. So we're going to cover a bunch of the League Cup replays. I want to say all of it. We will probably skip through a couple of the group stage games, here and there, to be honest. So, yeah. GG Machine, by the way, in the round of 8, as he beat Rex 2-0, so he's going to be playing against ByuN in the round of 8. So it's MaxPax and Classic. One will go to the finals, and then on the other side of the bracket, it's either going to be Cristiana, ByuN, or GG Machine. Got a top side of the bracket that's looking awesome, looking very fun. What's up, Sipship, by the way? Thank you so much for the 52-month resub on the Prime. And thank you as well for the hype train beforehand, guys. Appreciate the love and support. Trying to get that sub count back up. What are we at? We're at 674. So if you want to help us, like Growlung just did, with the 24 months, 2-year resub on the Prime, appreciate you. Thank you so much. If you guys want to help us out there, you can absolutely head on over to the sub button. Give it a click, guys. We got 26 to get back to 700. Obviously, I've been gone a week, so it's always going to dip down. But that doesn't mean we can't fight back with power. And it's going to be a fun week of games, so look forward to that. You know, I've been talking about these other bits and pieces. We've got something else to talk about for you guys in the form of the WardiTV Team League. You guys want to talk about that now quickly? You guys want some info? You guys want to hear about this quickly while we start off this PvP, or would you rather hear it in between the games? I'll let you guys decide. I'm basically going to go on the very first answer. It's like, well, how off topic do you guys want this PvP to be? It is MaxPax bottom right and Classic upper left for this series. As we get underway, a couple of assimilators on both sides. Everyone's going to high ground. Classic's not going to wall off, which is kind of fun, and we'll see what comes of that. It's not super imperative to wall off in this matchup. It's obviously weird because it does, you know, take away from some of the adepts and stuff that can sometimes happen. But yeah, just have two conversations at the same time. Well, yeah, unless something exciting starts happening here. I mean, MaxPax is looking for an expand, and Classic's 2 gain, which means he has a lot of potential of what he goes into. But yeah, the information is on Team Liquid now for the WardiTV Team League Season 10. $5,000 tournament. The Team League format, so basically it's a Team League, so obviously players and teams can sign up, but we're also going to allow players to make their own teams, because obviously there's a lot of teams without 3 players nowadays. There are some restrictions on players making their own teams, such as you can only have like 2 of the top 15 on a Ligulac in your team if you're making a team outside of like an organized team, just to kind of help with balancing. So, 3 of the top guys can't be like, cool, free money. So there's a little bit of balancing kind of in play there. So it's $5,000. It's fully sponsored by Create Entertainment, so thank you so much to them for that. And yeah, the format is going to be Pro League format with 4 1v1 and 2 2v2 in the best of 7, and then an ace match best of 1 1v1 as well. So it's going to be pretty fun. Looking forward to it, bringing some Team League action back while World Team League has part of us. And yeah, it should be awesome. There's a couple more rules as well, such as you can't use the same player more than twice in 1v1s in a match. You can't use the your 2v2 team must be different in both of the 2v2s you play. So you can't just have like a powerhouse 2v2. You have to have at least 3 players play in the 2v2s across 2 matches. So yeah, it's the full information is on Team Liquid, or you can, if you on Twitch, you can ! Team League in the Twitch chat and get the link to the TL thread, which will give you all the info as well. And that will be starting in March and wrapping up in April. So that's going to be one of our main events for March and April, before the Spring Championship, which will be in April as well. And yeah, looking forward to it. Hoping we get a few of the established teams, like, Liquid, for example, hopefully, maybe Basilisk, maybe Shopify. Hopefully those guys sign up alongside some kind of players who obviously aren't on established teams right now, or aren't on teams with enough players to participate on their own accord. Hopefully they sign up with some mates and get involved and play, and we can have a really fun team league. Because even I know it's not going to be the biggest of things, but it's nice just to have something that feels a little bit kind of team-based, So yeah, information for that is coming up, and is available already if you want to read about it. So you guys can get excited for that. Spread the word, let people know. Get your teams made if you're thinking of playing, and get going. And oh yeah. Alrighty guys, we are here ready for Classic and MaxPax. And Classic is doing the cheeky little 4-gate to try and break MaxPax down. This is interesting. So MaxPax has no wall off. He has 3 batteries that are very far back. So this is going to be you're able to get very far forward very quickly. One of the main things about not having a wall in the low ground means these dogs can move in and out very freely. The force field then is very important because that can do a lot. You can see Classic's just like, okay, I'm going to pressure the Nexus, because ideally you don't give up the Nexus here. Because if you give up the Nexus, there's no point defending the low ground. Classic. Actually, it was pretty good for him because he went in as that Void Ray lost prismatic. The second Void Ray activates. He dives further forward. He's just going to go for a bunch of Stalkers there. He does not quite one-shot that last one. He does lose a Stalker, maybe two. He's going to dive in again, though. He's looking for this Void Ray. He is finally going to get it, but it took a long time. Now there's only one Void Ray available. Is it worth him just jumping on the pylon right now and depowering all of these batteries? He's going to try for that. And as 3 extra Stalkers walking in, it looks as though he will be good. The battery's depowered. Void Ray no longer savable. And MaxPax looking like he is in some trouble here. As we are going to see those Stalkers going to turn. I mean, going up the ramp's scary because of the force field. We're going to leave one Stalker up there. The other Stalkers could actually just go after this pylon and deny the warp-in for a few moments at least. So that is a possibility. And yeah, the Stalker's just going to... They didn't actually keep high ground vision long enough to do that, but the idea was there at least, if nothing else. Now we're just going to finish off this Nexus. A couple more sentries showing up. We're going to throw our own Nexus down. And MaxPax is going to start a robo of his own, but definitely a good start from Classic. Getting a lot done, shutting a lot of this down so far. Obviously denying the low ground of your opponent and expanding yourself and being on a massive army supply lead because you killed a bunch of important units is a pretty good combination all in all right now. Robo facility coming through, pylon coming up. Got the Stalker warping in the back here from MaxPax as well. Two sentries and the Stalker there. Just going to go up against the Void Ray for a few moments. Hallucinates the Colossus for vision, but I don't think he's going to be racing to necessarily run up this ramp still as long as there's a sentry alive, as long as there's a force field available. Because again, your own expansion's coming up. You're pretty much forcing your opponent to be very committed themselves. And yeah, the Prism's going to be out quickly from MaxPax. Is he going to go Immortals? I don't know if MaxPax would feel like he has time to go Immortals. But maybe he just has to. But then why are we making the Prism first? Like, if you're going to make Immortals in this scenario, make Immortals straight away. Let's just try and start chunking. Yeah, looks as though we're just going to lift out, and that could be awkward for Classic. Right? I mean, full elevator out of here. The problem is if MaxPax runs in from the top side, Classic could run up this ramp. So the sentry has to be very careful to maybe drop a force field in the ramp. We're going to drop the Guardian Shield. Classic's going to realize his issue. That's actually horrible for Classic. He's going to lose so many units. He tried to dive the Prism as well. He's going to get so little out of this. Oh my goodness. Now he recalls, but he needed to recall straight away. MaxPax is going to give himself a fighting chance. Immortal starts from Classic. He needs unit production, and he's going to start batteries because he realizes just how much trouble he's in. It was a great catch from MaxPax, and Classic just was not watching for the escape via the Prism. And MaxPax gets a catch on an army that may give him a fighting chance here and may let him potentially take this game as he comes across the map swinging. Stalkers and sentries gathering on this low ground. This Immortal is so important. 3 batteries. Oh, we could go high ground as well. There's still a Void Ray alive too. That's going to avoid the batteries. Immortal here is going to start putting some damage out. The units will get force fielded out of the main base. They can kind of fight because of the position we're committing onto. But like I say, no battery in the main is going to be very, very difficult. The sentry does have one more force field available. There goes the initial Immortal. And Classic is going to have to pull probes, but he's going to have to pull them. Oh no, the stasis goes off on all the probes and the Stalker as well. Oh no. That is kind of disastrous. We get up here now. The Stalker's going to get rid of the Void Ray. We hallucinate a bunch of units to try and make this messy. Warpin will go off. Oracle, I can't believe the Oracle's still alive. I completely forgot about this guy. Classic needs some probes to honestly help him out a little bit right now. He still has Warpins. I didn't realize he lost power to the Robo. Now this probes are going to pull. He's actually in very high risk of losing this game, guys. I think he might have lost this game. The Prism Micro still being available is huge, and obviously the entire main mineral line not mining meant that he was not getting any gas income, so he can't afford Stalkers. On absolute, I don't want to say throwaway for Classic, because I don't think he threw it away. I think he just did not, well, yeah, okay, he didn't think about this possibility, but it was just MaxPax finding one way to win. Damn. I mean, MaxPax was dead, and sometimes when you're dead, there's like one thing you can do, and if your opponent screws up that one thing, it's going to give you a chance, and this went right in every way, because he caught the army and killed a bunch of the army. After killing a bunch of the army, Classic was not ready across the map, and he got the force field on the ramp because Classic was very much so defending the natural and not the high ground. He could have threatened the high ground a lot more defensively with some Stalkers, And yeah, there's the risk of maybe your opponent kind of comes in on the low ground then and just pushes into your natural, but that's way less worse than your main base going down, you being forced to fight away from batteries, you know? Yeah, this was a good catch from Classic, a good catch from MaxPax to bring him back into absolutely a lost game. Like 100% a lost game, realistically. Yeah. MaxPax out-microed him. I mean, I don't really think you can out-micro a guy who has the Warp Prism when you don't have a Warp Prism. It's not really a thing. So yeah, MaxPax is absolutely going to out-micro the guy when he has the micro tool and Classic doesn't. Like, don't get me wrong, the micro from MaxPax was good, but I don't know what you think Classic's going to do when he has no Warp Prism. like his Stalkers are not able to do the things, you know? It is rough. Honestly, I wouldn't say it was out-microed. The biggest thing was just catching Classic still in that natural when Classic should have been gone. Or be much more aware of the elevator out, you know? Bottom left is going to be MaxPax, and he is going to be up a game in this BO3, despite the horrible start. Classic is in the top right, our red Protoss. I think his panic of the moment as well was so bad. I think if he just instantly recalls on the natural, it's fine. But he chased the Prism, never killed the Prism, took a lot of damage move commanding after it. I think there are so many moments in that fight when he gets caught in the natural that could have just gone completely differently. Like an instant recall, even just fighting. The problem is hitting Stalkers, the Prism micros. But I think he gets a lot more shots off if he just clicks Stalkers rather than just trying to target the Prism, because the Prism was always going to fly away. There's no way MaxPax is going to let that go down. So yeah. I think the fight on the natural was definitely the big issue, but he was outnumbered on the natural because he wasn't reinforcing. He was setting up back at home, so he was actually outnumbered with the worst micro potential as well. So, Alrighty, we will take a couple moments here, guys, and get into this next game to see where we're going. Game number 2 of Classic versus the MaxPax. Cristiana 2-0 Ryung, by the way. Alright, Protoss versus Protoss final is still on the cards. Cristiana on a run, making it all the way through to the semifinals. Did Hero retire? Is that why he's not playing today? I mean, I might have missed it, but I'm pretty sure he didn't retire. I feel like he's probably just having a day off, man. I know that's kind of weird for Hero, but maybe he's just chilling for a day. Maybe he had something to do. Hero gave birth today, so he's on maternity leave. Yeah, that seems more realistic than him just quitting out of nowhere, I feel like. Alright, we do have 2 Stalkers building up. Classic 3 gateways already, and gonna start piling up to warp in. Maybe even a 4th gateway there is very typical. MaxPax is going to be walled off this time, so it plays very different defensively. Battery in the front as well. Not bad for these 2 Stalkers to be hitting the 1 Stalker, because you're draining a lot of that battery energy super early on. But we're going to build batteries here as Classic. Interesting. So he's not going to go to a 4th gate. He is very simply going to sit and build a couple batteries to keep a bit more longevity on some of his Stalkers. Commits through again. Again, any shot right now that drains some of this battery energy is good. Energy recharge already used to give this battery a little bit more life to it. Stalker is taking a lot of hits, but here is now the Void Ray. The extra batteries could not come soon enough. That's the issue, though, is the Prismatic Alignment has to be popped to basically protect the battery, so you're not going to have that Prismatic cooldown available right away. There is a 4th gate finally coming through. Stalker's going to keep poking, 3 more warping in. Slow warping currently because the gateway is not morphed yet. This gate at the front going to go down. Classic up against MaxPax, who never built the warp gate because he's going to go for the forge and the cannon defense this time around. Now we step through. He's going to have enough to kill that Stalker. He's now going to go after some of the building structures as well. He was targeting this cannon on the bottom side. Now going to go after the pylon. He's going to go after the Void Ray. I don't think he's got enough to go after the Void Ray, but he retargets a little bit. Now the other Void Ray shows up with smack alignment. This feels like Classic's getting... Oh no, he's got caught by the probes. That's game over. The probe capture on those Stalkers is going to absolutely kill Classic. So many Stalkers going down. That is a disaster. I felt like Classic got a little bit in too deep right there. It felt like he just had to go for it. I actually don't think he did have to go for that Void Ray there. And then he gets caught and punished for it as well. And that, I think, is pretty much the majority of the defense needed from MaxPax. You can keep poking here, but you're soon up against 3 Void Rays. You've not killed a single one, whereas you've lost a ton of Stalkers. So your momentum has been going the wrong direction. And we're going to try and kill off the Fresh Cannon here. We don't get it before it finishes and can be batteried. Game is called. I think this was a bit of a tilt play from Classic, honestly. I think that game 1's weighing on his mind a little bit, because I don't think that dive through in the natural is at any point justifiable, especially for someone like Classic. And I think that's absolutely a case of him just being like, this is stupid. And he's just like, I'm done. Get me out of here. MaxPax goes to the finals once again. This time over Classic. 2-0. In a very PvP kind of series. So, yeah. Yeah. Alright, we'll throw the ads up and we'll get ready for whatever else is going on. So right now it's still ByuN GG Machine. As we get ready to go. And Classic really just tilts again. I feel like sometimes Classic just absolutely dominates MaxPax for these builds, and other times he just like completely falls off the face of the earth in his attempts. There's no in between with Classic and MaxPax, I swear. What's their overall score? Classic 3-1 most recently in the Winter Cup Finals. MaxPax 2-0, Classic 3-2, 3-0, MaxPax 2-0, Classic 3-2. It's funny, for the last few meetings, Classic wins the best of 5s, loses the best of 3s. I say, what's up, Lovel? Thank you so much for the 7-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, guys. Like I say, we're obviously first day back, but the road back to 700 subs begins. Maybe the long road back to 1,000 subs through the Winter Championship will begin here today. Because, like I said, we've got a lot of content coming up in the near future. So there's a good chance we make it back there. But first stop, 700. Thank you so much, Plovel, for helping us out with that. Use your primes, guys. I know, obviously, a lot of you guys primed Home Story Cup and probably primed elsewhere while I was gone for the week. But you've got Prime available. Make use of it. Helps us out massively. Allows us to run more StarCraft for you. And we always really appreciate that. As ByuN has just come out a game, we'll see if that's a result, or we'll see if that's another game coming up between him and GG Machine. No result in the bracket, no game being hosted just yet. Okay, another game being hosted, so we'll jump into this round of 8. Alrighty, we're counting down. We are kicking off. Some fun in the lobby chat. So I'm distracted for a moment or two. Are the tiebreaker matches going to be streamed? Probably not. They might be. Maybe we find some time to do the replays the next day or two. But I don't have the replays yet. Maybe if I get the replays like today, we could stream them after tomorrow's Last Chance qualifier. Although you guys probably know the results by then, maybe, because players, if they lose the tiebreaker, might play in the Last Chance qualifier, so yeah. Anyways, this is game 2 of a best of 3. In the top left, probably the expected scoreline right now is the 1-0 lead of ByuN. Taking on the Red Zerg in the bottom right corner. Cool run from him, taking out Rex. Taking out Geralt in the first round in a long series is GG Machine. As we get into game 2 of this BO3. Alright, game 2 coming up. We get this underway. Get this all started. And look to see what will happen as we kick off into Ruby Rock. Let's find a caster to follow. Coca, Rex, who we feeling? We'll start with Coca. We might switch to Rex to get this a rumbling. Yeah, on Ruby Rock. You watched almost all of Liuli on Indy's channel while I was away. Yeah, Indy taking the viewership. Yeah, I'll be, obviously I know obviously a bunch of you guys watched it, but the game's maybe worth watching again, or if you didn't see it, I'll be covering that, like I say, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, guys. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I was probably never gonna reschedule my little trip away for the Liuli Cup, because you know what it is, the last few years I keep this event I've just been to, I miss year after year for some reason. I missed it the first time I wanted to go because of I missed it the first time I wanted to go because there was Gamers 8 qualifiers showed up. The Gamers Without Borders weekend came about, and I didn't want to skip out on those because I thought it might mean I didn't get to do Gamers 8. So I missed it in 2023, and I did go in 2024, and then in 2025, last year I had a wedding thing on the Friday, so I couldn't go again. So unfortunately, it was not meant to be. So I was probably never going to cancel it for Liuli Cup, but it's just annoying that out of all the tournaments that happened the week I was gone, it was probably one of the better ones because that lineup was stacked. It looked great. Like I said, I'm going to catch up with it this weekend. So yeah, what was the event? I was at a Pokemon tournament this weekend. Here's GG Machine, young Russian Zerg player. Yeah, he's been kind of here and there, a little bit on the rise lately. Just one of these kids who's out here grinding and getting better and better, getting stronger and stronger, and just looking to progress into the best player that he can be, you know? So, yeah. That is kind of who he is. That is kind of who he is. Overlord gonna check into this base, just gonna be seeing the Marine, gonna nibble at the Ovi. Stop up swaps to the tech lab, Marine gonna fire, the Overlord taking damage. We are just gonna be seeing the Raven and a couple Hellions on the way up, so Raven's kind of a fun one. Something a little different early. Did I already talk about how the Pokemon tournament went? I did, but I can talk about it again. TLDR, so I went 3-3. 3 losses kind of knocks you out of contention to play day 2. So you play 8 rounds of Swiss, but at 3-3 I was out of day 2. I could have played for like a better placement, but it's only for like championship points. They don't really mean anything to me. So I dropped at 3-3 because it had already been like an 8-9 hour day. And I went to hang out with some friends instead. So I was pretty happy. I lost to my own mistakes. I made some really bad mistakes. Some like very like I was in winning positions and just completely threw the game. But it was kind of nice to lose because, and then I bricked some hands as well. It felt nice to kind of lose to my own mistakes for once, though. Then what usually happens is that I usually end up losing because I usually end up losing because I just don't get to play the game, and it's so frustrating. So I was honestly kind of okay with how it went. So yeah, it was a good time. I played a bunch of side events afterwards. I did pretty well in most of them. I think overall I went about. I think in all of the side events I played in, I went 2-1 or better. So like I was on a winning record like the entire weekend. It felt good. So yeah, it was fun. It was fun. I honestly played very well. I just made a couple of glaring mistakes in big moments, and they cost me. I got punished for them because I didn't just end up losing the game I made the mistake in. I then just drew dead in the game after. That would have been the deciding game. So, but I shouldn't have ever been in that position to draw dead. You know, like I put myself in that position. So it was rough. Roddy was rooting for me? Yeah, I know he was. I was 2-1 when Roddy looked me up, apparently. I should have been 3-1. That's maybe the most frustrating thing. I probably should have been 3-1, or I maybe could have been 2-0 initially as well. Obviously, I mean, saying I should have been like 3-0 and then maybe 4-0, because I would have played different people, right? But I should have probably been 3-1, because one of the games I lost, because I literally had game basically on board, but I made the move that gave him a chance to get back in, and he hit everything to get back in. So I made the mistake and got punished for it instead of just making the mistake. It still didn't matter. So, experience. We'll learn. Will be better next time. I honestly wasn't feeling great about playing Pokemon going into this, but I had a lot of fun playing over this weekend, so it was it was really nice. It was really nice just playing all weekend, and actually, like, the more I played, the more comfortable I felt with my deck and everything. It was like, just makes you realize how much like repetition and practice goes, but it's really hard to get kind of good enough practice to kind of, you know, at the level of those events with like my local group, because my local group is, some of them are good, but they don't play all the time, so it's tough to get that kind of level of practicing, you know? So, and especially that amount of practice as well. I need a practice team, but I also ain't got the time for that. Too much StarCraft to cast. Which is where we're at right here. This Raven's been kind of annoying in order turret or two. A couple workers going down from the Raven, and early upgrades on the way from GG Machine, matching the attack upgrades of ByuN. GG Machine going to play Lingbane Hydra in this game. About 7 minutes in on Ruby Rock right now. Just have the Overlord chilling. Couple creep teamers coming down. Marine, Woodermine, Hellbat gathering as well. He's going to get underneath. Just going to go get the Overlord. It's a supply block for GG Machine. Not ideal. Woodermines are not very far forward. Did get a bunch of the Banelings. ByuN going to try and turn into this, but he eats the Banelin in the end. He does lose quite a few Marines, so this did not go great. He tries to drop back towards his Woodermine to get a little bit more oomph kind of going for himself here. Then the Medivacs load up again. GG Machine, though, I feel like dealing with some of this pressure well. Might give him a little bit of an edge to kind of continue through for now. We'll see how that goes in these next few moments. Is there a way to play online competitively? There is, but I don't I don't like playing online because I already spend a lot of my life online. So to me, playing online takes the fun out of it. Like, to me, it's fun holding cards and like putting cards on the table and shuffling, like, and actually interacting with stuff. Like, in theory, to improve, playing online is good, but playing online is also very slow because it does all these animations and stuff. And while playing in person is slow, playing online is slow for like the wrong reasons, because your opponents just take forever. So what should be faster is not. And it also takes... Oh, Medivacs left. It also takes a very long time to grind up each season to a point where you're playing people who are decent, which is very frustrating as well, because then you're spending like 10 to 20 hours to get to a rank where you're probably getting good enough practice to justify it. Jesus. So yeah, it exists, it's just, it's not for me. Like, it doesn't excite me, the idea of sitting there and playing online, and I don't know, like, I feel like my heart's not in it, then I don't want to sit there and improve, you know? It's just not as fun. It's just not as fun. I play like an hour online, I'm like, yeah, I'm done. Because I thought about playing like online on stream a bunch before. Like doing an hour a day after my streams and stuff to prepare and so on, but like, it's just not fun. I just really just do not find it entertaining. But yeah, maybe next time there's a big event, maybe I'll try and do a little bit more on stream or something to make it a bit more fun. I don't know. Like, on stream it's probably better, but like I say, the big issue is finding people who are good enough to play with online, because my rank just doesn't do it, you know? So... this really is the Wardy podcast, the Poke podcast right now, because not talking much about this TVZ. GG Machine's having some good cleanups. Should probably focus on it a little bit, because realistically GG Machine is keeping himself in this game. Supply lead at the moment. ByuN is about to have 2-2. That'll give him some better trades. He needs to get rid of that Baneling that's getting dangerously close. He steps back here. ByuN has lost a few Medivacs to Hydras as well, which has definitely been kind of, you know, helping GG Machine out in terms of the efficiency we've been able to create so far. 48 Lings still coming up. You see the Bio pulling back around, and the Hydras and the Banes going back over. There's a big drop on the upper right side that's going to try. I say big drop. It's 3 Medivacs. It's not actually that many Marines. Gonna look for the cancel on the hatchery. They're going to commit for it. They get it. They get a kill as well, actually. So, not even the cancel. No money back there. Bio is going to chase some Hydras away for a couple of moments. Hey, what's up, Goldamaz? Thank you so much for the fresh new Prime sub, and thank you so much, Homie255, for the 37-month resub on the Prime. I appreciate you as well. Thank you very much indeed. As our Hydralists take a chance to step in toward the Medivacs. Couple Woodermine shots going off. Ling Bane still coming through. The concussive shells coming up as well. Those Banes keep pressing forward. Just going to be seeing the Hydra Bane Ling still pushing through. The Orbital getting jumped on. And ByuN, does he have the defense against this? I think he does. He took about 10 SCVs of damage. He is doing enough elsewhere on the map to at least keep GG Machine lower on supply. GG Machine rebounds with 50 Lings in production, but it is only Lings. When you look at the units on the map, it's 19 Hydras, 6 Banes. It's the lack of Banes, I guess, that's scary, but he also has like 2k gas almost, so maybe Banes are not really the issue for the moment. GG Machine actually keeping themselves very competitive in this game, guys. Very competitive indeed. I do see another couple questions about Pokemon, but let's answer them after the game, because this definitely gets pretty interesting at this point. Like, I thought ByuN was kind of just on track to kind of clearing up house and looking good, but GG Machine's really putting up a fight, so let's give him his credit where it is due. He is playing well, and he has got ByuN a little bit on the ropes right now. Like, ByuN is genuinely a little bit uneasy with this scenario, I would say. This definitely isn't kind of smooth sailing that you would have liked it to be. There's these Hydras step up here, running through. A couple of Hydras going down. Widowmine's gathering. Lingbane Hydra being there, going to jump onto the planetary. Oh, SCV is trying to repair it. The planetary goes down, so that's ByuN's 4th base. Now he is going to kill a base in return on the other side of the map. A lot of bio returning up to the top as well. So just coming back up over here. The Hydra's going to run down. That hatchery does fall. The medevac's looking to take a move over to the sides. Going to be seeing the rest of the Lings gathering up with Hydras. Honestly, GG Machine's supply is still not completely there. He still has a lot of gas available, but I mean, knocking down the 4th base of ByuN is a big deal, especially when you're still holding on to 5-ish bases of your own. I mean, don't be wrong, GG Machine could do with an extra 10 workers and really mine off these 5 bases and establish a 6th base that doesn't get denied, but as of this very moment, like, I kind of like the setup for him. Like, the setup feels pretty darn okay at the moment as the bio steps through. Ling Hydra going to be stepping away. Comes in now, gets us around. There's a lot of Banes that are just not being dealt with, so we have to lift up and leave. A few Marauders get left stranded. There's a Widowmine here we're going to trail into. Good split away from GG Machine. Beautifully done. Pulls that single Zergling out of there and gets himself just out of trouble for a moment or so. Still pushing through. Lingbane Hydra coming across, playing cleanup on a bunch of locations for the moment. Lingbane still coming about. Marines go back the other way for a couple of seconds. Let's see the bio still fighting. A little bit of the creep being taken out. We are going to have as well the Overlord taking a few more shots as well. Going to see a few more Banes morphing in at the moment. Get that set up. Lingbane Hydra trying to come back through now. Coming up the left-hand side. Widowmine goes off. Bunch of Zerglings going to take some damage. Just going to see the Banes trying to roll through as well. Bio pulling just a little further away here for now. We are going to see the Orbital getting jumped on. The Marines are going to stim on over. Get after this Hydra Bane army. A few Marines in the center also just hanging out for a second or two. Just going to try and come back down over here. ByuN obviously needs to try and keep a 4th base alive. Losing the 4th again would be pretty disastrous at this point. I didn't really realize GG Machine was still only on lair attack. For some reason in my head he was already advancing through into the hive tech, but that's only just coming up now. So that's one thing that's just good. I mean, it's going to make it better for him. Adrenal glands, 3/3 upgrades, right? You know, access to spellcasters are only going to improve this. But is he in trouble while trying to get there? Because now this is a long time to go without those units. It gives ByuN a couple of moments to maybe take some fights that actually do have a good shot at making something happen in this kind of a scenario. So let's see. See the bio coming in there, just going to chase down the Lingbane for a little bit, so that's going to happen. It's going to be a factor. Alright, rest of the Lingbane Hydra all coming through. Just going to be seeing the medevacs going to split off down to the bottom side of the map. They're going to peel over there. These medevacs can try and put a little bit of healing in and just do what they can to try and keep things up and rolling as well. This counterattack's looking good. ByuN's army is on his way back. It's just down to the south here, but taking a while to run up. I'm going to get rid of a few SCVs if nothing else. I mean, ByuN's oversaturated. Losing SCVs is not the end of the world right now, but it doesn't mean it's SCVs he doesn't have to throw onto an extra base if he does get to a 5th base or something akin to that at any point in the near future. Bio in the drop is going to do well as GG Machine sits. I mean, a couple of infestors coming through. I like that. The 3/3 definitely needs adrenal glands, but he just lost the spawning pool, so yeah, missing an adrenal glands is going to be rough because that's just such a good upgrade for the Lings at this point. So much value on that that can be traded in on each and every fight. Nice Widowmine Orbital for this left side base does mean it's got to be protected by bio units. Has the benefit of being able to lift up and run away in the right, right scenario, but it also means you're going to be having to deal with this as well as just an orbital defensively. So, yeah, against smaller Ling run bys, there's no running away or so that you might have typically been able to get away with. Pyro still gathering up. Hydroling Bane gathering. A couple more Vipers on their way through. Like I say, I like the Infestors, I like the Vipers, the spellcasting, and the 3/3 upgrades that the Hive brings is huge. And now that the spawning pool is back online, let's get back into that Adrenal Glands. I think that's going to be very important at this point. Something you just don't want to forget about, but at the same time, you're trying to find the money to rebuild your units. Like I say, this moment is very scary where you're building a lot of tech all at once, but you've not traded super beautifully so far, and so you've got to try and rebuild units too. It's difficult to find that balance sometimes. This base is going to get jumped on as ByuN comes over with the drop. There are units nearby, but not in the right position at first. We load up, we go back into the main base, just being an absolute annoyance right now. Hydra's going to trade with these bio units from afar. It's not exactly ideal for the Hydras, and any Hydra that goes down feels rough to replace, especially when you're on a limited mineral count right now here as GG Machine. ByuN running away up to the top side, pulling away from this Ling Bane force. The Hydras and the Infestor pushing through as well. And just very quickly, guys, while we have a quick moment, I just want to say before it disappears on my screen, Die983, thank you so much for the resub as well, mate. Thank you so much for supporting. Just wanted to get that out before I forget about it, because it was about to fade from my screen. This game's pretty action-packed with the medevac finally going down. ByuN still pushing the top. I love these changes of just chasing this army, so GG Machine knows where the army's coming from, but he still doesn't have units here. This hatch going to go down. Ling showing up. Probably could have fought that. Yeah, I guess if you stick around, the Hydras get there. And that's a problem. GG Machine's going to chase to try and make sure ByuN can't unload. However, ByuN is on the counter-attack bottom left. GG Machine about to be a 4-base Zerg, and so it's not so bad for ByuN to give up on this base that was about to be under attack. The last thing ByuN wants to do here is get overcommitted in the wrong fight. You know, a fight where his units are not on the ground and so on, so just lifting up and backing away from this location makes sense, especially because his kind of split away of units has done so well. Splitting away to the other side of the map and killing 2 bases on different positions has been great for him. And there is the fight starting to happen up on the top side now. A couple of Marauders get through there. The Infestor already going down. Do we have enough bio to fight these Hydras? 18 SCVs go down. ByuN supply is plummeting, but he's going to unload units into the center. But that's where the Lings are. So GG Machine's actually going to get a chance to keep pushing through. Hydra Ling right now looking for the win. It's a desperation moment from GG Machine. He kind of needs it right here and now, because otherwise he may not have enough to stay in this. The Blinding Cloud does a lot of work as well. ByuN now running up to his main base for the defense. GG Machine comes in chasing Ling. Sorry, I lost my voice. Ling Hydra coming through. The Overseers eat the Widow Mines, and while they both go down, they do kill. They do eat the shots. Still a base mining from ByuN to the left-hand side, but is it enough? 31 SCVs remain. One Fungal goes down. The Hydras brute force their way into the main. There's no units left here from ByuN. A few medevacs, a couple of bio units. The production will start to be camped. Can ByuN find enough units together to just hold this? Probably not, because GG Machine is still pumping off 60 workers, albeit very spread out at this stage of the game. GG Machine running through, SCV still going down, and GG is going to be called by ByuN, because GG Machine makes the GG happen in this one. 1-1 tied up. Quarterfinal drama here today. As this was a hectic game. I know we talked through the early stages of it initially while some of it happened, but man, like, hectic game, very feisty, and GG Machine getting the better of this for the moment. Alright, guys, I'm gonna jump into game 3 of this. Hostman asked me if I want to co-cast, but my brain's a bit too tired because I traveled home this morning, so I don't have the I don't have the ability to especially when you have to co-cast with Hostum, because man's ready to light you on fire at any possible moment. I don't have the mental fortitude to handle this right now, quite frankly. So yeah, just skipping the co-cast. It's a funny thing, but I genuinely do find solo casting easier when it comes to my brain being tired or so. More just watching the more just able to vibe watching the game than having to think about what my co-cast is saying. So yeah. Alright, let's get into game number 2 here. Sorry, game number 3, because it was 1-0 when we joined this. It's now 1-1. ByuN in the bottom side of Mothership. This is going to be our favorite. Forced into a game 3, as in the top left, the red Zerg is the GG machine. It's kind of interesting, because I'm definitely cheering for GG machine for the upset. I think that's awesome. But I do think GG machine is going to struggle against Cristiana if he wins this. And so then I'm like, is ByuN a better chance of having like a non-mirror matchup final today? Then again, is ByuN against MaxPax a final I give ByuN a lot of hope in? I definitely heavily favor MaxPax there. ByuN asked at the start of the day, he's like, hey, how much to pay to not play MaxPax? It's like, well, you know, you both go to the finals and you can't really avoid it. I'm not saying that ByuN would necessarily defeat... Cristiana. Cristiana's been playing well lately as well. I just think he's our better chance at a non-mirror matchup final. But yeah, I mean, I guess then we cheer for GG Machine, because I think just the upset into the semi-final is fun enough. It's a cool possibility. When did Rogue get eliminated? He played Cristiana first round, first match of the day if you want to rewind it on the stream. It was the very first game. Yeah. Again, if you're watching on the YouTube, guys, take a moment to hit that like and subscribe button. We appreciate you. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you so much if you take a moment to do so. We've seen a couple queens on the lings coming through, the overload coming about, Zergling speed coming up, a couple of orbitals in the factory coming through, so it is command center first here out of Mr. ByuN. So he's going to CC first and set us off with that. And just a bit of greed for him in this game 3. Big map Mothership. Not too surprising to see him kind of going for the command center first approach. And just getting a bit of a greed. It's a very ByuN thing to do. This is really not uncommon from him, so yeah, in that regard, looking pretty natural here initially. Hatch coming up, Zergling speed and the drone still coming through, Marine and the Hellion just coming along. Just going to see the starport coming by, the few lings going to jump onto the rocks for a few moments. And a couple of SCVs, the starport still coming by, the lings just going to go jump onto the rocks as well there. Marine's going to get back to the high ground, the reactor coming into position. Speed on the way through is just going to get that completed very shortly as well. Bring that up. Just get that settling again. A couple of drones and the queens all coming about. And medevac, the Hellion coming through. Just going to see the couple of Marines coming up. The command's in the building. Hellions going to shoot at a couple of Zerglings here. The Marines pulling back together for a few moments. You can see our command center, our tech lab continue to join up. A couple SCVs, a couple Marines all building through, and the Liberator coming online as well right now. So again, that Liberator set up. A couple Queens about to finish. Drone still producing. Just for a couple of moments. There's the Baneling nest coming out. Quite a lot of lings as well. We're still adding a couple drones, so it feels like we're just trying to play a bit of defensive ling baning, but I feel like the early Bane nest should not be super necessary here, considering the fact that ByuN was not super aggressive or so early on, right? With Overlord going down, it's a big supply block for GG Machine. As thank you, Zodiac UHD, for the 3 months resub on the Prime. Have a good day to you as well, mate. Thank you so much for subscribing with that Prime. Appreciate you taking the time to Prime. 2 more barracks from ByuN, upgrades, 1-1 stim. I already like the position ByuN gets into, especially with all of these overlords going down. That's another one. That's like, what, 3 overlords that have just died in this game? Really is less than ideal, to say the least. 1-1 upgrades, stim pack coming with this for a couple of moments. A lot of the rest of this just all on the way through as the medevac comes over. Just going to head it down over this bottom side as well. Just going to keep on setting that up. See where we get to. See what might happen. Liberator taking a couple of shots as well. I'm just going to siege up on top of this base over here. I mean, we should be able to walk over to deal with that, but that's one more thing to think on and just deal with from GG Machine early. Then gets his armory going in the wall off. Bit of a scary place for the armory. Well, it does not feel like the most secure positioning we've ever seen or heard of. So it's like I say, I think fairly fair to say that's a little bit of a scary spot for it to be. There's the few Marines and the Hellions still gathering together. People coming down. One link coming over as well. I'm just going to nibble at those SCVs. So again, just put some work in. Force the SCVs to respond for a second or two. Nothing crazy. And again, Bane Speedlings. The attack and the armor upgrade all coming online. Marine attack armory. Very much so in production. Overlord going to go down. That's what, like 4 or 5 Overlords this game. ByuN is yet to lose a unit. So he's playing a perfect game thus far. And look at GG Machine. Opting to go Spire. What I do not love is still the lack of upgrades. Okay, he saw some now. I was about to say, because this is not such a fast Spire that we should be like, completely upgradeless in this game. But he was about to start them, so he's an entire set of upgrades behind. That kind of puts in perspective already the kind of need for these mutalists to kind of get something done. Because if you're going to play without any upgrades or be super behind on upgrades, your tech had better make up for that, right? So there is a lot of, pressure put onto the Spire and hence the mutalisks to then make sure that does indeed happen in the end. So definitely thinking that is a situation for the moment. 1-1 coming up against the 2-2. Marines and tank coming forward. I like that tank behind the rocks, just an annoying place. Somewhere you kind of have to stop and deal with it. As well as the Zerg. I mean, you got to deal with it, but it's not exactly a fun position to play from, so that's already kind of rough. A few Marines here. Going to get in for a couple creep tumors right off the bat as well. Wingbane Queen still gathering up and medevacs the Marines. Just going to get in after the hatchery. Healer Broodling stepping through. Ling's going to run around this right side. Marines trying to run to the front there. Siege tank is going to play cleanup. Good defense from ByuN. It's going to be a very easy defense. Not much momentum getting in the favor of GG Machine. I feel like the last game he got to make this kind of scrappy and feisty from early on. In this game, that's not really being allowed to happen, and if that's not being allowed to happen, I do not love GG Machine's chances, because I think the more straight up and normal of a game this is, the happier ByuN is going to feel about it, right, than anybody else, so yeah, kind of feeling like that's the situation right now. Kind of catches this army middle of the map, honestly not really, because the tanks did their namesake, and they tanked a whole bunch of damage. And yeah, they tanked a whole bunch of damage this time, so they just took it in the face, and then the Lingbane got chased away. The meters are not really doing great. 3 meters down. We've only killed a few SCVs so far. ByuN across the map, just no respect for the meters because there's not that many of them left. And honestly, there's not much army left, and especially with the 2-2, ByuN's army is formidable right now. Why do we always go flying units on the map with flight blockers? Because the flight, it's not always about air blockers, right? Like, air blockers are annoying for the air units, but the reality is that it's still a good map for mutalists, right? It's a big map. There's a lot of space to work with. There's a lot of kind of potential. Like, it's big enough for you to kind of harass with mutas and then have time to pull them back to join a fight if you need to. They can kind of, control a lot of the map because they're speedy, so it's not always about the air blockers. The air blockers are way less of a consideration than just the shape and the size of the map otherwise. Because like the air blockers on this map are not even necessary to screw over air units, it's just to make the map a certain shape, which does restrict free airspace. So obviously that isn't a downside. But the map size definitely makes up for that downside as well, where realistically, yes, you maybe have to play them differently because of the air blockers, but you're still playing them on a map that otherwise is very good for them, so if you play them a bit differently and don't get yourself stuck behind a base, it shouldn't really come into play. ByuN gets it done. He comes up against Cristiana in the semifinals. kicking this off in a couple moments. And we'll get that going. As soon as the players are vetoed up, guys, we'll throw in some ads. And get this ready to go. And thanks for joining us, as it's going to be second semi-final of the day coming up. MaxPax is going to have quite a wait, because that DVZ turned out to be pretty awesome. So we get into, like I say, some DVP. Up next, ByuN Cristiana. Can Cristiana take ByuN out? Cristiana's been playing good lately. Cristiana's and ByuN's history. Let's have a peek. Wow, Cristiana has a big losing record against ByuN. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9 series in a row Cristiana lost against ByuN. Lifetime score 56-11. Cristiana must have had a streak against ByuN at some point. Yeah, he won more in the earlier days. In 2021 or so. More recently, ByuN has had his number, but Cristiana's taken a lot of maps a lot of the time. He's gone to 5 games, he's gone to 3 games a couple times this year in the Monday Cup, so see what happens. Get this ready to go. Alright, we'll get this sorted in a few moments, guys. Get this ready to rumble. This ready to kick off. But of course, we just came out of the series with ByuN, so he has to do the full veto process, so it's not like they're part way along or anything while starting to wait. So it might just take a couple minutes. I say that. The map is ready. These guys are ready to go. And thanks for joining us so far today, guys, on our beautiful return. Again, tomorrow is going to be the WardiTV Winter Championship Last Chance qualifier. Then we're going to have Wednesday and Thursday groups A and B of the Winter Championship. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, I'm going to catch up on that Leo League Cup, which was apparently hecking awesome. So that'll be happening too. Who is missing from this lobby? A couple of guys starting to join us here, starting to get us into place and get ready to go. Gets called and we'll start up on Tourmaline. But this next map, get this going. Bow. Alrighty, guys, let's do it. Let's jump in. So we've got ourselves in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, the blue Terran player in this semi-final best of 3. It is ByuN. Taking on the red Protoss in the top right. It is Cristiana. Alright, Cristiana and ByuN. A little bit of PvT action in this semi-final. Winner plays MaxPax in the best of 5 final today as well, in case you missed earlier. MaxPax and Classic, that's how that result flopped over. And we'll see how this goes, as we just give it a couple moments to get going, get moving. Let's find someone's camera. Bria, Rex, Koga, Harston. Let's follow the Harston camera. Let's see what this YouTuber has to show us. In theory, Harston should always be looking at the most important things on the map because he has like pro gamer brain, right? Like, he should in theory know everywhere that's going to be the most important at any point in time. Please, ByuN, save us from PvP finals. I can say honestly, I don't mind how this goes. I'm a ByuN fan. I'd love to see a TvP final as well, but I actually think Cristiana might have a better chance of beating MaxPax than ByuN. And that would be kind of hype. Cristiana would be a first-time WardiTV Monday champion. don't know how many times he's made the semifinals, but yeah. Cybercore, Nexus, the probe coming up, the Adept and the Warp Gate coming through as well. Factory, Command Center, SCV still building. It's going to get our Nexus going on the natural, so it's going to get that up and running here. Factory, Reactor coming through. Reactor still building. Just going to be seeing the SCV building on the orbital as well. So we bring that up, we get that underway. Gonna have the Adept, the Stargate, the probes, the Warp Gates. Thing to come through at the moment. The reactor about to finish up on the barracks. Yeah, definitely about. Just gonna see that Warp Gate coming through. And yeah, Stargate's gonna finish in a few moments as well. So we got a lot of that just brought up into place right now. And we just have the starport, the orbital building. The Adept takes a shade forward. Stop on the factory, just going to chill out there for a second or two. Just going to be seeing a Widow Mine starts up. Get that on the move as well. And again, the Oracle, the Warp Gate all building. Medevac, Marines coming online also. It's again a little bit of setting up right now. Getting this up and running. The Twilight Council, Oracle, Warp Gate all build into place. Plus we step over, Widowmine Burrows in the front, Cyclone and the Marine count still growing, so Marine count getting higher. Medevac will pop, we'll see what we take across the map here as ByuN with this Medevac. 3 Adepts coming his way, something to contend with, especially as it's unlikely we really see the commitment on top of the mines. Medevac will just come to the low ground, SCVs pull in. There's also going to be the Oracle here, Cyclone cannot arrive soon enough. He's going to run for the Widow Mine with the SCVs, which is smart. It's one way to kind of guarantee your defense, and then the Cyclone does lock onto the Oracle. That's a big deal because you actually have good vision here with the unit structures on the low ground providing that vision for a while. So that kind of goes a long way for you too. Your SCVs go down. Could have been a whole lot worse. Could have been a whole lot worse, to be honest. As the assimilators come up as well, so bring those straight into place. Anti-tank cloak building through. Just gonna have our Nexus and the Blink building by as well, so we continue to bring that up just for the moment. And again, the cloaking coming online, the barracks still building. I'm just going to be seeing the Medevac coming over to that far right-hand side. Banshee tank and the Marines and cloaking coming through. And the Blink Chrono boosting on the Twilight Council is a big deal as well. Drops into this main base. Let's see if ByuN can find some kind of damage. I was going to say, the wall-off doesn't help you here as ByuN, obviously, because it keeps you away from the mineral line. Gonna make his getaway, no blink just yet, so we know about that at least, I suppose, but I guess that's not too surprising given the timing and how this started. This was Stargate into the Twilight Council, right? So the blink is always going to be later, and ByuN obviously should know that, so I think that's why he's pretty okay. He gets 4 probes overall, which is not bad for a little bit of counter damage. Medevac has made it away, so will survive. We'll see how aggressive ByuN gets. I mean, he's going to have Cloak Banshee shortly. So we'll see if they are able to achieve a lot, or if Cristiana is going to have the defense kind of prepped for them to deal with that comfortably at first. Factory off to the side, builds a reactor. Barracks jumps onto the tech lab. Medevac pulls back home. Just going to see the starport lifting off, goes for the reactor. Banshee cloaking. The Stalker's trying to get there. Banshee pulls back. Just going to see the recall. A few more Stalkers getting warped in. Charge still building. Phoenix on the way. Stalker's trying to get underneath the Banshee. Does not quite go down just yet. And a few pros going down. The Banshee just peels out of there. Again, cloaking. Charge. Phoenix all on the way up, so we continue to bring that through just for the moment. Time to shoot. A couple of those probes start to go down. Just going to see about 3 workers dropping off right there initially. Stalkers get into the main. And just going to see that Banshee is going to get shot down still. +1, a Stimpak, building through, Marine Marauder Medevac coming up as well. Oh, it has just been a few more probes going down, but this is now 2 Banshees on top of everything else. For 11 probes and 3 Adepts, still good damage from ByuN. A lot of Stalkers on the map. What I feel like I'm scared of for Cristiana is the Robo Bay is about to finish. He's kind of far away from realistically having like a good amount of splash damage on the field, right? And as the extra gates aren't even done yet, I'm just not even sure if he has just that much in general on the field. It just doesn't feel like Cristiana has a lot to play with right now, which, yeah, it doesn't feel ideal. I mean, these Stalkers are doing well trading. Stim's about to finish. That will make things very different. There's also more aggression coming in on this top side. That's going to take some attention. Colossus isn't there yet, so it's going to take a warp in more than likely. As we are going to... We stopped there for a second, not sure what that is about. A couple of these Stalkers begin to go down. We should probably be microing them a little better. We're going to kill 3 Stalkers already with these few Marines before they eventually get cleaned up. He goes after... was that the Phoenix? The Oracle in the sky? The Oracle, I believe. Going down too. ByuN did start to push forward. Cristiana takes the supply lead though. 61 to 56 workers. 56 to 43 army supply. Colossus gathers back. I'm just going to be seeing the Zard Stalker still regathering over here as well. Going to be seeing the command center flying over for a couple moments, and the Bio just gathering. Bio going to jump through. A couple of Stalkers get pushed away initially. Going to see that Bio still chasing. Scan coming down. A couple of these Stalkers getting picked away at. One of them just about able to get out of there. Scan remains again. Marine Marauder Medevac coming through. The armor upgrade coming up. Medevacs, SCVs, the Orbital coming by as well. Colossus, Stalkers, the Zealots all moving through. Just going to be seeing the few extra mules dropping down into place here. Tank going to fire. Zealot takes some shots. +1 attack on the Thermal Lance coming over. The Prism is coming up and online as well. Nexus still building by just for now. Fourth Nexus builds onto the 12 o'clock there. It's just going to get that kind of going into position. Stalker's going to blink forwards. That's not a good blink. It's a very poor blink, quite frankly, because that just is a bunch of Stalkers taking damage that just didn't need to take damage at all. The tanks are such a good backline here. They're going to help against the Colossus. A few Vikings coming out. It's only 2 Vikings right now. Like, this is the moment you want to be poking as Cristiana. He's going to pop Guardian Shield. He might just send it. Tanks are so important right now because these tanks have to get rid of the Colossus. And you can just see Cristiana. The moment that Colossus goes to low on shields already, he's just like, no, no, no. This is not going to work out for me. It's not worth committing in and risking my high attack units and my splash damage like this, because that's just not going to be how I win this game. And he's not wrong. He's not going to win this game giving up those more important units here, so he's right to kind of back it up and get out of there. I think that's one of the better calls he could have made right there. I didn't hate the idea of going in, because like I say, there's only a couple of Vikings, but it's better to cut your losses while you're still ahead, which is before you lose the Colossus for no real reason other than being arrogant, thinking you can still go for it. Disruptor's now on the way through, plus Prism Speed. Cristiana is a guy who does often prefer to kind of go into the Disruptors after Colossus and kind of play that composition rather than switching to the Storm. It's not unheard of. It's something that a lot of the pros were doing for a while until recently as well. Just Storm has become a little bit more of the apparent kind of approach in more recent history. S2 upgrades coming about, getting that on the way. Bunch of gates coming up over here. The Forge coming about. Nexus and the Dark Shrine coming over as well. +2 attacks still finishing shortly. The Disruptors continue to build. The Command Center wanted to float out to the front, but he sees the edge of the army there, so he's not going to risk it just yet. We'll start us up. The tanks. Cristiana with a more open space kind of attack may decide to go for it here. Decides not to. Disruptor shot does not land just yet. 2 upgrades, +1 vehicle weapons, Ghosts, Marines, Tech Labs, and the Reactor coming up as well. Double missile turret is good for the Prism. Prism will go down. Army trying to step forward. Bio Army going to go in. A couple of Zealots get absolutely blasted there. Good Disruptor shots. Going to land on the Marauders and the Cyclone. Just going to see this Disruptor going down too. Army of Cristiana holding back. Prism, +3 attack, +1 armor, coming through right there. Just going to see those 2-2 upgrades coming about. The ship weapons coming up as well. We're going to pop the Guardian Shield, and in we go. A couple of Vikings already firing, Colossus taking hits. We go back and forth. Bio Ghost gathering. Just going to see the Phoenix taking some shots. Disruptor is going to go bang bang, and the tank gets claimed. There's actually a double tank kill with those Disruptors. That was pretty nice. The rest of Cristiana's army is getting overwhelmed, though, and this is the issue with Colossus Disruptor. Before you get to enough Disruptors to forever keep the Terran away, if they just jump on you, it's pretty darn deadly. And especially when they've got enough of the enough of everything else going on. Yeah. I'm just going to see our Stalker still joining up. Take a couple of moments. Figure out where we're going to go. So we're going to try and charge through. Bunker is set up right there. We are going to have ourselves the Stalkers blinking in as well. Vikings get straight after the Prism. So they're not going to leave anything behind in that regard. A couple of these Zelds are going to get jumped on as well here. Disruptor goes down. The Zeld's getting cleaned out. Plus this Bio gathering about as well. Just going to still get to the front. The Bio army all gathering together here. 3-3 upgrades coming through. Advanced ballistics coming up. Of course, starts to move out on the map just for a moment or two. 5 good EMPs coming down. Just going to see the Disruptor shot is going to be short of the army. And ByuN still pressuring forward. Gets rid of that Colossus. Really feel like at this stage this army becomes that much significantly worse, right? Because at this point, you're truly playing with Zealot, Stalker, Disruptor. We see this composition do well a lot of the time, but you need enough Disruptors, and right now I just do not feel like we're there for Cristiana. ByuN's going to load up, and I don't know if he already knows about the top level. Well, he knows about it now. He scans it, so that's definitely going to become a target if it wasn't already. He actually may have seen the DTs walking in this direction, so he might be able to scan for those, and that's a catch on all 3 of them. So he's going to get rid of every single one. Dark Templar go down, and that's just an unfortunate warp in with the scan on. Shouldn't have walked them forward once he saw there was a scan there, but he maybe didn't notice as well. A lot going on. You warp in quickly, you don't think about the scan, right? There's a lot going on in these games, so you've got to make a lot of decisions very quickly. Good tank shots hitting the Zealots. Planetary Fortress hitting nicely too. The rest of the army coming back the other way. 3-3 upgrades are still building up. Plus 2 ship weapons, all the command centers, the Planetary Fortress. Still got that Stargate coming around. A couple of Disruptors trying to get forward again. Unable to just yet. Good EMPs going down. Disruptors are going to fail. Just 2 ship weapons coming up. Just going to see the 4 CCs coming about. Oh, nice Disruptor shot there. Does catch a few units. This is the benefit of the Disruptor style, is that even if you don't succeed straight away, you may succeed over time. The CC should cancel. ByuN surely doesn't think he keeps it. He does cancel it in the end, but maybe at the point where it was in the least danger because the units backed off. You're not going to see the Nexus right side goes down. That keeps you to a 6-base setup. I'm surprised ByuN didn't put more pressure to the upper left. I guess the army is positioned around there now, so it's a little bit scarier to do so than it was when he first found that base and it felt unprotected. Effects load into the main. Just going to see the recall coming down. Just going to see a bunch of those Stalkers and the Zealots coming about. Just going to have Stargate going down. Scan will see the DT. He snipes a bunch of the Zealots as they come in. That's really nice to not get overwhelmed here initially. However, the extra Zealot warp-in should force you back, I say, but he stands and fights this 3-3 to 3-2, so no extra armor upgrade on those Zealots is kind of a big deal. How many more units are we going to warp into this fight as Cristiana? It's still not going to be enough. This main base attack is going to hold on from ByuN, and it is looking good as now he can go after the Cybercore. Now he pushes into the top side, kills the Disruptor. Liberator is solidifying the push into the top left, and ByuN looks as though he might have cracked the code for this game 1, because at this point, yeah, Cristiana's not looking hot. He types GG as the DT's finally cleaned up in the main base, but damage is being done. You're losing this top left base. Cristiana says, okay, my army does not actually deal with your army anymore, because he's losing a lot of the Disruptors, and so he just spent a ton of gas on DTs, so he can't build necessarily the other tech units he maybe needs. GG's. Alright, ByuN gets himself a Game 1 victory. Game 2 coming up in a couple of moments. Winter Madness is going to be our map. We'll get this underway. And kick this off, guys, in just a couple of moments. Let's go and get everyone in here. Who are we missing? Oh, I think we've got everyone now. We should be able to get into game number 2 as ByuN takes the 1-0 lead. Alright, guys, let's get this started up. Let's get this on the ways. Let's kick this one off as we have ourselves game number 2 in the bottom right side with a 1-0 lead. Blue Terran player is going to be ByuN. Yeah, I had to work for it, but really did have a lot of control in that game for a lot of it as well. Played it very, very nicely. I would say he really took a lot of bad fights overall. Cristiana had some better moments that definitely kind of helped him trade a bit better too, but I think ByuN played a very responsible game in TVP. Didn't get carried away with his position, seemed pretty confident and comfortable throughout. Solid stuff. As he is up 1, and Cristiana trails by a game at the start of this BO3. BroandMime, thank you so much for the 50-month resub on the Prime. Thank you for priming us up and supporting as always. Appreciate your constant support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Gate coming up. Pro coming through. Just want to see the racks and the SCV building in here initially. And again, next on the Cybercore coming up. CC in the orbital. Went online as well, so we got that going. Just going to see the assimilator coming into place. And yeah, the Cybercore coming up as well, just for a few moments. So we get that started here for now. See where we're going to take this on. Going with this 1-0 lead at the moment. And CC coming up, factoring the reactor coming through, Twilight Council coming into play. And yeah, Nexus and the Twilight just coming by initially, getting that underway. Probes coming through. Again, Helly and the Marines, the starport coming about, so we just get that going. Again, Twilight Council finishes on that top side. The Hellion comes down the low ground. And the Hellion moves out up the right side for the moment. Things will shoot at the Adept, so the Adept will take some damage. The Medevac coming through, and the Blink and the Warp Gate coming up as well. Stalk will shoot, Hellion takes shots. Again, the Medevac, Cyclone, and Marines continue to build by as a couple of gateways will continue to produce through. The Hellion will continue to shoot then. A couple of probes still take some damage. It's not bad still, right? I mean, basically 1 Hellion for 2 probes is almost always going to be a good thing. So, yeah, and these Marines on this high ground, there's a Adept, needs to be very careful. That Adept's dead. Wasn't expecting the Marines to be stood so far forward, and now we have ByuN pressing forward. Cyclone in the Medevac. It's just going to be the Cyclone, actually. The Marines will hold back. They will not come across the map with everything else. Two Marines and the siege tank still going through. The extra SCVs in the barracks coming up, and the Nexus and the Robo facility will build as well for the moment. Robo is about to finish here. Nexus, Observer, probes coming through as well. Cyclone drops down, just a single probe kill. ByuN just going to try and get as much as possible out of as little investment as he can. Obviously, that's generally the way that you look good in scenarios like this, so trying for that. However, that's going to be the medevac and the Cyclone going down. So it was not that little investment in the end. Quite a bit ends up falling and dropping during that one. Stalkers will make their move. Away they go. Just to begin with. Heading down the bottom side again, tank, couple of Marines, the stim and the +1 all coming up as well. Still got that charge coming up. Again, the Stalkers are gonna look to threaten the main. They are gonna find a corner. Madness has a bigger main than you think sometimes. I think just a couple of the corners stretch out a bit and gives you some openings. He's desperate to get the stim, and he will get it. Not sure how much ByuN is worried about that, because yeah, it's in denial and it's going to slow down the stim, but it's not like stim was over halfway done. Like, stim was barely started, so it's a slowdown, but it's not like, yeah, there's a big difference of cancelling stim just before it's done. That's like 2 minutes wasted versus this is less than a minute wasted. Raven drops in, probes have to pull. Not going to kill anything, and the Raven taking quite a lot of damage. It's going to go down. He drops one more auto turret before he dies. They will get a couple work kills off of it because the probes just went back to mine and ignored the threat. So a few probes, but yeah, Raven gone. That's one less thing to worry about here from Cristiana, and it's a nice cleanup to get. So going to help you out massively. The Stimpack Combat Shield both still building through. The +1 upgrade coming up as well. Tank is now producing. The Marines on the way. Stalkers will just sit on this ramp. The other Marines look to step through too. Storm on the way up. Charge building by Prism. We'll finish very shortly. Again, a couple of High Templar will come around. We do scan, and Stalkers going to get blasted. Siege tank able to come after said Stalkers. Marines coming over. Tanks is going to gather against Impact Combat Shield and the +1 going through as well. Marines, tanks keeping on coming by. Stalkers getting after a couple of SCVs. Tank's going to be there. Tank shot is good to hit a few Stalkers as well. Want to get a little bit more done already, so again, looking decent on that. The Stalkers now gathering up still. And the CC trying to float down to the low ground. Tank shots are good to just say no, no, no to the Stalkers and push them back the other way. And those tanks definitely holding that position. High Templars ready to go. Cristiana switching up his tech from game 1 to this game 2, obviously, and seeing how well this may look for him in these next few moments. A bunch of Warpins coming by. Stalkers and Zealots gathering. Marines ready to jump into a bunker. By ByuN defensively, I mean 5 siege tanks, 6 siege tanks. This is just an absolute no-go. First storm, double storm on the first tank actually. Third storm as well, similar position. The only issue I have is obviously tanks are not amazing against the Zealots, but I feel like the tanks are still defensively enough placed, and you see the Stalkers kind of getting hunted here. Like, these 2 tanks on the high ground should continue to do just fine in terms of playing cleanup. It's very much so kind of where we're at this point as 8 SCVs going down. Or 14 because the friendly fire splashes a bunch of the SCVs at the end there. Like I say, tanks are funny because it feels like they should be fine in this scenario and the defense looks good, but they're just not great against Zealots. I thought 6 tanks was going to be more than enough, and it kind of was. It's just you lost a bunch of SCVs in the process because the damage output wasn't high, and a lot of the tanks did go down relatively quickly too, so it was that kind of secondary kind of part of it that came into play there as the extra Stalkers coming through, the Zealot and High Templar coming over toward this third orbital. The Stalker step up, the Ghost Academy, SCVs, Tank, Marine, Marauder coming through as well. Observer will get taken down. And yeah, some extra Zealots warping in right now from Cristiana. 5 Zealots, 2 Stalkers, all coming up. ByuN looking for a chance to get through. A couple tanks still sieging. Zealot's taking damage. Stalker's coming in. So that's going to get absolutely blasted here. The tanks will turn their attention to the Archons, to the Stalkers once again. The Templar's still moving through. The SCVs need to pull back. It's a storm for a couple of units. I think that's kind of okay for ByuN. Cristiana keeps the pressure on this third base. If nothing else, this third base is not mining during this. So got a couple storms available. This time the tank's obviously safe from the beginning. The SCVs aren't getting like splashed, so it's not as dangerous as it was previously. Zealots warping in, just going to see the Immortal on the +1 coming up, refineries, and an extra CC preparing for ByuN, as well as a second engineering bay in the armory to start 2-2 in the fairly foreseeable future. Seems like a pretty reasonable scenario as well as the Prism sets up. Zealot warping in, the armor upgrade coming through. Mortal still coming about. Just gonna see these few Zealots still warping in here in the army of Cristiana gathering up in supply. It's very cheap supply, and it's one Archon, one Immortal, 2 High Temp. There's not even like a lot of storms, realistically. See the Vikings patrolling, looking for their chance to start this off well. First EMP is decent. Can we EMP the High Templar? The Prism goes down, so no retreating or reinforcing with that. Again, so reliant on the siege tank positioning just to hold on here as ByuN and just say no. You're not going to get anything out of this. Like I said, a few SCVs go down, but very replaceable, considering the fact that he's kind of just holding back. What's the trades looking like? 8.9 to 5.8k. Cristiana's on a 5-base setup. Robo Bay, second facility. The Forge coming up, ready for the tech switch. I honestly think Cristiana should just be warping in another Nexus or two. Like, to me, this is the moment where you see ByuN playing super defensive. This is absolutely your opportunity to make this not just a 5-base game, but a 6-base, 7-base game. Overwhelm this map, go up another 10 workers, right? And just have so much income that it just doesn't matter how much ByuN defends. That you will just overwhelm him on the income no matter how good the defense looks to be. I mean, interesting fight here because we have no splash damage available because the Prism never came back up. We never warped in new High Templar. Cristiana, why? Why, oh why would we ever take this fight? Nothing about the only thing that screams potential success here is that ByuN moved into a more open place and looks for his 4th. But you can't possibly take this fight when you've not replaced the High Templar you lost, and you've not replaced the Prism to reinforce this army, or to hide the Templar in, or anything like that. I mean, that was just not the fight in the slightest. Like, at the end of the day, like, this one is just never going to go your way, and that was a bad call from him, unfortunately. One that is going to cost fairly heavily in the end, unfortunately. Not a cheap mistake to make. Zealots gathering Immortal and the High Templar joining. A couple of Colossus and the Stalkers coming over as well. 2-2 coming about. Vikings on the way. It's going to be seeing the Zealots still poised on the far left side. A 6-base top right. See, that's what I wish he'd already had up. Like, already had these extra bases and the +10 workers or so. Because then it even feels like a fight like that's like, okay, that sucked, but like, we're rich. And don't get me wrong, he's rich. He's not rich, so it's definitely a bit of an impact there for sure. The upgrades still coming by, the Immortal and the Stargate coming up, 5 additional simulators building as well. So let's Stalker Colossus, 4 Colossus now. ByuN is on 6 Vikings, so he's got a reasonable number. I wouldn't say he's got a Viking count that I'm going to feel great about him kind of, dealing with this Colossus count with, but it's reasonable. I feel like it's an alright kind of number to be kind of working forward from. The Ghosts will regather themselves, get set again. Advanced ballistics will build, +1 vehicle weapons coming up. We scan out to the top side again. Zealot, Stalker, Colossus, all carrying through. And the 2 Stargates will build. The Fleet Beacon coming up. +3 on that armor upgrade. Continue to come by. we go. Just going to see the units pushing through here. Just going to be having a couple of Vikings trying to get some shots off initially on the Colossus. And now they leave with no shields, but fairly healthy otherwise. ByuN is looking to step towards this 5th base. Fifth base is really a magical point for the Terran player where it just feels like at that stage it's so much economy available, so much rebuild available, so much potential for your force to kind of get out and to do its thing in this game, even if that isn't going to involve a lot of sitting back and just hanging around. Colossus there gets absolutely laser beamed. Right immediately is now some Bio Ghost runs up the right side, looking for a Nexus right there. Just going to see this Pylon and Nexus will both go down. Kill and a cancel. Trying for the CC to the 5th, but that's going to be kind of caught. I mean, the army of Cristiana is just sat here while the pressure is mounting on the other side of the map. I mean, this top side base going down, Cristiana double expanding to the bottom left. And so we are going to see a couple of Zealots warping in. Cristiana's done this a few times now, where he just doesn't warp in enough to actually deal with the threat. We saw in the last game that fight in the main base where like he warped in a lot, but it wasn't enough. And he then kept warping in more, but it just wasn't enough, especially when you're kind of warping straight into the fight and you're not getting too much of a chance. Looks like ByuN took a bit of a jump on this army here and actually caught Cristiana a little off guard maybe. A couple of High Templar nearby looking okay. This base is going to live. There's a lot of static defense that got online in the end, so it's going to survive through this onslaught of Terran drop. The base didn't die in the end. I actually thought ByuN was maybe going to catch more on this bottom side when he pushed in just then. It felt like there was maybe a moment of breaking, but didn't actually come through in the end for now. Good Liberator shot. I'm going to hit from afar. CC just going to try and push a bit further over here. Army has to step back a little bit. Bio going to start coming through. Just going to see a couple storms coming down. And we'll see the Liberator still siege, the Bio army pushing about. Just taking a couple moments. One Zealot looking to run forward. Bam, goes the Liberator shot. Nice connection. The ship recalling to the right side. I mean, hey, that's cute. Repositions this army completely, and then we're going to get jump on a couple of siege tanks that are down over here. A lot of Vikings. Like, this mothership's going to die. This is my concern, perhaps, is that the mothership's just... well, I mean, you can't really complain about the play. 20 SCVs. Is this genuinely serious damage, though? Like, 20 SCVs, ByuN can rebuild those pretty comfortably. Didn't kill a base. You lost a ton of your own tech units. Like, you just... to me, you didn't kill enough of the Terran army to have much of an impact here. We're going to go carriers, and carriers can be very effective later in this game. This medevac takes a couple shots. Surely this just dies right here. Apparently not. Somehow this does live as the Immortal goes down. We should be able to turn for that Archon if we really want it. ByuN might just let it go. Wow. I don't love this kind of carrier Tempest split that we're doing. Go one or the other, you know? Like, if you're worried about the Tempests... sorry, if you're worried about the Liberators, let's go Tempests. If you're delusional, go carriers, I guess. I mean, every time I see carriers, they suck. There's a couple times where they look good, but I feel like the carriers only look good when it's just so obvious, like how, well, duh. You know, of course they're going to look good here. Usually Tempests are just so much consistently better, though, and I think that's the main thing. Just the Tempests consistently provide value, whereas the carriers sometimes look great, and sometimes they just look like, were they ever really meant to do anything? Liberators sieging on top of this army. We are going to see rocks going down. This is why I just wish we kind of ignored the couple of carries and went purely Tempest, because just the Tempest poking at the Liberators even alone would be kind of a big deal right now, something that could really have an impact. ByuN making himself known on the map right here, and he is just getting some pot shots off of the Vikings that are guaranteeing him some really big connections and getting him some really big kills, and that obviously has turned out to be a pretty big moment of value across the board here as well. So it's definitely adding up as the Vikings continue to put their work in. Another storm coming out. Just feels like ByuN is picking up value here. Now, don't get me wrong, we're kind of rich still as Cristiana, so for the moment at least, we can kind of let this keep on happening. We can kind of keep on letting this take place. More Vikings coming up. The Liberator is going to siege. This base is going to go down. How much does Cristiana care about the bottom left? I mean, a little bit. He does have top right bases. These were kind of his bases that were coming up as like the extras though, and so the top rights, well, I'm a little sad to see them not kind of holding their own here, I suppose, at the end of the day. Yeah, I guess I'm a little bit sad because it feels as though now you're going to have pressure on a genuinely important base on the left side, while also maybe drop potential to the top, although that's a lot of static defense, so maybe that's okay. He's going to expand the very far top right corner as well, get that into position straight away here. Army setting up, +2 air weapons coming about, +3 ship weapons, +2 vehicle plating, continue to come around. You see the mothership going to make the same move as before, just a big recall to kind of relocate this army to a different side of the map. ByuN's already rotating over though. I mean, the downside for ByuN is, you know, yes, Liberators are not immediately in position. He gets there quickly enough, I just don't see this really being a problem. He scans the army, he's like, hey, what can I chase? A mothership slow moving, the Colossus going to be grabbed. Army on the left side still available for ByuN, is going to kill off this Nexus as well. There goes the mothership. EMP on all of the High Templar as well. ByuN, do we have the confidence to follow up on that? So far, no, but that was a great EMP. It hit all the High Templar that were in that army, if I'm not mistaken. He's just pushing forward this left side. Needs a scan against the Dark Templar. TTs are going to play cleanup here, so... And hey, the carrier is going to come in use. We're still building carriers. I'm genuinely kind of surprised about the carrier build. I just don't feel it. Just not vibing with it. ByuN is just kind of rotating from one side of the map to the other as he wishes. Just denied a bunch of stuff on the left side. Now he's going to push up the right side. This base is going to be going down. Fresh base just denied right off the bat. Never even really had a chance to truly do anything. High Templar again chased off by the Ghost. Snipes are good so far. 27 workers killed recently. Step forward to the Vikings. Bam. Colossus deleted. Okay, a lot of Liberators on siege here. That's going to be Cristiana's chance to maybe chase a little bit, but then ByuN turns around again, and there's just no protecting these air units. Another Colossus down. Another one now super low. It's going to go down. We target fire down the carrier immediately. This is kind of why I think the carriers don't do enough, because you kind of need to be up close and personal with enough stuff. Whereas right now, the Tempest would be able to at least chip away a bit more comfortably if there was a higher count of them. Then the Vikings have to reconsider moving into range of the Tempest in the first place, or you lose a bunch preemptively. ByuN scanning the bases accidentally sees the 5 Dark Templar warping in and moving over, which is just kind of another pain point here for Cristiana in a game where the last thing he really wanted to deal with was the freaking Dark Templar just on a journey being found by the Terran player already, especially when it's like 5. That's a big investment. Trying to expand back to the left-hand side. ByuN is already trying to expand here himself, then Pro beats the command center to the position, but NTT is being chased away. That Nexus will not last long. I cannot imagine. I recall the DTs, which I don't hate either, because realistically ByuN knows where they are on the map, so he's playing to deny them. So it is actually nice just to make sure they get saved. Cristiana re-establishing himself then to the top right base that he just lost, knowing that maybe the central bases are going to take a little bit longer to get up to and to really run into in the near future. Carriers will rotate up to the top as well. That's a bunch more batteries and cannons coming into place. Army settling, probes gathering. Tempest, Mothership, +3 air weapons. Dark Shadow Stride, sorry, on the way through as well. $20 Vikings, 12 Libs, 6 Ghosts, 5 Marauders only on the ground alongside those Ghosts. It's funny because the DTs don't really have much to kill. I mean, it's interesting because I guess the DTs don't have much to kill, so they might counter the Ghosts really quickly. Otherwise, I guess it is just about kind of the cleanup that they can make, as that's not good though. 2 DTs go down immediately as they just walk into the Planetary plus Liberator. Shadow Stride not ready yet, so they didn't even have Blink away, so they didn't really have a chance just to be like, I'm going to blink on you and kill. They just arrived too soon. 8 more Vikings out of ByuN. Are we ever afraid of like a rebuild into something different from Cristiana? It's not really rich enough to kind of go for a full-on switch into something else. I'm just wondering, because ByuN is so committed to the skies. I mean, so is Cristiana. And obviously the skies for ByuN also cover the ground because of the Liberators. It does, you know, force you to be sieged to be able to take the fights. This army comes around. CC building up the Vikings, able to get the carrier there already. The DT's moving down. Liberator gonna go after a couple of those Dark Templar. 3. I mean, we finally blink past the lib, but man, it's ugly, unfortunately. 10 probes going down, taking a while to clean up some of these harassing units as well, man. It's just not looking good. I can't really say it any other way. It's just not looking pretty at all. Six more Vikings coming through. CC's in the orbital, coming about as well. See that lib still sieged up on top of this command center. The carriers all moving through. DTs are going to make their way, and they're going to cancel up the bottom left side of the map from ByuN for the moment. The thing is, ByuN is taking both of the forward central bases. Resources lost in this game heavily in favor of ByuN. Like, Cristiana cannot get away with ByuN trading like that. ByuN does not do anything about this base, though. He is setting up a nuke at the same time as these DTs just ravage a mineral line. I mean, ByuN could have done a little bit more about that, I feel like. Vikings coming through. This army had to rotate because of the nuke. Nuke will land, a bunch of the stack defense denied. And of course, this just makes it a slow-moving advance in from ByuN. I feel like he's okay with this, especially as the Liberator started to choke his opponent out of this position as well. Puts Cristiana into a really difficult spot. Snipes the High Temple on the right side. There's not a lot on the ground, but we hear a stim as the few Marauders will take that shot. Clean up some of the stack defense here. And that top right base is going to be in danger again. Forward base of ByuN now in trouble. It goes down. Just saw it on the mini-map. The DTs having success there, but this is potentially going to break out into a larger fight, so we'll keep focused on this. Just know that ByuN lost one of the bases that he was just setting up for, but the other on this right side is obviously very well protected because his army is just here, and just can't help but feel that ByuN is going to keep winning these slow-going trades over time. You're kind of already seeing it, that he's just picking units off again and again. Cristiana's bank is pretty much plummeting to zeros. Cristiana had a hell of a run in this event today. Taking out Cure is obviously a very, not just taking out Cure, taking out Rogue, then taking out Cure is a very noteworthy run. Just, he's going to fall short of the mark against ByuN in the semifinals. Still some prize money on the day, a couple of WardiTV points, which is a big deal, as we mentioned a lot of the time, because, especially right now, talking about qualified to the Winter Championship, a lot of guys got that on points. That will be true of the Spring Championship as well, which is what the points for this Monday Cup go towards. Building towards Spring Championship invites, and of course, all year long, building towards the 2025 Championship invites as well. So, kind of a big deal. It was nice just to get a good performance in as well, right? As I can't really say that this was not a good performance from Cristiana. Just cannot break through what was a very well played game by ByuN. There was a couple moments where I did I was thinking, was ByuN always in control of this game? I think there was moments where Cristiana had chances, and I think there was moments he created opportunities for himself, but ByuN's pretty much always been able to somewhat scramble himself back into the place he needs to be. He's been very good at repositioning these libs as well, not afraid to just take a second, pull back, reset a little bit if needed, and so on. So, yeah, just going to be seeing the missile turrets end up. A couple libs still moving forward. Libs will continue to settle here. Just going to see the Vikings still looking for some more shots as well, looking to try and clean up as much as they may find in these next few moments. As it's another mothership down. How many motherships have died this game? Yeah, the 3 of them. I thought it was, but thought we'd double check. And yeah, 3 motherships dead in this game so far. Mulehammer on that right side base. Left side base reestablished, by the way. The one in Cristiana. We didn't see it die on screen, but it did die on the minimap to DTs. And now 5 more goes from ByuN as Cristiana sits sub 100 supply. Money in the bin. 19 probes left in this game. Kind of half a mining base or so up and running currently. Cristiana going to rotate to the left and maybe try and catch ByuN out of position on an army movement or so. Maybe make him panic because he's out of position or something. You got to try something. Fighting in the same position was not doing it. It's going to be GG. ByuN will go to the finals of WardiTV Mondays 74. The matchup he asked not to play at the very start of the day versus MaxPax. Specifically versus MaxPax he wanted to avoid. Alas, you cannot avoid it forever if you both keep on winning. And so that will be that. That is going to be where we stand. So ByuN MaxPax coming up for our finals in a few moments' time. As we get the players vetoed into that, guys, we'll get that ready to go. And we've got one final best of 5 coming up today. You're watching the WardiTV Mondays 74. Let's take a quick break with some Winter Championship video hype. And we will see you guys in a couple moments for this grand final. Let's see you guys in just a few. Yubby. Welcome to the WardiTV Winter Championship, our first WardiTV Major in the 2026 series. We're super excited to let the event begin, but first let's have a look at how some of the players got to qualify for this year's Winter Championship. Gonna step through, Classic aggressively going for it, gets a Void Ray so early. Well, maybe not, because these Stalkers dive in again. It's enough Stalkers to two-shot the Void Ray down. Classic! And we see some Bio gonna greet these units straight away here. Stalkers on the other side of the map already. The main story is that there's not gonna be units left here from Fewer here, so MaxPax has to kind of, is forced into the fight. He can't cherry pick what is a better moment or anything for him. Good micro on the Prism. Saves the Colossus, that's massive. ByuN's going to realize he needs to just pick up and get out of here. Storm available on the right-hand side of this. ByuN sees it, hits the High Templar with the EMP, and he gets the Prism as well. This is not it so far. EMP's coming down. High Templar yet to find a single Storm of value. Forge going down. Upgrades being denied. Probes are pulling through. His hero looks to stop the 2-0. Probes are coming as Creator's going to walk up this ramp and try and take this fight. The Vikings doing what they can against the Colossus. They're going low, but they're not dying yet, but it will not matter. We can catch these Disruptors. That's massive. We're going to move forward. The Prism low doesn't go down, will go down in a second though, as Cure gets a lot of value here. Flanking is massive for him. No Guardian Shield, no Force Field. The Probes will pull in from the other side to try and make the difference. Can Hero capitalize and kind of push into position during this? Down to the bottom, all the Hydras are up top. We're going to blink on the Hydras, and you can see Shin's supply just plummeted here. These Vikings get rid of the Colossus. The Bio Army might be okay against the Gateway forces. Oh, he's going to have Marines left. Like I said, we're going to have to land the Vikings. Not ideal against a lot of damage here. I mean, specifically just knocking through so many of these workers. Prism is going to get the warping off. What the Zell's going to do? The Stalkers need to help because they are going to be a big part of the damage dealing in this. It's going to be enough. Trigger's going to get it done. We have an upset to start off 2026 on the WardiTV Mondays. Stalkers are a little bit behind everything else. The Siege Tank should absolutely target fire that Colossus as Bunny is making his way through this army. Oh, Bunny, he is getting it done. Stalkers are stuck in the back here, so we don't have a way out. And this is a great catch. Hero gets caught with the Stalkers blinking on top of his Immortals. Those are good force fields. Can he actually finish these Stalkers off before the Prism Micro gets there? He's actually doing pretty well. He's killing off a lot of these Stalkers. He'll pull a few probes in again. Showtime is coming out with a hold right here as he continues to chase forward. Well, we have got ourselves MaxPax and not MaxPax and Classic. MaxPax and ByuN readying up for this grand final today of WardiTV Mondays 74, guys. Well, it's been a consistent fight over Monday numbers as of late. Hero last week won and overtook MaxPax once again for second place all time on the Mondays. This is how it's gone the last couple of weeks. Hero wins, overtakes MaxPax, then MaxPax won, took the second place position back, and then Hero won last week to retake the second place position in terms of all-time Mondays won. MaxPax, if he wins today, once again ties it up with 19 Monday wins, but he will have 16 second places to Hero's 14, which is why he would overtake in terms of overall Monday performances. All right, guys. Let's jump into MaxPax ByuN Finals. Best of 5 starting up right here and right now in WardiTV Mondays 74. Obviously, just saw the hype video for our Winter Championship, recapping how some of the players got to the Winter Championship. And a lot of that was through the WardiTV Mondays, the points securing a lot of the guys, their ability to kind of advance into that WardiTV Winter Championship without need for anything else. This Monday Cup today will be the first one toward the Spring Championship season, so players will start to earn their points towards the Spring Championship, and that obviously means that one of MaxPax or ByuN will be in the lead of that race, although they're both very likely to make it there no matter what. They're both very committed players. They're playing a lot of stuff, I would imagine. They will be hard-pressed to not make it to the Spring Championship, but hey, always good to have a good jump start on that, and of course a Monday win is a Monday win. ByuN, we talked about MaxPax and obviously one of the most successful Monday players of all time. ByuN, 6 finals in Monday Cups. This is his 7th final, which makes him 5th most all-time player for a Monday Cup final. He's on 2 wins, 4 losses, and if I control F his name here, I would imagine, yeah, 1 win against Gumiho, a loss to Hero, a win against MaxPax. That was a sick one. Lost to Clem, lost to Hero, lost to MaxPax. Yeah, I was going to say, at least one of these finals has to be a loss to MaxPax. But he's actually 1-1 in finals of WardiTV Mondays against MaxPax. So there you go. There you go. What's up, Unstoppable Pork? Thank you for the 40-month resub. And obviously, guys, just talking a little bit about WardiTV events and everything. Well, you know we got to do a little bit of the selling out just as this final gets going. Once again, WardiTV Mondays, as well as all WardiTV events, are powered by our Patreon page. At patreon.com/WardiTV, 100% of everything you see on the WardiTV channel in terms of WardiTV events is funded by the Patreon. It really gives us a foundation to build on, and we are growing the Patreon every single day. We moved some of our Monday Cup sponsorship onto the Patreon, actually, so now we're at $2,000 a month on Patreon, and that means we are absolutely cruising in terms of powering up events, but we've got more to do, guys. Keep it going. There's no reason to stop, because the more money, the more prize money for StarCraft 2. Again, 100% of anything you pledge on Patreon goes directly into WardiTV tournament prize money. So you can check that out, patreon.com/WardiTV, if you want to get involved, if you want to help support the tournaments. Like I say, we're putting 100% of it back to the players. And yeah, it is just our foundation of being able to run these events, being able to run at higher prize pools, being able to run more regularly, and all of that kind of stuff. So if that sounds good to you guys, get involved. Again, that's patreon.com/WardiTV. Get access to all the recent replays and more. I appreciate your support if you take the chance to go over there. Don't forget as well, of course, you can also subscribe and like on the YouTube, follow on the Twitch, and you can also subscribe on Twitch regularly and Prime sub and all of that goodness. So yeah, don't forget all of that. Just specifically hyping up the Patreon, especially when we're in WardiTV events. Want to talk a lot about that. Want to keep on growing the Patreon as best as we can, as the Reaper's going to be good for initial probe here just to start us off. Blink and Warp Gate both building up right now. Cyclone and the Marines coming through too. Get this underway initially. And yeah, Command Center, Starport all building by. The Adept pulls over to the right as MaxPax pokes around at the front for a little bit here, trying to see what's going on, trying to see what's up, trying to figure out what's happening in the early stages. Rebuilds the Cyclone will move on through. It's going to have the Blink and the Warp Gate coming by. Starport moves over to the Tech Lab for a couple moments as well. So the Adept is going to take some damage. Cyclone will clean this up. That is going to be a kill early for ByuN, so he's going to knock that down, clean that out. We'll be pretty happy with this in the first couple moments. Where do we go from here then? Again, a couple gates coming through. Robo facility building up. Getting this underway. Still got the Blink building by. Getting that all coming through. And looking to see what else is happening. ByuN, again, does not usually have a good track record against MaxPax. When you look at their results, not that he doesn't beat MaxPax, but it's definitely a matchup that he struggles in. It's MaxPax is so good at that kind of early game aggressive PvT. He's also very strong later on as well, but especially early, and that's where ByuN oftentimes tries to get his edge. And so, recent history: MaxPax 1-0, 3-1, 2-0, 2-0, 3-2, 1-0, 3-1, 3-1, 3-1. You have to go back to the WardiTV 2025 Championship seeding matches where ByuN was able to beat MaxPax 2-1, and that was his second 2-1 in a row. That came off the string of a couple of the losses. So yeah, it's been some good rebounding from MaxPax since the last time he lost to ByuN. Let's see if that's true today. 4-gate Blink Stalker is our opening build order, so very aggressive out of MaxPax. Going to open with one of the more aggressive builds that he can. He's going to find himself a bunker that's not going to be repaired, so that'll go down way too quickly. And it's already kind of scary. What are we at defensively? 2 siege tanks out, but they're... Okay, one of them is just sieging in the main now. Where's the other one? Okay, it's in the natural. It was just kind of far off on the natural initially. Okay, I was just a little confused there as to where things were actually sitting. But, yeah, it is there, just like I say, a little bit further off than maybe it should be for the moment. Tank's going to swap over to the Tech Lab. Stalker's going to get back into this main base. I'm going to get in after a couple of these SCVs. A couple of SCVs begin to go down. 3-4 workers dropping pretty quickly. Let's see the Cyclone locking on. Stalker's taking damage. 6 SCVs fall. It's 4 gates, so ByuN can kind of afford to take some damage. And the Banshees are going to show up for 6 or 7 kills, undoing all of the Blink Stalker pressure and forcing a bunch of Stalkers to be back at home. That's going to be a big deal as well. It's actually really nice from ByuN. And for now, at least, the Banshees live. But I do not love the... I mean, I guess they're being followed by an Observer anyway. I just don't love that he tries to fly them elsewhere. Like, you know Stalker's on the map. You know MaxPax is going to have pressure on the map. I feel like this is just a guarantee they're going to get cleaned up. I mean, maybe if there's no Observer, maybe he just thinks that they have a... I don't know. I feel like this is very greedy from ByuN to swing them elsewhere and look for more already, rather than just kind of parking them. Because like I say, MaxPax is on the map. He has control. And he's not stupid either, right? Like, at the end of the day, like, he kind of knows what you like to try and do. I think this was a little bit of a predictable move from ByuN. And obviously, yes, in this case, there was just an Observer watching every step of the way. Kind of interesting as well, because ByuN has been so good at spotting Observers. Usually he's the one to kind of identify those and play around them very well. He's definitely the best observer killer as of late in TVP. But yeah, this time around, it was a bit of a misplay. Destroying a bunker always feels like a big deal until you remember it's just 100 minerals. That's true, but obviously, I mean, it's just 100 minerals, but it's 100 minerals that are your defense or having no defense there, right? And the low ground is so much more exposed without a bunker. Like, every unit is so much more easily jumped on if there's no bunker there. The Stalkers have so much more freedom. That's what you truly gain out of this scenario if you kill the bunker. It's not so much what you kill, it's what it opens up in the future, right? As tanks do get siege. MaxPax does not eat a tank shot, though. Stim finishing, but so is Storm. So we're going to have the upgrades available for both players at the moment. Prism unsieges and gets ready to go toward the natural here. Again, Marine Marauder, Medevac kill still building, +1 attack about to be done. Stalkers will make their move. And just gonna have the concussive shells coming up as well here for a second. And you're not really moving now. MaxPax still sat with the Prism then. And maybe make use of that at some point. The Bio will step forward. The Stalkers stepping away for a couple moments too. And a couple tanks already putting some work in, so they'll find some initial shots of damage here. Roselle's going down. Nice first Storm. There's a bunch of High Templar available, so we're going to have to be very careful about those. Now the Stalkers walk into Storms. I was going to say, if they didn't blink back from those mines, plus taking Storm damage, that actually could have been kind of scary. In the end, he does pay attention. He blinks back. There's one more mine here. Do we actually know about this? Surely we have blink back anyway. We do. It just took a little bit too long for that mine to see it with the line of sight blocker. So blink was off cooldown. We blink again, and we deal with that pretty aptly so far. Probo Bay facility coming up. The gateways and the Zealot still building through. +2 attack and +1 armor coming around. Ghost Academy going to be finishing shortly. As the Stalkers blink in, they kill one tank immediately. Couple Storms coming down. Bio still chasing, pushing straight through here. The Stalkers getting hit hard. High Templars looking for the chance to turn around and maybe make something a little different happen, perhaps. MaxPax's supply already looking pretty good here. 20 workers in the lead. Now on his way to the double Colossus production. So switching from the High Templar to the Colossus right now. +2 in the armor upgrade, all coming about. The gates coming through. The probes online very shortly. Stalkers and the High Templars coming around. Just going to see the High Templars still building up for a couple of seconds. And yeah, Vikings, Ghosts, Marines continue to build through as well. So we continue to bring that up into play just for the moment. This will settle in position there. Just going to be seen again. Accent Thermal Lance, our Colossus, Nexus and company all continuing through for the moment. +2 and +1 building up as well. So again, a lot of that coming straight on by just for the moment. Vikings Medevac just going to gather through as well. See what else we can get going for a second or two here. Wild Ghost Viking gathering around. Just going to be seeing the Colossus coming through as well. So a lot of that coming straight into place at the moment. Set this all up. This army of MaxPax looking to just start pushing. Just looking to start breaking in. I guess what's so good. MaxPax, you can see resource loss is pretty even. It's just he's been mining so much more. And resource loss even is just not good enough for ByuN. It's been, good enough trades from MaxPax to essentially now start kind of just bullying through this position, and that's exactly where we sit. We're just in kind of a bullying kind of scenario right now. There's not really too much else to say about it. We are going to see the Prism in the main gets the warping off. I think that's something we had to absolutely avoid here. I think with the warping coming off the Prism, that's going to require a lot of defense. ByuN going to make an effort here. Finally eats the Storm. Took a little while to quite get rid of that Colossus that went low. Results in the main base is going to become a bigger issue. SCVs do hold the line for a second and actually do kind of come forward, and we do get the Prism. Well, I will say ByuN is doing a lot better than I thought he would. Actually turned that into a very good defense. Only 10 SCVs lost. There was a good amount of Zealots that went down. We pushed back some of the tech units. Yeah, I will not lie. ByuN surprises me because this really already felt like a, I don't want to say doomed scenario, but like it didn't feel like a good situation, right? At the end of the day, like this did not feel like something that was going to be like, yeah, this is going to be awesome. This is exactly what you want to see, yada, yada, yada. No, not really at all, actually. so kind of nice to see ByuN making a defense out of this. Like, when the Prism got in the main, usually that is where the Terran starts to fall apart, but it felt like he had a solid enough defense at the front still, while also dealing with the main effectively. Nicely done. Two ship weapons coming about. Just going to see the Ghosts pulling to the right side. The Vikings as well. Zeld will get jumped on. MaxPax now a 4 base, 5 base, 6 base. Protoss with 2 more bases coming up. So looking to expand into 8 bases here shortly. As the Vikings look to cut off these Colossus. That's a fantastic EMP. If there's ever a time to fight, this is it. These Colossus can go down very quickly. And then all that's really left are some Morphing Archons. Yeah, I mean, if you don't win this fight as ByuN, I don't think you're ever winning the fight, right? Like, that's really felt, I mean, you EMP'd everything. Okay, you kind of ran into Colossus, but like, I mean, it was still good for ByuN because he does reduce a lot of what MaxPax has. He does reduce that number heavily. I just actually felt like that was going to be a little bit stronger from ByuN because it felt like he got the perfect EMP to make something happen there at first, and then it just kind of fell a little bit flat at the end. Now MaxPax is still pushing through. Out of EMPs currently, it seems, so the Archons are healthy. Bunch of new High Templars sitting in the back. The benefit of being rich is if you lose everything, you can rebuild it pretty quickly. There's a couple of Zelds will start to charge forward. The Archons coming through as well. The Sentry going to come forward as well. There's a new Ghost that just arrived. We hit an EMP into the back lines. There's still the High Templar that are chasing forward though, and if they get to start casting Storm, it's going to be an issue as ByuN. He's already kind of hurt on these units from just stimming and having to kite back constantly. MaxPax is able to force his way onto this planetary fortress on that right-hand side. Jumps on this, it goes down. Ton of SCVs are falling. SCV is going to die to Storm on the other base at the same time as well. A couple of Colossus are going to show up in the middle of nowhere, and MaxPax makes the mistake, and he is going to get punished by losing 1 Colossus. Just about in the end, loses that 1 Colossus. Now going to push up this ramp again. Units are struggling to get their health back in time to really make enough of a trade on this. The couple of Immortals and the Archons coming through. The ByuN still trying to fight through this as well. Trying to fight for as much as possible here as we try and trade this out. We get rid of a lot of the tech units, but gun supply is at 100. Ain't winning this game. It's too out of control. There's just no way at this point. Man, with that fight with the EMPs and the Colossus dying pretty quickly, the damage was spread on them, but like they still died kind of fast. I really felt like that was something for ByuN. Obviously, it really was not, and without that being something, I think this entire game kind of felt doomed in that moment to not really have the chance to move through into anything else. So, GG's, and we go to 10,000 feet for our next map. But that's on the way for Game 2 in just a second. Get this started up, get this ready to go. Ready, and GLHF gonna get gold. And we kick off into 10,000 feet, guys. So, game number 2 of our finals. ByuN trailing a game to MaxPax. MaxPax looking to become a 19-time Monday champion. Tying it up with Hero. They're both in hot pursuit of Clan. By the way, this is MaxPax. He has got the most finals out of anybody. This is his 35th Monday Cup final. Clem and Hero both sitting at 33 finals, so there's one number that you have, but that also means MaxPax has won the least in the most attempts at a final too. I think MaxPax as well probably missed the least amount of these cups. Because MaxPax plays in all of them, where Clem and Hero oftentimes do skip out. Hero plays most of the time, but Clem skips out a little bit more. Definitely something to think on there. I like talking about these stats. I like talking about these stats at least, so we talk about them, it's fair to give all aspects of them. As we jump into game number 2. I really feel like those Banshees going down was it feels like such a little simple thing, but like, man, like they do good damage at first, but the moment they go down, the pressure is gone. MaxPax is right back on the map. ByuN kind of pushes through into like a decent enough position for a while, but like it just feels like the sort of scenario where it's just like No, are we not just doomed right here? Like, did this not just kind of fall apart a little bit? It just feels like you lose any potential of kind of staying aggressive and staying kind of feisty, and the moment you lose that kind of potential on the map and that possibility, just the entire game feels like it's so, you know, so much less dangerous and so on. Becomes a little bit tough for sure. Reaper and the Orbital coming through here. Nexus and the Cybercore coming online. Pylon coming up. That's settled here for a couple moments. Just trying to see if we can get up to for a moment or so. Not really much going on just yet. We're going to pull back over for a couple seconds. Let me just settle for a couple moments. See where we go. Alright, Adept in the Warp Gate coming online. Next isn't the company coming up, so we engineering bay block into this kind of odd position initially, so kind of takes the forward base. We'll kind of work with that initially. The Adept will shade out here to try and make a bit of a move. Couple of barracks coming up. Command center on the way. 2 more Marines already building by as well. Twilight Council is dying. The Reaper is being chased. Take a few moments to move around with all of that and to see where we get to. And the Reaper is going to start fighting and jumping onto this couple of probes already. Going to get one, and the other probes escaping away for the moment. Twilight Council not too far from being done. Warp Gate building up. You can see the Tech Lab coming down there. The Orbital coming about. The Marauder Compressor Shells all coming by as well. One of these little bits and pieces coming through as the Adept take a chance to step forward for a couple seconds. I mean, going into that Compressor Shells, playing this triple racks, seeing if he can maybe do something with a fiery kind of bio opening here. Take some momentum early, take some control early with the bio play. MaxPax just heading Blink, heading to Blink for the moment. 2 more gateways, going to take him to 3. And this should come alongside a Nexus, but not super quick Nexus. Obviously, 3 gates still allow for a bit of pressure. Still building through. Again, the Marine Marauder all coming up. Have our Stalker Blink on the way about for a moment or so. And yeah, waiting to see what that means for us here overall, as the Adept is going to take a shade. Marauder moving around, that Blink still coming online. Prism, Gate, Probes. Let's see the Adept cancels the shade. Going to get caught by the bio, dies immediately. ByuN's going to move. Stem's halfway done. Stalkers don't have Blink yet. Let's see what ByuN can do here. See if he can apply a bit of pressure or so over these couple of moments and see if that's something that can deliver some value for him. Obviously not going to go without Stim for a fight, but I like this. He's holding the high ground, so it becomes kind of difficult for the opposition to... Even if he just holds the high ground, like, it becomes difficult for his opponent to just kind of really do anything. To kind of, like, come up here already. I mean, Prism can provide some vision. See how quickly that first Stalker nearly dies. That's exactly what we're talking about. This becomes very tough to really do much of anything right there, so... A little bit of a tough scenario. Just going to see the Stalker stepping through. Marauder's Marine's going to try and fight it. Stalker's taking some damage. Going to see the Probes are going to pull in. Probably not going to have the best of times overall. Just going to see the Bio trying to fight. The Stalker's taking damage. Trading through for 6 workers. There's a lot of Stalkers going down. The Marauders are putting in work, man. If we lose this pylon, that Robo facility does not finish up the Immortal. A lot of shots being dodged. A pylon dying would also cancel that warping of a single Zealot here. ByuN's going to drop a second stim. There's no units left, and ByuN might just have what he's looking for here in this game. I think he has what he's looking for, guys. I think he's going to get it done. As yeah, that's probably going to be I mean, just about good enough, right? 19 workers go down. He's going to be a bunch of workers ahead. Army supply ahead as well. He's obviously still not got his starport and his medevacs ready to go, but he got the damage on this one. MaxPax really tried to micro his way out of this, but ByuN just said, no, 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 I'm going to keep on hitting you hard. And was not going to let that slip away. Rocks in the center of the map going down. We will, just as MaxPax take A single Stalker apparently out over here. Probably wants to warp in Zealots, I guess, for the most part. Look for some damage output. Bio still moving through. Pylon in some trouble, taking some hits. The Stalker's the Immortal Gathering. And the Marauder here just going to stim up onto that Stalker as well for a couple seconds. Now going to stim through the Robo facility. There's just another Immortal. Going to kill the Robo. That removes the tech option here. Doesn't dive on the Immortals, which I think is smart. These units are kind of low HP. And obviously, the moment they get Medivacs, there's a scan on the Observer. Like I mentioned, ByuN's very good at spotting the Observers here. When he gets the Medivacs, his army's going to be a lot more potent, kind of just saying, hey, Immortals, we're going to kill you now, because he'll be healed up, he'll take healing during it as well, so it just removes the amount of kills the Immortals will capitalize on. Especially look at all these low HP Marauders. They're all one-shottable by an Immortal. So if there's two diving in, your numbers decrease very quickly. With a bit of Prism Micro, the Immortals, in theory, also never die. So, you know, you expect MaxPax to micro in that sort of level. You got to play like that. Although now the Prism's not there, he might just commit. Because he's also got a lot of healthier Marines showing up. And like I say, without the Prism, these Immortals do not have that survival factor that they maybe had before. ByuN is going to reconsider it because the Prism just recalled. He didn't know where it recalled to, though. So you'll back off for a second. Storm is halfway done. I mean, if Storm comes up, you've always got to give MaxPax half a chance. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to believe this kind of game swings in MaxPax's favor. I think he's done way too much damage, but Storm will give you half a chance. The Stalkers, gotta be careful, starting to die off there, getting picked by the Medivacs and the Bio on the map. And this time we might just commit, because like I say, we've got Medivacs, a bit of healing. One of them all goes down immediately. ByuN is not going to respect the High Templar, which he shouldn't, as the Prism flies overhead. Game is called, and ByuN ties us 1-1. We've got a series. We've got a finals on our hands, as ByuN and MaxPax tie it up 1-1 in this best of 5. Alright, ByuN with the barracks early, putting some damage in, getting some damage done. MaxPax not able to respond to it. That's the kind of thing that's not going to happen a lot in this series, though. I do not think that's the kind of thing that will happen multiple times over. As we wait for our Game 3 to come up in a couple of moments. The Undertaker. Nice. Love it. I love it. Alright, guys. Getting into our lobby, getting set to go here in a moment. Alright, let's jump in game. Let's get this started. As we go into our next map of this series. It's 1-1 tied up. And kick this off. In the top right side, our blue Protoss is going to be MaxPax. Taking on in the bottom left, our red Terran is going to be ByuN. Binary coming down. Pylon coming up, probe on the way. Get this started at the moment. Just a couple SCVs pulled back over as well. See where things are going to go here as we get this up and running. Just looking to see a bit of what's gonna happen. This will take some time, so settle, take a moment or two. Probe moving out. Reaper is on a bit of a journey as well, coming out over here for a couple moments. And the Probe going to be pulling back over this side as well. Just going to see the factory and the command center put up on the high ground. Reaper on the way there as well. That Probe just check around. Nibbles at the SCV for a couple seconds too. Deal some shots, damage being done. Just going to be seeing the Zealot still moving over for a couple of moments. We see where that takes us. Going to see our Reaper and Zealot coming through. Just going to be seeing a little bit of pressure coming down then. Necessarily Zealot adept combo, but with the walled off high ground, it shouldn't do too much. Tech lab on the factory, you've got 2 Marines building. Got some damage out, but it shouldn't do, like I say, too much. The Zealot can't stick around forever because it is taking some pretty serious damage. So unless you want to let the Zealot go down, which typically you don't, then yeah, we kind of just continue through from there as the Reaper and a couple Marines looking back around as well. Seeing the Zealot and the Adept still going. Tech Lab might actually die. The Marine trying to put a bit more damage out. The Cyclone needs to fight. Oh, we lose the Tech Lab. We start a Widow Mine, but that will not be enough just yet. Next producing, so we are going to completely switch this up right now here from the MaxPax. A little bit of a change from him. We are going to be seeing the Medevac, the Marine coming through, Barracks, the Bunker, going up and online as well. Robo Facility, Phoenix, Probes, Warp Gate, all of that coming online. We're seeing the Medevac coming across. It's empty, but there is a Cyclone over here. However, committing in right now, because you don't know about the Phoenix, the Medevac obviously becomes at risk, and losing the Medevac kind of just sucks. And you're likely to lose it for not really much gain here. We'll see if we can get maybe a couple of probes. In theory, you never should, though, because the Phoenix will just lift up the Cyclone before it kills anything. The Medevac is just going to boost into the main, at least trying to get a scout off, which makes a lot of sense. Sees everything, sees more Phoenix still building, so you get a good read at least on that, but it's a very expensive read. A lot of the time, you don't want to pay this much just to try and get some scouting off. As the Phoenix will kill the Medevac, will kill the Cyclone. And it's frustrating as well, because from ByuN's point of view, right, the Cyclone is something that it just helps you stabilize against the Phoenix, right? It's just nice to have, and he's going to build another one here. But every extra Phoenix would have just been nice to have anyway. Like, yeah, like, it just feels bad to have to go back to rebuilding that when it was just kind of, a pretty reasonable position to already have one, and then you gave it up because you didn't know what was going on. And that is the gamble of kind of banking the Phoenix. If your opponent commits, it can be very powerful, and if they don't commit, then it's kind of silly. But in this case, the gamble pays off. And a lot of the time, the Terrans always commit because Phoenix are a very rare thing to build. So when you do go Phoenix, it's almost always some guaranteed value because, yeah, it's unexpected for the Terran player. Phoenix at 5 SCVs harassing. They take some damage. We actually still don't lose one, though. They're just all a little bit bruised up, or a few of them are at least a little bit bruised up, the majority. Spots this Observer. That's a kill. And you can see he's like, I do not want to be too far out. He's trying to keep this Cyclone as far away as possible because he's terrified the Phoenix come in and kill another Cyclone. He's building another one. He's going to a triple CC, getting 5 racks behind it right now. Enough Marines in the main base to say, nuh-uh, not going to get in over here. Not going to let that happen, so that will not then happen. 1-1 stim pack coming through. The Phoenix going to continue around this side. Another refinery trying to set up over here. The Colossus still building, going to rally out to the Immortal in the next couple of moments. That Chrono Boost continuing through. And again, Forge coming up, Probes on the way, Colossus, Thermalance, and everything else still coming by. We are going to be seeing the charge coming up as well. Phoenix get back to the upper right side again. Missile turret armory. Couple of medevacs build through. Get a lot of that on the way initially anyway, so we just bring this all straight up. Concussive shells and the combat shield +1. All building by, and the Phoenix ready to try. Maybe come in for some more damage, but double cyclone plus missile turret. We shouldn't be allowed to do much here. Charge on the way. Most importantly, Colossus on the way. In good numbers as well, so we're going to have those Colossus as some splash damage availability. As they gather up. Got raring to go. And some Valkyries coming through, these extra gates coming about, charge, thermal lance, +1 attack. All the good stuff building up just for a couple moments. Marauder building through. Again, our upgrades are going to finish shortly. Combat shield is still taking a long. Temple Archives is over halfway done as well. Continue through this for now. Seeing where we're going to end up very soon. Just figuring this all out. The Cyclone's locking onto the Phoenix again, just trying to chase those away a little bit for a few moments perhaps. Blink coming up, +1 and the High Templar's coming over. MaxPax is just coming across with the entire army. One thing ByuN will have is 1-1 to 0-0. Sorry, 1-1 to +1. +1 did just finish from MaxPax. So you'll have an armor upgrade lead. He's going to be quick to 2-2 as well. He's building more Vikings in a second starport because that obviously just makes a whole lot of sense right now based on where this game currently sits. And you see a little bit of a warping coming through. Extra Zealots, and we're going to get ready to send this up this ramp. So Zealot Stalker, Colossus, Archon. Going to push straight up here. ByuN going to come in from a second angle. He's going to lock onto the Prism. I'm not sure he kills that Prism before everything just dies anyway. It does mean the Colossus have been busy on the right and not really fighting on the left. Apparently that's not going to matter as ByuN's numbers just aren't up there. And he's going to type GG, and MaxPax is going to take game number 3 of this series, a 2-1 lead for him in this best of 5. And getting ready to take his 19th ever WardiTV Monday. Alright guys, we will jump into this in a second. Game 4 coming up in a few moments time. And get ready to go into what could be our last game of the day. Crazy business. Thank you for joining us so far today. Appreciate you all if this does end up being the last. And thank you for joining us on our Welcome Back stream. Obviously we'll be back again tomorrow and not really going anywhere in a couple of weeks. Or a week and a half. Next weekend I guess. I go away for a couple of days, but nowhere near as long as I was away the last couple of days. That was really my biggest trip for the foreseeable future, really. So, yeah. How many turrets felt like an overreaction? It's tough, right? Because it's like you don't want the Phoenix to just bully your entire mineral line and just lose probes all lose SCVs all game, but then, yeah, yeah, it's just. Sometimes I don't know. I feel like playing against Phoenix should be a bit more simple, but then for us make it look very difficult sometimes still. Alright. Let's jump in as we get this on the go. In the top right side, our Blue Brothers player is MaxPax, and he is a map away from winning another WardiTV Monday for himself here. Let's see if he can get it done. ByuN in the bottom left, looking to bring us back from behind again. Can he tie us up a second time? I feel like he just has to bring out so many creative builds every time he plays against MaxPax, and it's just yeah, it's like that's all well and good, right? But like, how many creative builds can you pull out? And they don't always work as well, because MaxPax is also very good. Just getting creative doesn't net you a guaranteed W, right? So, ByuN What's funny is the Monday Night Weekly's happening in a few moments. You wonder if ByuN and MaxPax can play that. I mean, if they signed up, they should be fine. And I imagine if they want to play, they would sign up. If they are a little bit late by a game or two, they're not going to get DQ'd for playing at the end of this. Just unfortunate that today ended up being one of the longest streams for this event, so when we started an hour later, and then obviously overlaps a bit with the Monday Night Weekly. It's just unfortunate. I can't do anything. I can't just cancel my cup one in. Yeah, now, to be fair, it was only going to be half an hour late, but then the Chinese tournament told me that they were going to stream today. So I was like, well, I may as well move it back half an hour to give them more time and to give me more time to get home as well. Like, that just seems like a good idea, you know? That just makes sense to me. And then they didn't actually. They didn't actually stream today. I mean, I could have started half an hour earlier. I was home at the normal start time. It just would have been very rushed. But yeah, I can't just go cancel my event because of a slight overlap of something else, unfortunately. It's just sometimes it's going to be like that, you know? Running events on the same day, sometimes there's going to be a little bit of feistiness between the two in terms of overlapping. What's up, Foxer? Thanks so much for the 12 months on the Prime. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I'll cancel. Next is both building in. Just going to see the Adept is going to take a shade. Adept just gonna go shading by. A couple Marines are gonna sit. Adept will be chilling. Command Center about to finish. Marines gathering. The Adept is gonna be right there. And the Adept actually gonna get jumped on a little bit right now, so it shades. The second Adept will step over, but a little bit too late to help its buddy out. So a little bit of a mistake there early. Does the music sound weird for anyone else? You probably have low latency mode on. If you go to your settings and then just change the when you kind of go to the settings to change like resolution and stuff or quality, there's a little button that says low latency mode. If you unclick that, it'll probably fix the music. 99% of the time, that is what makes the music sound weird. Hopefully it helps. As Starport will start cloaking. Supply block comes out. We see the Banshee beginning. Get that on the way, so we're able to get that started up already. Initially. There's a rolling cyclone coming through. A couple of gates in the prism coming about. The Blink coming online. Again, the Banshee tank and the Marines coming through. Still having the cloaking coming up as well. So again, get that cloaking on the way for the moment. Again, Blink the Prism still coming about. Banshee, tank, Marines coming through. Just going to have ourselves the Prism is going to make a bit of a move down toward the bottom left-hand side. Let's see what's going on. We'll see Prism to put some pressure on with these few Stalkers. And then the Banshees, well, our first Banshee does escape up the left-hand side unseen, so the first Banshee is successfully at least going to get across toward the other side. Already Marine going down, a few more Stalkers warping in. Tank going to shoot, Stalkers taking hits. Bang, bang, bang. Stalker's getting hit hard. I see the Stalker's going to blink in. Uh-oh. Well, there's a lot of Marines here, to be fair. Prism needs to be good at picking up these Stalkers, realistically. Because you don't really want to lose a bunch of Stalkers for this. The Banshee's going to hit the natural right now as well, by the way. Cyclone going to threaten these Stalkers, too. And there's a lot to look at right now for MaxPax. He has the blink away to help. But yeah, he has the Banshee to deal with, too. He's going to drop the recall. 4 workers. I was going to say, ByuN might call the bluff on the recall because there's not actually an observer yet. But at the same time, the observer is clearly going to be soon. He sees the robos, so I don't think it's terrible for him to just say, okay, I respect the fact you just recalled in, and just to kind of back away from that in general. I think that's it's a responsible decision rather than kind of just calling MaxPax a slight bluff. It was only a bluff by a few seconds, so Banshee cloaks. It's a smart cloak. Because what he just did was he essentially said, hey, hit this Banshee, and if you fire your entire wave of shots at this Banshee, I'm going to cloak it so it would avoid those shots, and that would immediately be beneficial for me because you just wasted an entire volley that didn't do anything. So he is ready to kind of play that move and to kind of do that. Is now a little bit awkward because his Prism was still sieged up. Oh, the Cyclone, he locked onto the Stalker beforehand. Now we're going to blink on top of the double siege tank. We're going to get rid of one. Does not feel worth it, or is it? How many Stalkers do we kill? Multiple in the end. Yeah, the last only a couple get away. Now MaxPax goes into the main base with the Prism that was lucky to live. It lived because the Cyclone locked to a Stalker before it got in reach of the Prism. So if the Prism had got locked onto, that would have been dead. ByuN is doing the right thing, I think, which is just to say, I do not care about what's happening here. I fully care about going across the map and trying to kill you, because I think there's a very good chance he could kill his opponent. It's a good amount of Stalkers, good micro. We will kill one more Stalker, though. No batteries, but there is an Immortal about to be done. We're not far away from seeing a charge upgrade as well. It's kind of go time right now. We're going to hit the Immortal hard. Banshee's putting some damage out. We did scan an Observer earlier. If we could scan the next one, that'd be amazing. Keep the Banshees completely untouchable for a while. MaxPax supply block, not ideal. 2, 3 pylons now on the way. One of them is pretty close to being done. MaxPax ready to jump on this from 2 sides. The issue ByuN will have is that he just doesn't get to reinforce this army. Banshee's already going to try and get away. Wow, interesting. So he's just going to say this army's going to die. He's just going to try and make the most of it with the units that are there and just going to at least save the Banshees as a harassment tool for later. Not a terrible idea, because like I said, I don't think the Banshees change much there. They're pretty fragile, so the moment everything is shooting, the Banshees die pretty quickly anyway, right? So yeah, I don't really hate the idea that we actually just kind of get away with them, because it at least gives you some pressure and it's going to keep a few Stalkers back, because they've got to respect that those Banshees are still on the map. You can't just go running across kind of thoughtlessly. Now, ByuN does have Stim behind this. He was not fully committed to this shove. He had the Stim coming up behind, and there are the Banshees just need to sync up a bit better. 2, 3 kills. Our Stalker's blinking in. The Observer will be a teeny bit behind, although actually I didn't realize one Banshee was already on close, so the Observer didn't matter initially. Then we'll lose 1. We'll likely lose 2. Don't think it matters too much. I actually think it was still kind of okay from ByuN overall. Still think this was kind of alright from him. Prism steps out. And we are going to be seeing MaxPax pulling back home, though. +1 attack done. Combat shield finishing soon for ByuN. Just finished up his Ghost Academy. He is going to be up against Storm very shortly. So that Storm coming up. The attack and prayer still coming in as well. And bringing that straight on through for the moment. Medevac is going to boost away, so ByuN is going to get around the edges. A little bit of counter damage can always go well in this scenario. Stalker's can't do much when the Marauders can stim up and kind of fight you so heavily, but we do see the Prism into the main. 2 Vikings will make sure that this is the last thing that Prism does. Marauders get through. 5 SCVs go down. Clean up pretty quickly. However, look at that opening. Capitalized on units pulling back into the main base, and MaxPax is what he's so good at. Just anytime he does anything, you've got to be thinking, well, what else could he do because of this? And because that's what he's thinking. He's already thinking about what else he can do, but this is a great move because this just got unseen coming across. Force the recall, but that's instantly going to be 7 workers to undo what was done. Then we just jump into the main base. We're going to force a warp in there. And, yeah, that's damage done. Oh, the blink. Oh, the medevac decided to go back. Now he's going to commit further up. I don't think he survives in the corner anyway, right? Oh, he does. He does just survive. I thought he was going to... When I say don't survive in the corner, I thought he'd take, like, 1 too many shots trying to get there. But yeah, he was just okay to get there, so let's at least still pressure on the map, and of course damage was already done. Killing a bunch of workers on the low ground. It is nice to then keep your pressure up for longer though, and to have that possibility kind of reign through into the next stage of the game as well. Feedback, oh yeah, absolutely, like 100% guys, like it's still in trouble. The feedback can reach it, it's just, for now at least, it forces you to do something more about it than just the Stalkers having already killed it, right? So... Armor coming up from ByuN. He's just going to see a few Zealots coming in. His army mostly out on the map. He's got a few reinforcements that are going to stim at these Zealots pretty swiftly. Start to move over to deal with these as the Command Center will drop into position there. The Bio Viking force going straight over. And we are just going to be seeing a couple of shots coming through, chasing those Zealots out away to the bottom side. A couple of Ghosts and 2-2 upgrades still coming by as well. And yeah, Command Center coming up from ByuN. SCV's building. Colossus all on the way. +2 attack, +1 armor. Coming into play just for the moment. All of that coming online. Zealot's hiding in the bottom right for a few moments as the Bio is going to play a little bit of cleanup as well. Lone High Templar on a little bit of a journey. Popping along. Zealot goes down. Obviously, Storms. Something we've not really had to talk about yet, but will be likely very talked about soon. Already on the way to Colossus as well, though. MaxPax very swift on his movement through the tech structures. +2/+1 all on the way in. Just going to have ourselves the couple stories going to poke at the factory. Hey, what's up, Nanoflower? Thank you so much for the 9-month resub on the Prime. Wood Go Protos, everyone's favorite race. Wow, wow, wow. Calling out in the sub message. Unbelievable. Well, MaxPax is maxed out. He's the maxed Pax right now, as ByuN is going to be maxed out in a moment or two as well. In the High Temple there, you can see looking forward, looking for an initial storm. And try and force a response from ByuN quickly. First EMP good, second EMP good as well. Do we have enough to keep landing them? How well do we split this army up? Storm will zone more than anything to try and get in position to deal with this base. Is going to be the idea of MaxPax. Only a couple workers going down so far. Having a repair on the planetary that's building. Now it lifts up into the sky. SCV still trying to come through and repair again, but another storm. It's the storms that are going to kill the SCVs. 11 go down. MaxPax is just like, oh, that was nice. 11 SCVs. Obviously did spend some energy to do that, but that was pretty much all he spent. It was an energy trade to kill off a bunch of workers, so able to find a good bit of value there at the end of the day. +3, +2 coming up from MaxPax. Just starting there now. It's going to be an armor upgrade lead at the moment for ByuN. Tries to take a fight into this for a couple of moments. Going to see the Colossus stepping through. Not a lot of Vikings is the issue. Colossus are not dying fast at all. We have got one more EMP available. We drop it. Not all the High Templar losing their energy there. MaxPax's supply did go downwards though, but he does also have the money to rebuild, and that's going to be the big turning point of this game right now. That one guy has the rebuild money, and the other guy is still up in supply. So she turned out okay for ByuN. I was scared about just how slow the Colossus were dying. It was kind of my real kind of like, you know, is this okay or not? But kind of came through decently in the end. Bio stepping forward. Let's see, the Bio across the map is going to run into a storm. A second. What? How did this High Temple have 2 storms on it? Jeez, it just had the energy for a second storm. That was kind of a big deal. I don't think ByuN presumed it had a second storm, otherwise I would have thought he would have just dropped the EMP on it. Maybe he just wasn't paying enough attention there in general. That army on the right side is going to just lift up and go elsewhere, but I actually think MaxPax is a little fortunate there, because without that second storm, that army does a lot more quickly. As these 2 medevacs now, do they want to... The problem with diving into the main is the other Storks can then blink in and be the defense, so we nearly lose the medevac from that. Try and come back down here quickly. There is one medevac here by the one Stalker here, by the way. It does blink in, kills the medevac with 1 unit inside. It's not exactly ideal because there's so many Zealots. Marauders aren't going to do anything there either. ByuN pushing at the front at the same time, by the way. Pushing forwards. MaxPax going to give him room to get into the front position, so we are going to see ByuN at least able to get toward this location. +2 ship weapons coming up, +3 armor from ByuN. No attack upgrade on the +3, unfortunately. Typical ByuN upgrades. Remembers it now. 5th base starts from ByuN. At the point where ByuN ideally would probably like to start moving toward Liberates. It's just they're still very expensive for where this game is currently sitting at. Going to commit to this fight a little bit. Going to run through the storms. The problem is you run through the storms into Colossus fire. That's not it. MaxPax is going to win this fight. He's going to push that back, and he's going to be able to probably continue through onto the 4th if he wants to. I actually think he has the supply to, but he's a bit afraid about the counterattack. I think that's an overreaction recall. He has recalled a good chunk of your army against a lone medevac. I mean, MaxPax is maxed out, so again, you can't really... yeah, you can't really build much else there as the Bio kites back. A couple of EMPs coming down. Just going to be seeing the SCVs dropping. ByuN's supply is not terrible. There's no splash damage here. The chase down could be huge if we can kill these couple of Immortals off. They're going to turn just to try and target down whatever they can get. They don't get much. Triple Observer dies as well. MaxPax just has the money to rebuild, and ByuN's on 60 SCVs only, so that might just be the biggest problem of them all at the end of the day. Couple mules drop in. He is going to move to the 5th base. ByuN is still in this. Some of these fights have been good enough to just kind of keep him ticking over for the moment and to not let this go just yet. Let's see the rebuild of MaxPax starting to come through, though, and the supply going the right direction for him. He's going to be maxed out with no money in the bank, but he's also a 6 going to 7 base Protoss again. So once more, the base count is just high. The worker count is still very good. And so the rebuild really, again, just happens so quickly in this situation. It's kind of difficult to get away from as ByuN because MaxPax is going to be back here fighting again. ByuN right now, only 4 Vikings against 3 Colossus. 7 Ghosts is a good number. It's the Vikings, it's the speed of removing the Colossus from afar that I think is a big danger here. Because if you don't get rid of them quickly enough, they really do so much. I mean, we're going to have 4 more Vikings shortly. That is a big factor. ByuN clearly knows what his weakness is, which is, dealing with the Colossus, basically. It's a good first EMP. Colossus taking some initial shots. Any shots you get on these Colossus without losing Vikings, without taking a lot of shots in return, it's going to be a win for you, because like I say, I think that's the biggest issue we have right now. Ghost having to back away again. The Storm's so good at zoning you backwards as the Terran player, having to respect that and give the Protoss space to move into position on top of your location. Storm's going to do the same again there. 2 High Templar in the back, still having their energy available. A couple of EMPs come down. There's still 2 more High Templar right in the back, and ByuN sees them. He scanned the army. ByuN has to just give up the base location for the moment. It's not the end of the world. The worst thing is actually just losing a lot to this fight. Giving up the base, I mean, eventually MaxPax should not be able to continue to kind of come through. You have 2 Colossus middle of the map, but let's keep an eye on this potential storms, because it feels like at any moment danger might just transpire here. Ooh, I don't know if I love this for MaxPax. The Vikings going to get on top of the Colossus quickly. The Archon's absolutely melted because of the EMPs, and now we do not have storms left over. It's going to be kind of a surprise when the 2 extra Colossus show up, maybe, because now every single Viking died. That's so funny. I feel like these accidentally left behind Colossus might actually benefit MaxPax as ByuN's just going across the map. To be fair, I don't think ByuN wins this anyway, because I think ByuN is truly just on such low HP. No, ByuN! Oh my goodness, the walk through the storm is absolutely brutal. It's MaxPax. Looks to start the spring season of the WardiTV points. I know it's not quite spring yet, guys, but again, this is the first event which will give points towards the spring championship this season. Because Winter Championship's about to start, we can't give points toward that anymore. So it is MaxPax maybe looking to score max points on the first showing here today as the bio moves around a little bit. Army gathering, Zealots, the Stalkers, the Argon coming through. A couple of EMPs coming down, the rest of the Stalkers and everything else coming about as well, trying to do whatever else they can. Scanning on top of this army, keeping an eye on things. The Viking pulling back, the Marauders coming up. We're still close to being maxed out here, man. I mean, this game is still got a little bit of spice left in it still. We are not done yet. MaxPax is definitely the richer one, but ByuN, a good fight. It's the Vikings. He doesn't have the Viking count to deal with that amount of Colossus. And he can't... Sometimes you have that scenario where it's like the Protoss has to run away and then you just get so much damage done as the Terran as they run, but like the Storm count is good enough to make sure that scenario doesn't come about here. It's going to be seeing this Protoss army keeps pushing through. The bio taking damage. A couple of Vikings going to get shot at. Still 3 Colossus able to go right now. Storm coming down again. The bio still pulling away for a few more moments. Does ByuN have the medevac upgrade? He does not know, which he probably could really do with, because realistically his army is drained. He's still putting up a good fight. He's still holding out this position. Colossus laser beaming through. The Marauders falling. Still trying to push into this. As the Storm comes down once again, a couple of these Stalkers are going to take shots once more. ByuN loses the base. I think the Storms are enough. ByuN's army's just not getting the health back that it needs to. Like I said, the medevac's out of energy. Everything in the sky is dying. GG is called. MaxPax is your Monday's 74 champ. As ByuN, unfortunately, will now go to 2-5 all-time in Monday finals. Unfortunately for him. GG's, my friends. GG's. As we round out the day of StarCraft 2 action. Appreciate you all joining us for our first outing back. We will be live all week this week. We have got ourselves the WardiTV Winter Championship Last Chance Qualifier tomorrow, and the Winter Championship Groups A and B Wednesday and Thursday. Then Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we are going to cover some of those Leo League Cup replays, so look forward to all of that over the next few days. I will leave you guys with a little bit of our Winter Championship precursor video, which is obviously hyping up some of the players that made it there and how they got there. So I will leave you guys with that, and I will see you guys tomorrow for more StarCraft 2. So I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you all. Enjoy the video on the outro, and I'll see you guys, like I say, on tomorrow's stream for the last chance qualifier for the WardiTV the Champs. Welcome to the WardiTV Winter Championship, our first WardiTV major in the 2026 series. We're super excited to let the event begin, but first let's have a look at how some of the players got to qualify for this year's Winter Championship. Gonna step through, Classic aggressively going for it, gets a Void Ray so early. Well, maybe not, because these Stalkers dive in again. It's enough Stalkers to two-shot the Void Ray down. Classic! And we see some Bio gonna greet these units straight away here. Stalkers on the other side of the map already. The main story is that there's not gonna be units left here from Fewer here, so MaxPax has to kind of, is forced into the fight. He can't cherry-pick what is a better moment or anything for him. Good flanker on the Prism. Saves the Colossus, that's massive. ByuN's going to realize he needs to just pick up and get out of here. Storm available on the right-hand side of this. ByuN sees it, hits the High Templar with the EMP, and he gets the Prism as well. This is not it so far. EMP's coming down. High Templar yet to find a single Storm of value. Forge is going down. Upgrades being denied. Probes are pulling through. His hero looks to stop the 2-0. Probes are coming as Creator's going to walk up this ramp and try and take this fight. The Vikings doing what they can against the Colossus. They're going low, but they're not dying yet, but it will not matter. We can catch these Disruptors. That's massive. We're going to move forward. The Prism low doesn't go down, will go down in a second though, as Cure gets a lot of value here. Flanking is massive for him. No Guardian Shield, no Force Fields. The Probes will pull in from the other side to try and make the difference. Can Hero capitalize and kind of push into position during this? Down to the bottom, all the Hydras are up top. We're going to blink on the Hydras, and you can see Shin's supply just plummeted here. These Vikings get rid of the Colossus. The Bio army might be okay against the Gateway forces. Oh, he's going to have Marines left. Like I said, we're going to have to land the Vikings. Not ideal against a lot of damage here. I mean, specifically just knocking through so many of these workers. Prism is going to get the warping off. What the hell's going to do? The Stalkers need to help because they are going to be a big part of the damage dealing in this. It's going to be enough. Trigger's going to get it done. We have an upset to start off 2026 on the WardiTV Mondays. Stalkers are a little bit behind everything else. The Siege Tank should absolutely target fire that Colossus as Bunny is making his way through this army. Oh, Bunny, he is getting it done. Stalkers are stuck in the back here, so we don't have a way out. And this is a great catch. Hero gets caught, but the Stalker's blinking on top of his Immortals. Those are good force fields. Can he actually finish these Stalkers off before the Prism Micro gets there? He's actually doing pretty well. He's killing off a lot of these Stalkers. He'll pull up a few probes in again. Showtime is coming out with a hold right here as he continues to chase forward.